Wanna feel that rush, rising, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun. And I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, use that love till it's running dry. I'm gonna use that love, use that love. I was empty, so hollow since you came around. I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love, use that love, use that love. I'm gonna use that
Oh, hi. Oh, I need to move this around. Dear God, it is a bit too high up there. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone, everyone doing well out there? Everyone doing well out there? All right. Let's see here. Let us see here. What do we got? What do we got? Oh my God, the camera's all messed up. Jesus Christ, dear God, I need to move something, move some shit around. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone doing well out there? Everyone doing well out there? Okay. Happy Friday, guys. Happy Friday. Yay, Friday. I know a lot of folks out there might still have to labor for the capitalist bourgeoisie, et cetera, even though tomorrow is Saturday, you might still have to work on the weekend. But I do know for at least some people that Friday is a good day, right? It is the day before liberation. And it is Friday the 13th. It is absolutely Friday the 13th. Which, Friday the 13th. Okay. So, that's scary. Hopefully, it's funny though, like every day is basically Friday the 13th at this point because of how horrible everything is happening. It's like, it's like yesterday was Friday the 13th. The day before that was Friday the 13th. Anyway, but regardless, yay, scary Friday the 13th. Um, all right, let me see who we have here. Who do we have here? Who do we got here? Uh, Yay, Mithril, aren't you excited to talk about poverty in the UK? We're going to watch a video about it, or at least a video about why the UK is struggling economically. And I hope to extrapolate from that some comments about poverty in the UK. I'd like to kind of compare UK poverty to American poverty and things like that. Just curious, because I don't. I mean, of course, I know it exists in the UK, but I don't know much about it. I'm curious. Okay, so hello, Sir Bartholomew. Sir Bartholomew says the Bible is always right. Oh, sure, Sir Bartholomew. Sure, glad to see you here, Sir Bartholomew. Hello, AMA. Yes, amen, AMA, amen. Bless you, child. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. I hope your skin doesn't feel like it's burning after I did that AMA. Mr. King K, hello, Mr. King K. Glad to see you here. We might watch a clip that you sent too, Mr. King K. I saw some of the things you recommended. I'm sorry, not Shinton, excuse me. Shinton 100. The Bible is wrong about everything. It's fiction. Shinton, how dare you? It's the truth and the way and the light. Huh. Shinton, you have to stick around and watch the stream, okay? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Okay. So let's see here. Correct, Mr. Kincaid. Hello, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. Oh, hello, Alyssa. I'm glad to see you here. How are you, Alyssa? How are things in Missouri? How are things over there in Missouri? Things going well? Are all your kids no longer ill? Or I know it's like a constant thing though with kids. They're constantly getting sick. They're like little infectious disease spreaders. I know that because I would always get sick when I was teaching, and now that I'm streaming full time, I like never get sick. I maybe gotten sick like once or twice. Anyway, so that's been lovely. Uh, okay, right, Alyssa. All right. Hello, Macy. How dare you, Macy? I wasn't that late. I was maybe late by 1 minute. I think your clocks are off, Macy. Hello, virtual violence. Hello, how are you doing, virtual violence? You doing well out there? You doing well? Everything good out there in, I don't know, Atlantis? I forget where you're from, virtual violence. You've told me. You're from somewhere. Colorado? I don't know. You're from somewhere. I'll have to remind myself. Okay. Okay, let's see here. So I'm okay. Let me see who else we got here. Louise is here. Hello, Louise. Glad to see you here, as always, Louise. By the way, Louise is clumsy mumsy for those who don't know. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Mithril. Always glad to have you here, Mithril. Cody's here. Hello, Cody. So glad to see you here. Bing bong, Cody's here. Cody's here. Yes, Cody's here. Okay. How dare you say cheeseburger, by the way? Screw you. Who else? LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. A nice little wave to you too, LaCroix. By the way, folks, well, I'll wait in a second here. Destroyed you. Always glad to see you here. I know you like lurking in the background, but I do know you're here, Destroyed you. You are a regular. You are an hope you know that. Okay. Even though the rest of these degenerates are constantly harassing me, I actually appreciate your silence, Destroyed you, because you respectfully sit and don't um you respectfully sit back there and don't, constantly insult me. Exactly, Destroyed you, and I appreciate it. I love it. Okay, good. Good. I like silent followers as opposed to, degenerate, revolters, okay? People who are constantly rebelling against my authority. Okay, hello, Revolter, oh my god, remind me again, Revolter, who are you? Revolter 5677. I should know who you are. You've told me like 1,000 times. Hello, Revolter. Okay. Yes, I know you love harassing me, Cody. I love you all so much for it. Hello, Winterlinde. Guten Tag, Abend, oder Nacht. Uh, I don't remember I don't know what time it is over there. Hello. Uh, I'm sorry, Revolter. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you, Revolter. Hi. Hi. You're the best. Okay. So, guys, we got a few things to do. It is Friday. That's true. Richard, you do too. Hello, Richard. Richard P. That's right, Richard. You are also a lurker who is also an established member of the community, and I deeply appreciate you as well. Okay, and your subservience. Oh my god. See, I shouldn't say that because now you're all gonna turn against me. But yes, thank you, Richard, for being in the back, okay? For that sounded dirty. Richard, you're an established member of the community, okay? You're an established member of the community, and I respect you deeply. Thank you for being here, okay? Uh, Matt Guy, you know how much I love you, Matt Guy. Thank you so much for the 19 pounds. Very much appreciate it, okay? Thank you, Richard. Very much appreciate it. By the way, what is that image in your name there, Richard P? Okay, sorry. Matt Saigai, welcome. Thank you very much. I heard, I saw, Matt Saigai, that you had your visa renewed. Congratulations. I know that's a really annoying process to go through. Congratulations, really. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for that donation. Okay. Um, hello, Loiso. Hello, Loiso. Okay, I'm sorry, 20 pounds. Lois, so glad to see you here, Lois. So as always, glad to see you here. Okay. Hello, Body Swap. Body Swap. Oh my God, Body Swap. You have to be my favorite. You're definitely, Body Swap is definitely my favorite. Okay. And hello, thank you, Marzipan Power. Marzipan Power, also a lurker. Love having you here, Marzipan Power. Love having you here. Well, wait, Marzipan Power. Oh my god, I can't. I'm starting to have trouble remembering all these names, and I have a very good memory. Marzipan Power, who are you over on YouTube, or are you separate? I think you're one of the people who only is on Twitch, right? Oh well, I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. One second. Okay, and hello, SoCal. SoCal's here. Hello, SoCal. That okay, Marzipan Power. Never mind. But Marzipan Power, you are also You're also an established, amazing member of the community. Love you very much. Welcome, Audrey. Audrey says, what percentage of Republicans do you think would be able to accurately describe and explain the false elector scheme and why the fake fraudulent elector certificates were created and signed? Oh, I would say probably 1 or less percent, Audrey. Most of them probably don't even know what that is. They probably didn't even take the time to look into it because they are in an information silo whereby they only get information from Fox News and Newsmax and right-wing commentators and things like that. They probably literally have no idea what the fake elector scheme is. They don't. And even if they did, they would say it's fake news. They would say it's not true. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know. That was weird. Yeah, I get. Did you guys hear anything I said there? I was answering Audrey. That was weird. That was the first time this mic has gone out in a while. I think I must have kicked it. Okay. Did you guys hear what I said about the Republicans? I was answering Audrey. I can go back. You guys didn't? Okay, not a thing. I'll say it again. Okay. You guys did. So Audrey, forgive me. I was answering your question. So the most I would say the vast majority of Republicans would have no idea what the what um the elector scheme was or the elector plot was because they're in an information silo whereby they only get their information from Fox News, from Newsmax, from right-wing political commentators. So they probably don't even know. I would say maybe less than 1% of Republicans actually know what the fake elector scheme was. Now then, if you ask me about Republican members of Congress, they know. They know. They know what it is, okay? They've probably gotten briefed on it and shit, but they're not they don't, but they're gonna at least pretend that they don't know, and because it's politically advantageous, they're definitely not gonna do anything about it, yeah. And even those Republicans that do know about it or have heard about it probably don't believe it anyway. They're probably like, "It's fake news made up by the left, blah, 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 blah." They're probably like, Biden, Biden." So, it's a whole thing, right? Yeah, totally, Revolter, totally, okay? The whole thing here, guys, is that one of the core tenets of fascism, Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is however I view it to be. Like, it doesn't really matter what reality is. And it's not like a lot of these folks literally don't know what reality is. But when presented with evidence that goes against their worldview, they dismiss it offhand as being fake. And that's partially done on purpose. They have been conditioned to do that. Okay. They have been conditioned I know, right, SoCal? You dirty, dirty Sam. How dare you, SoCal? So they've been conditioned to do that. All right. So that would be my answer, Audrey. If you're still here, I hope you heard my answer to you. I think most of them have no idea what it is. Okay. All right. Uh, I know, Brucey, right? It's insane. Okay. Yep. Have you noticed all those people, Brucey? No, none of them ever complain about Trump's age anymore, which is funny to me. Okay. All right. So guys, we got a few things. Obviously, it's a Friday, folks. So we're not going to go crazy. We're going to have a good time. We're going to watch some videos. Of course, there will be horror. Of course, there will be sorrow and the wailing and gnashing of teeth and all that jazz because we I can't we can't get away from it in this current moment. Next week we will have one of our bi-weekly cahoots. Um Okay. We could do that, Revolter. We could review Pets Discord. That'd be amazing. Thank you. I thought you would like that, Brucey. I thought you would like that. You like my stream title. So this is what we're gonna do. We are going to. I still want to make you. You should do that. You should send it to me, SoCal. So guys, the first thing we're gonna do though is I need more videos for YouTube because the channel ain't doing so well. Because I haven't been posting reaction videos. So I thought we could start today's stream by reacting to a PragerU video about sex in the Bible. And I know all of you really love the Bible. You're all very, very, very strict followers of biblical teaching, etc. Okay. So I am Alyssa. Oh, Alyssa, here's the problem, Alyssa. So Alyssa says, just clip and post everything. Alyssa, dear, if you look at how I did that yesterday, and whenever I just clip my streams and post it, they do terribly. Absolutely terribly. Cannot I got like 30 views the last time I just clipped a stream without having a separate segment where I got the chat off the screen and stuff. So I need to do a little bit of separation where I remove the chat from the screen and then clean up the image and then do a reaction so that I can cut it and it'll still get views, if that makes sense. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I know we could do bingo for the video, Brucey. I don't have a setup. Yeah, unfortunately, Alyssa. So, um, okay. So I'm going to react to that video. And I know, and don't worry, guys. Don't worry. For those who've been in the stream for a while, I used to do this where I would have a segment. Okay, where I would have a segment. Uh, Sodomy is not about. You're right. It's about much more than that, Loiso. So what we're gonna do is this. Okay, first I need to fix a few things here. Give me a second. We're gonna react to that PragerU video. I have not seen it. And then I promise we'll get more, we'll do more. And as I'm doing the reaction, I will be reading the chats and stuff. I won't be able to comment as much during the video. Um, but okay, let me just make sure here. Is this everything set up in the way it needs to be? It looks like it is. Okay. So we will do that. All right. And then we have some other things to react to and talk about. Okay. So we'll do that first. You all know how I'm a deep believer in biblical teaching. Anyway, sorry, I had trouble not laughing. So we will see what they have to say about sex in the Bible. All right. Why not? Why not? Okay. So let me move over to the right screen here. We're not going to do the hat, Alyssa. I'm going to try it without the hat. You guys would be surprised about how much hate the hat gets when I post videos on YouTube. You guys like the hat, but a lot of the world doesn't seem to like the hat. I know that's weird. I'm not giving in to trolls. I'm trying it out for the sake of testing out whether not having the hat gets more views. Because good God, folks, struggling out there. Okay. But God, yes, oh, that's a good point. You should mount your hat collection on the wall. That's a good idea, Meowzord, okay? But when I go back to the live stream, I'll put on the hat and shit, okay? So, but right now I'm also I'm too honest with you. We're also trying a bit of sex appeal here. I think I look better without the hat. I could lure more people in here who are thirsty if I don't have the hat. But also I get negative feedback for it, okay? Anyway, from people I trust too. So, okay, moving on. So let's quickly do that, and then we'll get on to the good stuff. Okay, this will be good stuff. You guys will love it. All right, you guys will love it, I'm sure. All right, so let me go on to the dad's reacts thing here. All right. Oh, this is gonna be so good. I'm so excited for this. All right. Yeah, shame on them. Okay. All right. This looks good. Uh, that's okay, Brucey. Brucey, first of all, can you use a different metaphor, Brucey? You are fair. Um, yes, please, body swap. Act thirsty for the algorithm. Brucey, I have no problem with you insulting me, but how dare you call me a Mormon? Clearly, if I were a Mormon, you'd be able to see the white underwear on underneath this shirt. No white underwear here, Brucey. Look, no white underwear, okay? How dare you? Okay. So, um, you're right. Maybe I should do the wife beater if I'm going for sex appeal. I could, you know what? Maybe I should, Meowzord. I could do that. Um, Mithril, how dare you? I do not look okay, fine. Do you guys want me to put on a muscle shirt? Would that be more sexy? I could cuff the goddamn this shit, right? I could do this shit. Do I look like a look at this. Okay, this doesn't look good. I need time. Okay, okay, fine. Whatever. Screw all of you. Okay, how dare you? How dare you body shame me? All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Meowzord. I mean, Mithril. All right. So, what do you guys think, though? Question. You all can see, right? You all can see. You know what, SoCal? Go. I hate you. Okay. Jeez. Okay. You know, SoCal, I could say things that are so mean to you. I could say things that are so mean to you and so dark that you would never recover. Okay. Okay. So guys, what do we think about this though? Before we do that, what do we think about this? I am okay actually with having the chat up there, but I want it to be so like if we were to have it not like just right above, but like small and in the corner. Or wait, you can't even read it that way, can you? You probably can't even read it that way. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have the chat up for this one. Okay, we're just gonna have it down there. Okay. Um, all right. Okay, guys. So everyone ready? So as for those who have been in this situation before with me where I do a reaction live, okay, I have to do my little intro, and then I will not be talking to chat. At least I'll be avoiding it. You know I struggle with that, though, because that's what I like to do. I like chatting with you guys. That's my favorite thing. That's why I haven't been doing reaction videos, because I don't like it as much as actually interacting with you guys. So unfortunately, I will not be able to react with, or I'll have to try to avoid reacting to you guys, okay? But feel free to make comments, and I might even add some of your comments into the reaction, okay? So I haven't seen this. This is a PragerU video, obviously. It's called What Sex. What if the Bible is right? Okay, so this should be great. I'm sure this will be very full of good stuff. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? How's the audio? Let me ask you about the audio when I start the PragerU video.
Every year, I ask my college students in my class on
Matt Saigai, you've convinced me. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let me get the let me I will put the chat up. And if I put it like right here, it shouldn't be an issue because it's not taking up that much space, okay? I could even make my face a bit smaller, make the chat a bit smaller so that it does show a good interactive community, which might draw people more people into the live streams. Okay, I buy that. I buy that argument. Okay, I buy that argument actually. All right, let's do that. I'm willing to try that. Okay, all right. So we'll do that. Okay, how does that look? Okay, all right, good. Everything good? Let us begin then. You all know I have to do my little intro here. Okay. To do my little intro here. Okay. Excuse me, let me take a drink. Dear God, this is going to be horrific. If you like my content, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month by clicking the join button over on YouTube. And if you do that, you get a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members only emojis that you can use during live stream. Please, if you like my content, like the stream. Follow me. It'll help my channel, all right? Okay. So what we're going to do today is we have a video lined up as always. You know what, guys? I need to redo that. That was awful. Let me start over, okay? If you like my content, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month by clicking the join button beneath the video. Also, please like the stream and follow me if you like my content. This next video we're going to be reacting to is once again by PragerU, and it is called Sex. What if the Bible is right? Now, personally, I suspect that that the Bible is not right about this. Now, color me surprised. I feel like a book written over 2,000 years ago by Iron Age folks might not be the most enlightened in terms of its views on gender and sexuality and sex in general. But, we'll see what great insight that PragerU offers. As we all know, especially in this community, we know that PragerU is essentially a propaganda outlet, a right wing propaganda outlet that is being heavily pushed by the Trump administration. It's currently being taught in American schools, and it is deeply linked up with a right wing view of the world. Okay. So let's see what PragerU has to say about this. Sex, what if the Bible is right?
contemporary culture the following question: what would the world be like if everyone followed the Bible's teaching on sex? Better, same, or worse? Okay, I can almost hear many of you saying, what does an ancient book have to teach me about sexual ethics?
Well, I agree with him there. What does an ancient book have to teach me about sexual etiquette? By the way, I am trained in anthropology. Throughout time and places, there are different codes of ethics and etiquette regarding sex. There are different codes and cultural beliefs regarding marriage. It is, it has been different in multiple times and places. No doubt that at the time the Bible was written, ideas about sex, sexuality, and marriage were very different from than they are now. Okay. So it is weird to want to look back over 2,000 years ago when this is something that doesn't have this isn't an established idea anywhere. It changes. Okay.
Ethics today? Fair enough. Stay with me. First, I have to explain what the Bible says about the topic. Simply put, from Genesis to Revelation, the Bible teaches that God designed sex to be experienced between one man and one woman who become one flesh in a
Uh,
loving, committed.
no. So unfortunately, weirdly enough, it's funny to have to correct him. I've read the Bible multiple times. I am an atheist, but I've definitely read the Bible multiple times. There are multiple cases in the Bible of polygamy where it's one man and multiple women. Oftentimes, it's one man and multiple enslaved women that the men basically assault to produce children. There are multiple instances of sexual assault, multiple instances of a man sleeping with multiple women. Uh, It is, if anything, and these are the people that this happens to in the Bible are often people that God is blessing and assigning great deeds to. So I'm not sure what he means that throughout the Bible it is established that it's always one man and one woman when it's clearly oftentimes one man and multiple women, oftentimes against their consent. There's a lot of sexual assault. There's even one part where God commands the Israelites to kill essentially an entire population of people, and then says, "You can keep the women." Now, a lot of Christians would say, "Oh, well, clearly he didn't mean that for immoral purposes." He didn't? What do you think was meant by "you can kill all the men, but you can keep the women"? What do you think they were using the women for? So I guess according to the Bible, that's okay. So I don't really think it's true that it says that one man and one woman is always the best, and it definitely doesn't promote that with the stories it tells. Anyway, just a note.
Relationship for life. While it's true that the Bible is full of people who fail to follow this teaching, and sadly experience the consequences of their choices,
Do they? Because the people in the Bible, a lot of the people in the Bible who are polygamists are blessed by God and are considered like the forerunners of the faith, like Abraham and Isaac. And now I could be getting the specific names wrong here, but they're like the main people in the religion who had multiple wives. So God definitely isn't punishing them enough if that is something he's punishing them for. Okay.
the Bible holds that sex is a sacred gift meant to be experienced within monogamous marriage. With this in mind, let's return to my question. After much discussion and a lot of hemming and hawing, here's what my students typically say.
So, real fast here about the idea that sex is a sacred gift meant to be experienced within marriage. I don't understand this. God must be deeply cruel, must be a deeply cruel deity to give human beings the urge to engage in sex, okay, for the sake of reproduction, and to then criticize them when they engage in it, with unless it's within specific circumstances. Why would a benevolent God do that? Be like, "Oh, here, you have all these urges to, and have sex. You have all these natural urges, but you're a sinner. You're a sinner if you do it outside of marriage. You must be, completely com chaste until you're married." Seems kinda like cruelty to me. It seems like, why are you making so anyway, just a side note there. Or maybe that it God didn't create people. I'm just saying, maybe it's just a we're animals, and it's a biological trait that we want to reproduce because that passes on our genetics, and that allows for the survival of the species, and it's sort of been evolved into us. Maybe it has to do more with evolution, and it's not some divine gift from God, okay? Just maybe that's a better explanation, and maybe we shouldn't feel so guilty about feeling those things, okay?
There would be no pregnancies outside of a loving, committed marriage. There would be no pain and devastation from adultery. There would be no absent
What?
fathers. There would be less domestic violence. There would be
What?
no sex trafficking, sexual abuse, or sexually transmitted diseases.
What?
My students have to admit that a
I'm
woman
sorry, there was just too much in there. He's saying that if people were only monogamous, there none of those things would exist. Um, but that's not what happens. We do know that half of monogamous marriages fail. You see what I mean? It's not like I don't know how you would achieve a situation where everyone had a perfect monogamous marriage. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very confused. That's okay. By the way, there are also ways yeah, there's also ways to have a non-monogamous situation and not spread STDs and not produce children and things like that. There are also ways, like if you use protection or you okay. Anyway, you could also in a marriage accidentally have children when you don't want them. I don't or you could spread an STD in a marriage. Like I don't okay. I don't understand. I'm very confused, but okay, we'll go on.
World without these evils, a world in which kids are raised
I wouldn't say that STD is evil. It's just like, you know what? It's weird to use the word evil. STDs are evil. STDs don't have any intent. It's not like they're a moral actor in the world. They exist. Um, okay, and if they're evil, why did God create them? If we're going to use this argument, syphilis is a living thing, so is God must have created it, right? So God made this evil syphilitic disease. I'm not sure why a living thing that it just exists is evil. I also don't know if I would say that even well, okay.
in a stable home with parents who love and cherish them would be far better than the world we currently inhabit. In contrast, the sexual revolution
Oh God,
has
here we go.
largely brought
Here we go.
psychological pain, disillusionment, and brokenness.
Oh, is that so?
Why?
Here we go.
Because it is rooted in at least three falsehoods.
Okay, first of all, guys, again, as always, conservatives always deeply obsessed with sex. Deeply obsessed with sex. Apparently, like the sexual revolution was the worst thing that ever happened in the United States and anywhere. That is the source of all of our problems. All of our problems. The source of all of our problems is the sexual revolution. By the way, there's an implication there too. You do know that the sexual revolution also came with a lot of liberation for women. So they're also saying, it's kind of underneath the surface idea that women shouldn't be liberated. They shouldn't be, birth control is bad. Women being able to, you know, take agency and yeah, go have fun, maybe have sex with a guy or two. Not have to be stuck. You see what I mean? Like, um, there's a lot of problems with this. By the way, do we think that there weren't a lot of like before the sexual revolution? Do you think that people weren't broken then? Do we think there weren't households where there was domestic abuse going on, or women especially felt like they were trapped and couldn't get out of a horrific marriage because they relied on the husband for economic reasons because the society wouldn't let them get a job or whatever? You see what I mean? So okay, this is just weird to me. It's just weird to me.
Line number one, sex is merely a leisure activity with no deeper meaning.
Okay, no one thinks that. I don't know. I don't know of anyone who thinks that sex is only a leisure activity with no deeper meaning. No. Okay. Yeah, it can be a leisure activity. That doesn't mean that it's only a leisure activity. It has deeper meaning. Okay. It can also be an act of love. It can be an act of forming a deeper emotional relationship with someone. Okay. This is not like it is no one says it's only a leisure activity. It's also a way of creating children, okay? Uh to say okay. And by the way, even if it were just a leisure activity, I don't really care. I don't really care. Regardless, no one thinks that. Okay? No one okay, that's not even what the sexual revolution said. It didn't say that sex was a just a leisure activity. It was saying that we shouldn't people can, be more expressive about their sexuality. Yeah, if you want to do it as a leisurely activity, more power to you. That's your decision. Okay? Anyway, but like also who cares? Again, like their obsession with these things drives me crazy. Why do they care too if people are doing it as a leisure activity? Like I want people to be happy. If people want to go leisurely have sex, more power to you. I want people to be happy. Why do they care about other people's bedrooms so much?
This is the central thesis of the sexual revolution. Sex is just a biological function. And of course, it's fun. And what's wrong with having a little bit of fun? And with birth control, there's no downside, right? But
I told you guys. What did I tell you? Did I not say that they're going to meant that birth control is going to come into this? You do know that birth control is another way of saying liberating women, right? By the way, one of the only ways that we know of that you almost universally fixes poverty is giving women more control over the reproductive cycles. Literally, in almost every society, if you give women access to birth control or condoms, you see the whole society rise up economically. It's one of the few universal ways to reduce poverty is to empower women over the reproductive cycles. So saying that birth control is bad is not only trying to control women's reproductive cycles, it's also trying to keep people in poverty. That's what that does. Okay, just to be honest with you.
Everyone knows this is not the full story. We all know there's more to sex than merely having a good time. Why, for instance, do movies now have an intimacy coordinator for sex scenes? They don't have a dinner coordinator for dinner scenes. Even in progressive Hollywood, they acknowledge that sex is in a category of its own.
Yeah, yeah, of course they have intimacy coordinators because there's a bunch of legal boundaries they have to get over when recording a sex scene, right? You have to make sure that there's a lot of issues with recording a sex scene because you have to worry about making sure that the actor and actress or actor and actor or actress and actress or actor and actor and actress, whoever's involved, I'm not discriminating, aren't assaulting each other and you don't get a lawsuit. You have to make sure that you aren't showing body parts that it's going to get your movie banned and things like that. There's a lot that goes into, um, coordinating a sex scene. You have to, and there's a lot of legal components to it, which, by the way, kind of shows our obsession with this stuff that we have to have these coordinators that we have to in order to prevent all these legal things from happening. Um, by the way, why don't we have coordinators for violent scenes? It's weird that we feel like we have to coordinate scenes about sex, but in America, we have so much violence, like all these shows about killing people with guns, all these shows about like, war and crap like that. I doubt we have to have coordinators for those scenes because those won't get as many legal challenges. Anyway, and I don't care about that either. I'm just saying, isn't it interesting how our society is so obsessed with a natural bodily function rather than the violence and things like that we're constantly showing in our movies. All right.
Hollywood might not call sex sacred, but they recognize its power, its significance, its meaning,
Mhm.
which, if you think about it, is not too far from the biblical view. Lie number 2,
What?
men and women are interchangeable. Your great
No.
grandmother would have fallen
What does that mean? Okay, no one says that. No one says that men and women are interchangeable. You know what people say? That they should be treated equally. That men and women deserve equal rights. They deserve to be treated equally. That we shouldn't have different expectations or we shouldn't stereotype based off gender. No one says that they're interchangeable. Okay. No one says that like someone who is gendered as a man can be interchanged with someone who's gendering as a woman. Like all right. That's the whole point of the categories is that you don't interchange them, right? So whether you're a trans man or a cis man or whatever it may be, you shouldn't like go about. No one says that. My point, okay, again, it's a straw man. All right. No one says they're interchangeable. We say that you shouldn't be discriminated against or treated differently based off that. Okay. If that does that make sense, folks? Right. Okay.
out of her chair laughing at this one. But today, this obvious truth often gets lost in our confused world. Consider the fact that well over 9 out of 10 sex offenders are male. If men and women were interchangeable, it would be 50-50.
No, so here's the thing. This is the problem, right? Yeah. Yeah. 9 out of 10 men or not, sorry, 9 out of 10 sexual offenders are found to be men. There are issues with this. One, does that mean that every single man is a sexual offender? No. It means that the vast majority of men do not do that. And so to put up a stat like that is actually pretty biased against men. It's implying, well, men are fundamentally like assaulting people. No, and that's the issue with generalizing based off gender. Yeah, men of the stat show men are more likely to do this. Does that mean that all men do this and that we should assume every man is going to be a sexual predator? No. Okay. No, right? Just like when we make assumptions about women and things and like strength, okay? On average, is it easier for men to build muscle mass? Yes, okay. But does that mean that every woman is like weaker than a man? No, that's generalizing. So, okay. Uh I'm just it's this completely missing the point completely missing the point.
The obvious reason is
Treat people like human beings and meet them where they are with their capabilities and their morality and their, see what I mean? Don't just assume based off gender anything, all right?
it's not, is because men and women are different. They have different sex drives. They are biologically different, and they even think differently. This, too,
Okay. All right. Different sex drives. I'm not sure what that means. Like, I'm not even going to address that, okay? Because, guys, I don't know if you know this, women can be horny. Ooh. Oh my God, is that shocking? Do you know that women can be horny? Women can be horny. Men can also be horny. But, I don't know if you know this. Men and women are human beings and they have a biological drive to reproduce. By the way, both men and women can also never be horny because there are some people, who are asexual and don't, and don't, aren't really into that. This is why you can't generalize, all right? Biologically different. Yeah, okay, yeah. But, you know, it depends on how you look at it. Yeah, there's some biological differences between uh men and women, okay? Yeah, but and that they think differently. Why? Okay, that's cute, but we do know that in the vast majority of ways, men and women think the same. Why do these folks always emphasize the differences? And also, it doesn't apply to everyone. We do, again, we all think like human beings. That's what we should think of first. And there might be some differences between men and women, but it depends on the person. And I don't even know if it's really that true overall. This is debatable. There have been some studies on it. Regardless, it's an assumption. Okay. So, all right.
the Bible affirms. Lie number 3, consent alone makes sex moral. While consent alone must be given for sex to be
I'm sorry. This one confuses me. Sex must be moral as long as consent is given. Well, okay. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this one. We could debate. So the act itself is having sex more immoral if I mean moral if you have consent. I think so. If you have two consenting adults, by the way, it has to be adults who engage in sex, then the act is moral. Now, we could talk about whether it's moral to do when you're lying to a partner, if you're cheating on someone or something like that, okay? But the act itself, it's just sex. I'm sorry to say that. I know the right wing is weirdly like freaks out about always freaks out about sex. It's like it's just sex, okay? It's like a normal thing that people do. Okay. So yeah, if there's consent, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that act as long, and people can withdraw consent at any time. Now, of course, if we were to talk about, like I said, doing it outside of marriage or something, like while you're married, that we could have a debate there. But the act itself, I don't know why. First of all, why do you care if there's two consenting adults or more than two? I'm not trying to hold back here. Why do you care if they've given consent? Okay, if they've given consent, who cares?
moral. Consent alone does not make it right or good. You can harm someone and dehumanize them with their consent.
What if they're into that? What if they're totally into that, right? What if someone likes to be dehumanized and you see what I mean? Okay, again though, it's consent, right? I don't want to judge someone who might like that if that's what they like sexually. Why do we like you can you might dehumanize them. Well, yeah, if you give consent though and it makes you happy, and you're like, okay, go ahead. If that's what you're into, I'm just saying, uh, okay, right? All right.
Wouldn't you rather be with someone who cherishes you rather than someone who's focused on simply getting you to say yes? Of course you would. That's the biblical view as well.
Ew, no.
In
What?
contrast to the message of the sexual revolution, people with a lifetime sexual partner, the biblical design, report the happiest marriages.
That's why it's a lifetime marriage, is because they're happy. But we have to understand that half of marriages fail, at least in the United States. I'd have to look at stats for elsewhere. So that's cute. Well, it's all great to be like, yeah, if you have a marriage that lasts for life, they're typically happy. That's because they've lasted for life. So, or I should say that's why they've lasted for life, is those people are happy, but most marriages fail. I'm sorry to say it, they do. I think it's what, 40 to 50% of marriages fail. I had to look up the exact statistic there. So this is a nice cherry pick of a statistic, isn't it?
According to British author Louise Perry, in her book The Case Against the Sexual Revolution, the monogamous model is spectacularly successful. When society adopts
Mm,
this model, according to
uh,
Perry, it results in less child abuse and domestic violence, lower crime rates, and positive economic
what?
growth. In short, people flourish in their lives and relationships.
Do we think
Again,
okay,
these
here's a question. Do we think that monogamy results in those things? Or do we think that monogamy is like easier in a situation where people are flourishing? Because it's really hard to maintain a relationship if you're struggling economically. It just is. It's really hard if you are constantly a lot of relationships end over money issues. It's really hard to maintain a good marriage and stuff if people are struggling and things like that. So, yeah, a lot of marriages fail. A lot of it might be because of economics situation and things like that. Um, so maybe one comes before the other. Maybe it's harder to be monogamous when you're struggling, which also means there's going to be more crime and stuff. Okay. I I'd have to look into that, but this weird connecting of marriage and like all these horrible things that are happening seems like a distraction from the economic realities of a very unfair society.
conclusions line up with the Bible. When Moses delivered God's law to the Israelites, he entreated them to follow the Creator's commands, which he said are for their good. God's design for sex is clear. It is to be experienced between one man and one woman.
No, it isn't clear. I already told you. It is definitely not clear. In the Bible, there are multiple. If anything, polygamy is the most common form of relationship in the Bible. One man and multiple women. Oftentimes, the women are not there by choice. They are basically enslaved. Even the Ten Commandments, when it refers to women, it lumps women together with chattel, with cattle and property. It says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's cattle. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife or his property. Like it views women as property of a man. That's like for most of the Bible. Okay. And then in other parts of the Bible too, like even in the New Testament, there's a part where there's a bunch of people about to stone a woman who they claim is a prostitute because the Bible thinks, there's a promotion there. A lot of people at that time believed that women should be executed if they engage in sexual activity. I'm wondering if the man was also treated that way. Anyway, so like this is just nonsense.
Become one flesh in a loving, committed relationship for life. So let's revisit my opening question. What would the world be like if everyone followed the Bible's teaching on
Boring. It'd be very boring. Very boring.
sex? Better, same, or worse? I think you know the answer. Whether you choose to live it, well, that's up to you. I'm Sean McDowell, Associate Professor of Philosophy at Talbot School of Theology for Prager University.
Okay. So my last note here, folks, is, who cares?
Thank you for
I don't know why the right wing and PragerU are obsessed with telling all of you out there how to live your lives, what you need to be into, what kind of sex you want to get involved in, what you want to do in your bedroom, who you want to love. Who cares? You do you, right? Like find happiness in your own way. You don't need to listen to these charlatans out here, these folks who are trying to control your sexuality and stuff. And by the way, it's okay. It's okay to have sexual desire. It's okay. And it's okay to get things wrong sometime. It's okay to have a relationship that fails, right? It's a human thing. It hurts. It does. But, we're human. We a lot of stuff involving love and sex is very emotionally driven. Our bodies, we're not perfect when it comes to it. It's okay to make mistakes. Just make, do make sure you get consent. Don't let these folks control you. And women out there especially, we do see how a lot of this is about controlling you, right? Like a lot of this stuff, if we were to look deeply into this, it's about like controlling women. A lot of it, okay? And even controlling men to some extent, okay? Even controlling men, but mainly a lot of this stuff is about controlling women, all right? So, okay. Okay, you guys. Phew, God, we're done there. Oh. All right, all right, all right, all right. So we'll clip that shit. I'm gonna clip that shit right there. Clip it. Boop. Clip it and ship it. All right. There we go. Um, Let me quickly change this over, guys, so I can see you better. The video. Okay, thank you very well. And by the way, guys, like, who cares? I'm just like, okay, maybe let me make sure I got everything set up here so that we can. I can go back to doing what we're doing here. Why won't this work for me? Okay, I need to quickly oop, boop. So, guys, also like, has anyone here? I mean, I'm curious. You don't have to tell me. Has anyone here ever been in a polyamorous relationship? Anyone here ever been in a polyamorous relationship? Um, like there's a lot more people. It seems to be a lot more folks are willing to do polyamory. I've never been in a polyamorous relationship, but I feel like I'm not. Oh, you have? That's cool, LaQuа. I feel like I'm not powerful enough for that. I'm not cool enough to do that. But I thank you, Ida. Thank you very much for the 59 NOK. Forgive me. I'm not sure what the the Ida. I've missed you, Ida. I'm very glad that you're here. Okay. Uh, okay. Very glad that you're here. Okay, not love but gain bane. Ida, I love it. Okay. Thank you so much for the donation, Ida. Really. Okay. So, yes. So, yeah, like, okay, yeah, but hey, more power to you. I think polyamory is cool. I think everything is cool. I think everyone is cool. Okay. I think you do what you want, get consent. I really don't care. I really don't know why they're always so obsessed about what's happening in people's bedrooms. Okay. All right. Takes a lot of time management and communication skills. I believe it, Wizards. But now tell me, Wizards, if you've done it before, does it take more than like a regular relationship? Like as in like a two-person couple relationship? Because I mean, don't normal relationships also take time and communication? Or does it take more because there's more people involved? Okay. Um, a partner of your partner. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I actually think it's really cool, guys. Like, okay, let me second. Let me put up a different screen here. I'm gonna put my face screen back up so we can get back to our regular screen so everyone feels more comfortable. Because I know you all lose your mind. Have to stay hydrated. There you go, right? So there we go. I'll put my face back up. So, like, I think it's really cool how there is a lot of experimentation with these things going on. As in, like, people are more willing to do these things. It's like super modern. It's kind of like my views on trans people. I think trans people are very cool because it's kind of like this super hyper futuristic cyborg society where you can be whatever gender you want and like it's the future and like crap like that. Okay. Like, all this other stuff. It's super cool, advanced, awesome, futuristic society. And like the same thing with different relationships. Like we have all these cool different structures of relationships we can try. And, we have options. And like it's super cool to me. I know people are like, don't make trans people sound like there's like somehow these advanced creatures. I think they are. I think they are cyborgs. I think trans people are badass. They're like really cool, like almost like cybernetic organisms that are more advanced than I am. Okay. They're more advanced than I am because they've been able to, they are the gender they would like to be and things like that. Okay. Anyway, how dare you guys? Don't make fun of me. I think trans people are cool, right? Uh, okay. So all right. Yeah, they're like cool. Isn't it badass though, guys? Okay, they're not actual like cyborgs, but you see what I mean? You can like, oh, thank you. Oh, Ida. We'll help you find someone, Ida. Ida says I'm single, by the way, LOL, but you are a best and kindest guy in the world. All my love and support. Thank you, Ida. Really, okay. Thank you. So, okay. But yeah, like I think the idea of like all these different relationships and like polycules, polyamory is so cool and badass and futuristic. Yeah. Autobots, roll out. Okay. There you go, retro. There you go, retro. You are okay, fair. Retro Asher is a cyborg. It's a badass cyborg. We should all be clear that Retro Asher is a superior human to the rest of us. Retro Asher is the next stage of human evolution. Okay. Um, are you really, Denizen? How is that? I am curious. Okay. Okay. Hello, Dolly boy, bark, bark, Dolly boy. All right. So, okay. Hello, Jake Love. How are you doing, Jake Love? Bonjour, comment ça va? All right. All right. So anyway, it's just cool stuff. I think it's all cool, and I think it's stupid when people are scared of it. It makes me feel like I'm living in an awesome futuristic society, and I wish we were more open to it. And it's barbaric and backwards that we suppress progress. Okay. Anyway, all right, all right. Uh, okay. And wouldn't it be cool, guys? I think it'd be even cooler. Thank you, LaCroix, for that, doing that. I think it'd be even cooler if we had like 1,000 different genders and you could like pick. You could be like, okay, well, I want to be this gender. I want to be this like tertiary gender. Like that'd be really cool. That'd be also really cool in advance. Anyway, just my opinion. All right, I know. Whatever. I'm like one of those people that the right wing is afraid of. They're like, you want like 1,000 different genders, and I'm like, that sounds awesome to me. Jesus Christ, if you could pick a gender, like a pick a cereal, like there's, I'd love that shit. That'd be like some advanced shit. Okay. So, okay, I'm kind of exaggerating there. All right, enjoy your contributions. I want you to avoid those ads. Thank you, guys. Frankly, Frankie, I do need coal. Okay, I love being of not having the expectation of being everything a person needs, and not expecting one person to be everything I could ever need. That's amazing, Denizen. That's a really beautiful way of phrasing that. Okay. Okay, Cody, Sam, we can do that. Not biologically just yet, but we pick genders. Oh no, I know, Cody, but I'm saying like I wish there were like 1,000 different kinds, and you could. Okay, anyway, all right. Edith says I'm poly in the bedroom when I am single, but not when I am in a relationship. Maybe I am bipolar. I love that. All right. Okay, have you seen the price of gender these days? I know, Macy. I know. Okay. All right. Okay. So. I don't care, guys. I think it's all very cool. I think it's all very cool. So, whatever. Who cares? By the way, I use Faye, its pronouns because I enjoy the confusion it causes the straights. Nothing funnier than watching someone decide between using it, its, and gambling on which conjugation of Faye, fair I use. Good for you, wizards. Yeah, you could just be ethnically non-monogamous too. I mean, I'm not going to talk about my personal experience with these things too much. I don't want to traumatize anyone. I'm kidding. But yeah, nothing wrong with ethical non monogamy. I'll tell you what, nothing wrong with that. Okay. Nothing wrong at all, folks. Nothing wrong with ethical non monogamy. Anyway, uh, okay. So, there you go. Agreed, wizards. Support the weird queers in your lives who use rare pronouns. Okay. Okay, guys. So, thank you everyone for doing that with me. I can post that video later and hopefully get some views, and I'll piss off with a strap on. I'm trans. Ida. Okay. I'm not gonna say that out loud, Ida. But by the way, guys, I also have some food here. Um, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna take a bite of my chicken drumstick. Yes, I know it's weird that I randomly pull a chicken drumstick out of nowhere. That you're like, where did that come from? But you know it's me. I always have a meal basically sitting right in front of me all the time. Okay. Okay. What joke? I'm sorry. What I miss? Did I miss a joke? Mmm. That is a good drumstick. Good drumstick. Hello, Doug Stewart. Okay. Gotta love a good chicken drumstick, don't we? Mmm. Mmm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. So, we got some other stuff to talk about. Thank you for your contributions, folks. I will put on the jester hat. By the way, guys, if we get 10 super chats today, guess what we'll do? Guess what we'll do? if we get 10 super chats, I will go over and do a Cult of Isaac stream, okay? Or I'm sorry, not Cult of Isaac, Jesus Christ. Cult of the Lamb. We'll do a Cult of the Lamb stream, okay? I know you all love doing Cult of the Lamb, okay? All right. Everyone ready? Let's move on after I take another drink. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, Alyssa, how about this? We'll do it tomorrow. If we get 10 today, we'll do it tomorrow. Okay, Alyssa? How does that work? Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you for that contribution. Okay. So we'll do it tomorrow, guys. It's because I do want Alyssa to be joined, so we'll do it tomorrow, okay? Mithril, that's kind of true, actually. It's kind of gross. This is really gross, Mithril. I had to change this because the other one, look, there's like face paint on it and shit. Okay. So you're kind of right there. Okay. Shall we go on? We have some things to talk about. I'm gonna move up to the scene here. How was that, guys? That wasn't bad. We can do more things. Like we can do more reactions that I then clip out later for the sake of the channel. All right. So some things I wanted to talk with you guys about. You know what? Speaking of trans people, this was a clip. Who sent this? Was this Druzilla? Are you here, Druzilla? Are you here, Druzilla? Let's see here. Denizen says, I had a non-binary queer friend tell me I'm also queer because I'm into trans women. Is this true? I don't consider myself truly queer because at the end of the day, I like both cis and trans women. Denizen, I think you can call yourself whatever the hell you want. I think if you want to be called queer, you can be called queer. I don't think there is a set use of the word queer. Do whatever you want, Denizen. More power to you. Okay, more power to you. I'm all about sexual liberation. You do you, Denizen. Okay, like, I've been considering. I say I'm gay, right? But I've been considering starting to call myself queer. I am gay, right, guys? Like, if I were on a spectrum, I got to tell you, if it was like 10 is like only gay and 1 is like straight, I'd probably be about a 10. So like but gay is sort of, I don't know. I feel like it's almost outdated now. There's nothing wrong with the term, but like I'm okay with calling myself queer. I don't know, but I still call myself gay, but regardless. Okay. Assistant cult leader contribution. Thank you, Alyssa. You're the best. Thank you, Alyssa. Okay, you're an angel. You know that. Okay, so this is from Druzilla. Yeah, there you go, Meowzord. Okay. All right. So this, speaking of trans folks, this is the cool cyborgs out there. Okay. This is these. I don't know who these guys are. This was sent to me by Druzilla though, and yeah, me too. I think the word queer is fantastic. It sort of covers a lot of bases. And so, like, you don't have to explain it too much. Okay. Thank you again, Alyssa. Yeah. Oh, wow. We got 3 now. Fantastic. So this was sent to me by Druzilla. These 2 guys, I don't know who they are, but apparently they have a cute little conversation about trans folks. So let's listen to it. We'll see if it's good. Okay. Ready? Okay.
For literally no reason.
It's so good, dude. It's perfect.
People really liked the last one that we did, where we went through memes and stuff. So
Dude,
I figured we'd take a break from the news and whip out some more memes. Are you down?
Let's get into the memes.
Well, I lied. We're doing the news. People are more likely to regret having children than gender-affirming surgery study finds.
Guys, okay. You do okay. When it comes to gender-affirming surgery, right? All right, let's talk, folks. Let's talk real fast, and then we'll get right back to this. Okay, we do know that every surgery has a rate of regret, right? Every single surgery you could imagine has a rate of regret. If you have knee surgery, there's a certain percentage of people who will later say they regret having the knee surgery. Okay, there is always a percentage of people who say that they regret having any kind of surgery. Now then, when it comes to gender-affirming surgery, we do know that the rate of regret for gender-affirming surgery is actually significantly less than the rate of regret for almost any other kind of surgery, right? So, like, you're more likely to have regret for having a hip replacement surgery than you are for having a gender affirmation surgery. Okay, there you go, Trump failed, okay? or for like you're more likely to have a regret for having knee surgery than you are for having a gender affirming surgery. Like, okay, like, and yet the right wing is always screaming about how, like, well, there are people who regret the surgery and don't like it after it's done. Who cares? Like, the rate of regret for that surgery is actually significantly less than any other kind of surgery, basically. Uh, there you go, Brucey. So, uh, so my point is, it's dumb to use that as a reason to not do gender affirming surgery when it's like a deeply successful surgery that most people don't regret. Anyway, okay. Ugh.
Yeah.
Dear God. Yup.
I'm a parent. I'm not going to comment on this.
Don't let
There
little
you go,
soul
Dan.
see this. All right. People are more likely to regret having children than gender affirming surgery.
Oof, that's dark. People are more likely to regret having children than gender affirming surgery. Really, the right wing ought to start freaking out about that too. They should start screaming about how we shouldn't let people have children because people often regret it after they've done it. Okay.
Study finds other operations, while associated with higher rates of post-operative regret, are not restricted and policed like gender-affirming surgery. A new study found, like knee surgeries, knee replacement surgeries has a massively, it's like 3 or 4 times greater regret rate.
Oh, yeah.
Than gender.
There you go, Alyssa. I regret eating a half a pan of brownies. Ban brownies. Yeah.
Surgery.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Holy.
Yeah.
More
Yeah,
people
Alyssa.
regret Harry Potter tattoos than gender-affirming surgery, and
Oh no! Don't tell J.K. Rowling.
we cackle.
And we cackle.
Hell yeah. When the Harry Potter series first hit shelves, it became an instant classic with hordes of fans lining up for each new book release and movie premiere. But now that the author J.K. Rowling has proven herself to be a transphobic monster, I love that it has a citation there. People who
Right.
celebrated their love for the franchise with a tattoo are regretting it.
Oh.
You know who isn't regretting their choice? People who got gender-affirming surgery, according to a now viral social
Yeah,
media
that's right.
post.
Let's
I recently
go.
discovered that Harry Potter tattoos have a higher regret rate than gender-affirming surgeries, and that's very funny.
It's so good, dude. It's so good.
I tweeted out something like
Yep.
that. I don't think they're quoting me, but maybe I learned it at the same time. That's fun.
Yep,
The
yep.
meme has now made the rounds of social media in the past, but really skyrocketed today when it was reposted by on X by Lindy Ford. It was racked up 7 million views, likely because of
Jeez.
how much
Hey,
Rowling's
Daffy the
trans
Deception.
hate has been in the news lately.
Mhm.
I reposted
Sorry, 1 second. Trump failed says Harry Potter adults are one of my biggest things I'm bigoted about. If I'm being for real, LOL. Just saying. How dare you, Trump failed? I think we have Harry Potter adults in here. How dare you? Okay, who's game? Welcome, Defy the Deception. I regret having weird biology. What do you mean, Defy? What about your biology do you think is weird? Love having you here, Defy. Please explain to me your comment there. Okay. Oh, I got you, Mousord. Okay. That's funny. Harry Potter adults is just kawaii culture for white people. Okay. All right.
it because it made me laugh, so it definitely wasn't mine. But also because I think it's something to think about, Ford tells Pride. With so many surgeries falling under the gender-affirming umbrella, like breast augmentation on cis women, I think it would be pretty difficult to prove that those are regretted more than a tacky tattoo. Ooh, tacky tattoo, dude. Tacky.
For real.
Regret rates for transgender surgery are practically non-existent.
There it is.
A new
Hey,
study
Sylvie.
has shown incredibly high levels of satisfaction with gender-affirming surgery. The study, published in Plastics and Reconstructive Surgery, the Journal of American Society of Plastic Surgeons, said that 99.7% of trans people who had undergone surgery experienced a degree of satisfaction.
that is crazy success rate. Crazy success rate for any surgery. 99.7% were satisfied. Oh my God, that is amazing. That really is okay, guys, we got positive news, even in 2026, that the medical community has achieved a surgical success rate of satisfaction of 99.7%. Dear God. But of course, we can't have nice things. So one of the few amazingly good things about our about medicine right now. I mean, there's a lot of good things about medicine right now, but like is the right wing is going after. Okay? Like, yeah, Brucey. Yeah, trans people have to go through so much before they even get that surgery, okay? But this shows that it's working, that process is good. But of course, we can't allow that, right? We can't allow that. We can't allow good things to happen.
Satisfaction with the outcome. An incredible figure in the context of any healthcare outcomes. More people regret nose jobs, dude.
There you go. I mean, it makes sense.
Regret rates for gender affirming.
I understand defy the deception. Hey, as long as you keep your mind, at least as long as you keep your mind open, okay? And as long it is a let me put it this way. Defy the deception says, I wish my brain would accept that positive fact, but I live with a transphobe in my head. You know, defy deception, that is a good it's good that you acknowledge it, okay? I mean, as long as you know, you can work on addressing it, all right? We have been raised in a society that looks down upon people like that and things like that, okay? So as long you're on the right path, if you can acknowledge that's a good fact and that you have a transphobe in your head, you can work to try to silence that transphobe, okay? So just keep working on it. Defy the deception, okay? Defy deception. I would just say this, right? One last thing here. Like, defy the deception, like, who cares, right? Let people can do what they want. It doesn't really affect you. Like, and I know you're not saying it does. I'm just saying, um, I want people to be happy and stuff. Like, let people do what they want to do, right? I don't know why we need to. There's so much pressure out there on trans folks. It's like they're doing what makes them happy. They're just human beings trying to be human beings. I don't know why there's so much rage towards them. But I know our society kind of promotes that. But it's good that you do see that inside yourself there, defy that deception.
Surgery. The Transgender Health Program, Regret and Requests for Reversal, released a new study focused on the regret rates of gender-affirming surgery. They found that 99.7% of trans individuals were satisfied with their surgery. A work group, including cis, trans, and gender-diverse professionals, met for a duration of 14 months. Their study consisted of patients who underwent gender-affirming surgery during a 5-year period between 2016 and 2021. In total, the Transgender Health Program examined 1,989 trans patients. Only 6 patients, 0.3%, requested reversal surgery or transition back to their sex assigned at birth. The study also concluded that an environment...
By the way, guys, can we all acknowledge that Defy Your Deception has a badass name? I love that name. That is a great name. Defy the Deception. Oh, my God. Dear God, okay?
That normalizes authentic gender expression, affirming each individual's surgical goals without any judgment, are foundational to mitigating against regret. And this time period that they're choosing was quite volatile. That was pretty aggressive as far as transphobia was going.
Sure. 2016, 2021. Oh, yeah. Big stuff happening. Yeah.
This study validates the results of previous research on regret rates. For instance, a 2022 Lancet study done in the Netherlands found that 98% of trans youth who went through gender-affirming healthcare continue their treatment into adulthood. The point...
Guys, and I got to tell you, too, another one of the things here, you know, I was a teacher, and you do know that, like, when the younger you get a gender-affirming care, it massively reduces your likelihood of... I'll just say it, suicide. It does. So, like, the earlier you get gender affirming care, the less likely you are to commit suicide. And there's a very high suicide rate amongst transgender youth. It is not an exaggeration to say that not letting younger people transition is killing them. It results in people dying. And I have met people who, for example, are somewhat transphobic, and when they hear that, they'll suddenly start thinking differently about it. If they don't start thinking differently about it after hearing that, that's kind of a red flag. But like, we do know, like, okay, let's say you don't like the idea of transgender people. Okay, whatever. But do you want them to die? Are you saying you want kids and people to kill themselves because they can't get the care they need? Like, I think there are some people out there who don't want that, but they don't realize the consequences. And I'm not, regardless, we have to be clear about that, right? Okay. And I've had students who aren't alive anymore because of that. So, all right.
3% regret rate on our newest study is much smaller compared to other common yet serious surgeries. Interestingly, knee replacement surgery has a dissatisfactory rate
Yeah.
30%.
Dude.
Oh my God.
Undo this. Take
The
this
rate is up
out.
to 100 times that of gender affirming surgery.
you
However,
go,
knee
Doug.
replacement surgery does not go through the same scrutiny as trans healthcare does.
Yep.
I know
It
not
doesn't.
only is the surgery even more difficult to get, but they're so
There you go. Mithril, you're right. Doug, Viagra is gender affirming care. Yeah, Rogaine is gender affirming care, right? If men start losing their hair, they get obsessed with growing it back. Trust me, I'm starting to lose my hair, and I'm like, oh my God, how do I stop this? Okay, like it's just kind of a thing. Like I want to affirm my gender. Okay, all right. So like, uh,
much happier with it at the end.
Yeah.
The evidence is overwhelming in that it shows fears around transition regret are blown out of proportion. Conservatives cling onto this myth in order to justify their anti-trans bills banning gender-affirming healthcare. Instead, we focus on the joy that gender-affirming healthcare brings and the positivity of so many people being able to
I
live.
think TJ, I think it is minoxidil. Does that regrow your hair? I'm not quite sure. If it does, then yeah. Or at least it thickens your hair. I don't know if Rogaine regrows it, but it thickens the hair. It makes it thicker. Okay. Okay.
freely as themselves, celebrating who they are. I love that.
Same.
Yeah.
So good.
The conversation. I love how it says Edition Canada up there. Transgender regret.
So this is
research
really good.
challenges,
I
narratives
like this video. I know I keep interrupting it.
about gender-affirming surgeries. You'll often hear lawmakers, activists, and pundits argue that many transgender people regret their decision to have gender-affirming surgeries, a belief that's been fueled by a wave of legislation that restricts access to gender-affirming healthcare. And I noticed that a lot of
Got you. So, but isn't that the same with Rogaine, Matt Saigai? Minoxidil is a temporary fix that needs to be applied for your entire life. Interesting. Is that the same with Rogaine? I don't know. I'm just curious. Basically,
individuals
okay.
that actually go up to the podium and end up speaking to
Oh, actually, true. Gluteal, technically, it could be gender affirming, right? Going bald could be gender affirming for some men. I guess it depends. I think more men would view having hair as gender affirming, but I guess you could say both.
speaking of
Rogaine. Okay, I'm a fool. There's no present treatment that is a cure. I got you, Matt Saigai.
Congress or whoever is the lawmaker that's going to be passing some
Godspeed is back. Welcome, Godspeed, and Godspeed to you.
legislation against trans people, it's often the same individuals going across the country to talk to different organizations, and they do seem to have their travel funded by specific groups that kind of have it against LGBT people and have kind of a bit of a bias in a culture war narrative being pushed so that nobody really focuses too hard on what they're doing.
Yeah.
I like the guy's hair color. Do you guys know when I was in school, I had red hair? Was it red hair? It was like purple hair. I had blue hair. I had blue hair when I was in high school for a little bit.
Just that, a little bit.
Okay.
When I was a punk.
Yeah, I see it.
Gender affirming
I didn't like it. It didn't end up looking very well.
care can include surgical procedures such as facial reconstruction, chest or top surgery.
I don't know, TJ. Maybe I want to ask Matt Saigai about that.
And genital or bottom surgery. Dude, we've got a friend that just went through bottom surgery. And like, whenever she's ready to talk about it, I am super stoked to hear about it. We've been DMing about it a little bit, and apparently it's been just like a real challenge to go through.
Right.
And
yep.
I know we've talked about it before, but like to get bottom surgery takes some real balls.
Yeah, I admit, guys, like you have to be a very courageous person to let someone take a scalpel to your genitalia. And I know that sounds like, I don't want to overplay this point, but I want you guys to think about what you'd be willing, how desperate you would be, or how much you need that you're willing to do that. That really shows a deep need for it, right? That, folks, it's something that people need. It's not like a want. Like most people don't just want to do that. It's like a need. Okay. Okay. And like, you also understand, guys, a lot of times after a transgender person actually goes through bottom surgery, they have post-operative euphoria, or I should say post-transition euphoria. After they have transitioned, they have a period of extreme euphoria because they're finally in the body that they want, or they finally have the body that matches their gender. Okay. Like and I've met trans people who have been through bottom surgery and are going through that phase of euphoria. And oh my God, guys, you will never want to stop a trans person from getting a surgery again after you've met a trans person who has that euphoria and you see how happy they are. Like, the happiness is absolutely mind-blowing, okay? And it's so humanizing, okay? I just something to think about.
Seriously. Yeah.
And that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
problem. Okay, but in an
That's fair,
article we
God.
recently
That's true, Godspeed, okay? Like, some people will get, like, piercings through their genitals and things like that. I personally don't think I could handle that. I'm a bit too weak-willed for that, but hey, more power to people who can do that.
published in JAMA Surgery, we challenge the notion that transgender people often regret gender-affirming surgeries. If evidence suggests that less than 1% of transgender people who undergo gender-affirming surgery report regret. The proportion is even more striking when compared to the fact that 14.4% of the broader population reports regret after similar surgeries. For example, studies have found that between 5% and 14% of all women who receive mastectomies to reduce the risk of developing breast cancer say they regret doing so. However, less than 1% of transgender men who receive the same procedure report regret. These statistics are based on reviews of existing studies that investigated regret among 7,928 transgender.
So, they're reading a article. I'm not sure what it's from, but it's just an article from some news source.
Individuals who receive gender-affirming surgeries. Although some of this prior research has been criticized for overlooking the fact that regret can sometimes take years to develop,
Yeah,
it
TJ.
aligns with the growing body
It also kind of sounds horrifying for a bottom there, TJ. Anyway.
of studies that show positive health outcomes among transgender people who receive gender-affirming care.
Yeah.
Why access to gender-affirming surgery matters.
Oh,
About
gotcha,
1.6
weird
million
wizards.
people in the U.S. identify as transgender, while only about 25% of these individuals have obtained gender-affirming surgeries. These
Right.
procedures
How
have
dare you,
become
Doc.
more commonplace. From 2016 to 2020, roughly 48,000 trans people in the U.S. received gender-affirming surgery.
Let's go.
These procedures provide transgender people with the opportunity to align their physical bodies with their gender identity, which could positively impact mental health. Research shows that access to gender
Hey, Ninjester, more power to him. Ninjester says, I had a guy in my DMs once who recently had gone through bottom surgery, and all he wanted to do was show me his new penis. Yeah, I mean, you can understand why, Ninjester. Take it as a I know you're not saying it as a bad thing, Ninjester. Take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment. Okay. Yeah. Like, do you blame him? Like, you finally have a new penis, and like you want to be able to show it off to someone, right? I don't blame that person at all. Okay, gluteomyalgia. This may be TMI, but I have a crossbar through mine. Gluteomyalgia, more power to you. You got some balls. You got some balls, gluteomyalgia. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I don't think I'd be able to let someone do that to me. But hey, that's kind of badass, and it's kind of hot, gluteomyalgia, that you're willing to do that. Okay. Anyway, um, yeah, right. Nothing more toxic masculine than itching to send a dick pic, right? We'll excuse that person for now, wizards. We'll excuse that person for now, okay? Uh,
surgery may reduce levels of depression,
Men are gonna be
anxiety,
men,
suicidal
right?
ideation among transgender people. The mental health benefits may explain low levels of regret. Transgender people have far higher rates of mental health concerns than
Dex Stewart, that's so cool.
cisgender people or people whose gender identity aligns with their sex at birth. This is largely because transgender people have a more difficult time living authentically without experiencing discrimination.
Oh my God, Fetty, I know, right? Fetty Spaghetti says, is someone desperately trying to get HRT? This stuff drives me crazy. Imagine working yourself into a tizzy, thinking about what other people have in their pants. Sounds like gooner behavior to me. Exactly what I say. Exactly what I say, okay? There, Fetty Spaghetti. The obsession that conservatives have with people's genitals is weird. It is weird. It's very, very weird. I don't like it. It's just strange. Like, who cares? Who cares what other people do? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Right? And it's weird that people obsess about it so much.
Harassment, and violence. Gender-affirming surgery often involves going through a number of hoops, waiting periods, hormone therapy. Good Lord, dude, the waiting periods in the UK
Yeah,
could be like
it's
a
bad.
decade.
Like
Oh,
the
yeah.
long waiting periods. I think they should be shorter, to be honest with you. There do need to be a lot of good steps in there for the sake of ensuring, but they're almost too careful just because of how um of all the perceptions of it and stuff, and the fact that it is pretty significant surgery or transitioning and things like that. Okay. Oh, you used frequency music to sleep. Oh, that's a good idea, Ida. That's a really good idea. I have trouble sleeping, so Mithril, hello outer signal. uh yeah, I know. Yep.
It
I've
is
heard. Yeah.
nutso over there.
Yeah. Yep.
Number 2 is waiting periods, hormone therapy, and learning about potential risks and benefits of procedures. Although most surgeries are reserved for adults, the leading guidelines recommend the patients be at least 15 years old. Yeah, and that is in the most extreme of circumstances. Absolute last resort kind of option at that point. This thorough process that trans people go through before receiving surgery may also explain the lower levels of regret. In addition, many cisgender people get surgeries that, in their ideal world, they wouldn't receive, but they go through the surgery in order to prevent a health problem. Improving research and public policy. It's important to note that this research is not conclusive. Views of surgeries can change over time, and patients can feel quite differently about their outcomes 8 years after the surgery as opposed to 1 year after the surgery.
But that's the same with every surgery, okay?
Nonetheless, the consensus among experts, including the American Medical Association, is that gender-affirming surgery can improve transgender people's health and should not be banned. U.S. states such as Oklahoma and North Dakota have ignored this.
Of course, guys, it's the consensus of experts, but of course, the right wing doesn't care about expertise, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that it's like absolutely a consensus. All right.
Census and have restricted access to these procedures. In response, 12 states have designated themselves sanctuaries for gender-affirming care.
Hell
yeah.
That's
Although
so good.
our statistics on surgical regret may change and as researchers learn more, they are the best data that healthcare providers have, and the public policies that are based on the best available evidence that have the most potential to improve people's lives. Incredible.
There we go.
Oh my God.
My fellow queer and trans people.
All right. So that's fantastic. Okay. I love that video. That's really good. Yeah, I'm just like, we should just love everyone. Who cares? I know I sound like a lib or something. Just love everyone. But seriously, like, who the hell cares? I don't care what other people do. You don't have to love everyone, but Jesus. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Some Marxists will try to come up with analysis whereby trans people are like made up by the pharmaceutical. No, weird amorphous blob. I've talked about this before on stream. There's a lot of weird Marxist stuff like against gay people and against trans people. And there's a lot of sort of toxic things around that, like claiming that those things are, bourgeois degeneracy and all that nonsense. I think, fundamentally that has nothing to do with Marxism. It has to do with people's preconceived notions about these things. Okay. And since Marxism doesn't directly address those things, you can kind of just make up that it does. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. Gays are capitalist propaganda and shit like that. Like a lot of, for example, quote unquote Marxist societies, they sort of like shoehorn in the anti-trans and anti-gay stuff into the Marxism and claim that that's what it comes from, when it really doesn't. It's sort of pre-existing biases being worked into the ideology. You know what I mean? Okay, it's just dumb. Yeah, I have everyone with me. How dare you, TJ? All right. Okay. Let's see here. Hello, welcome, Last Bastion of Civ 5. Their Last Bastion responds to Weird Amorphous Blob. It says that they are wrong. By the way, love Civ 5, good game. They are wrong, but they do have a point because the trans people who can afford this get surgery are probably rich and part of the bourgeoisie. Okay, so yeah, that's fair, Bastion. But you would say that like being transgender and wanting the surgery has nothing to do with like wealth and like has nothing to do with wealth. Yeah, access to those surgeries, it is somewhat differentiated by wealth. But it doesn't have to be. So it has nothing to do with the bourgeois that trans people exist and that they need surgery. Welcome here to the chat, though, Last Bastion of Civ 5. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, there you go, Fox Emblem. Okay. All right. So, okay, let's go on here. I have some other things I wanted to show you all. That was a great story. Loved that. Let's see here. Okay, guys, let's do this video. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a good video, as in I don't know how that is so weird. Yeah, I've seen this stuff too, Weird Amorphous Blob. You say I'm a bit jabbing at Federica because she argued Marxists should be highly skeptical about trans people. Yeah, I see that shit all the time, Weird Amorphous Blob, and it's really weird to me. Because, if we think that trans people have only existed under capitalism, that's just bullshit. Like, historically, they have existed throughout time and space. It's not like it doesn't, like, suddenly appear underneath, uh, okay, I write where's blah like, it doesn't suddenly appear underneath capitalism. It's just so stupid to think that. I showed you guys that picture, under feudalism, I showed you guys that picture of, what? The Count de Eu, or whatever his name is? What is his name? Chevalier d'Eon. Okay, the Chevalier d'Eon, who was I just like saying it, it's French. Are you still here, Jake Love? Jake Love is from France. Jake Love, have you ever heard of this person? She was a transgender French woman who was basically assigned literally was the best swordsman in France, was viewed as the best swordsman in France, and was such a brilliant warrior on the battlefield, and was so competent in fighting for the French crown that the king of France at the time officially, through royal decree, changed her gender to female and said that anyone who disrespected her gender would be punished for it because she was such an honor to the kingdom of France. Like, trans people have existed for a long time. It's not like they suddenly appeared under capitalism. Uh, okay. Anyway, so all right, that's ew, and here's actually a cool image. Here's a very cool image of her fighting in the court because she was the best swordsman in France. Other members of the court would constantly challenge her to a duel so they could try to prove that she wasn't the best, and she constantly defeated them. And then sometimes if anyone made a comment, the king would like throw that person into prison. Like if anyone said something rude to her regarding her gender, the king would not stand for that because she was a hero of France. Okay. Anyway, I just love that shit. Okay. All right. So moving on. Here we have let's talk a little bit about the UK. Now, for those who aren't from the UK, please stay around. Don't get scared away, okay? The UK guys, it is important oftentimes to look at how poverty and systems of government are causing poverty in other places, okay? And I don't know if this video will be particularly good at doing that. We'll see, but it's talking about why the UK is struggling economically. And I want us, for the people who aren't from the UK, let's try to also make some comparisons. How is, based off what we've learned in these streams about capitalism, about, because the UK is capitalist, they have many more social programs than the United States is. They're still a capitalist country. Let's see how capitalism is affecting them, what we can learn from how capitalism is affecting them, and things like that, and see if we can apply it to our society as well. Of course, at the same time, just learning about the UK, it's interesting, right? Okay. So, all right. By the way, I have been here. I've been to London. I love London. Now, one of the issues with London is that the UK is suffering because the doctor left. Last Bastion, love that. Okay. Uh, one of the issues of London is that it takes up a lot of the resources for the whole country. So a lot of resources go towards London, and then that drains resources from other cities all around England. And Scotland and stuff. But anyway, maybe they'll talk about it. So let's see what we have to learn here about the UK and why it's struggling economically, because it is. It is. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of money. There is a lot of money laundering in London and such. All right. So let's listen.
This is London. It has 215,700 millionaires, 516 centimillionaires, and 45 billion.
Okay, that should be illegal. I feel like no country, the United States, any country I don't think billionaires should be illegal. Should be legal at all. Why the hell do we have billionaires anywhere? They're an international menace. Get rid of them. No one should have that much money. It's obvious, right? If we want to have muscular democracy, we need to protect democracy by making sure people can't consolidate so much wealth, because wealth equals power in almost every case imaginable. Even if you don't let it in your political system, it's going to affect people. So can we please get rid of billionaires? Bye-bye, billionaires. Bye. All right.
Billionaires. London is very, very rich. But the rest of the UK?
Yep.
Not so much. In fact, citizens of the once proud United Kingdom have less disposable income than the
Sylvie.
poorest 5 US states and the
Jesus.
average OECD
Wait,
country.
really?
And if
I
you
didn't.
remove London,
Whoa. I literally didn't know that. I'm gonna go back. What'd they say that it has less income than the poorest U.S. states? What?
citizens of the once proud United Kingdom have less disposable income than the poorest 5 US states and the average OECD country. And if you
What?
remove London and the southeast from the equation, the UK's GDP per capita drops 14%. Life expectancy in parts of
Jesus.
Blackpool are lower than in Rwanda.
What? Okay. I'm glad we're watching this. I literally didn't know that. I didn't know those things. Okay, I'm learning. I am learning. That is horrific. Dear God, I didn't know. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll
And
see.
entire cities and towns that once thrived now rank among the poorest in Western Europe. The UK has gone from the greatest kingdom on earth to squalor. How did it get here? This is the UK, the divided kingdom. Our story starts in 1979. Margaret Thatcher is elected Prime Minister with the goal of controlling inflation.
Oh. Oh my God. I hate that woman. I see her face and I want to vomit. Okay. Dear God. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost choked on my oops. I almost said a different word for chicken. That would have been deeply inappropriate. I almost choked on my, you know what I'm about to say. I almost choked on my my chicken, excuse me. All right. That's pretty bad. Okay. Yeah, right. Vox Emblem, yummy capitalism. Yum, 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 yummy. Okay. Oh, I can't stand that woman. Let's continue.
In the lead up to her election, inflation had spiraled out of control. £100 in 1970 was worth over 300 by 1979. But what caused this? First, the 1970s were rocked by two massive oil shocks, when OPEC doubled
look
and
wild.
then tripled oil prices. Everything from gas to groceries got more expensive overnight. At the same time, wages kept rising as powerful trade unions demanded more pay to keep up
Virtual violence, shut your goddamn mouth, virtual violence. I swear to God.
with the rising prices, creating a vicious cycle of rising prices leading to rising wages.
You know what, Trump failed? I don't care. I don't know what the difference is. I'm not like, I don't live in rural America. I don't know the difference between a chicken or a hen and you know, I don't know, whatever. They're all chickens to me. I don't give a shit, okay? They all go bok, 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 and you eat them, okay?
leading to rising prices, and so on.
Okay.
Add to this loose monetary and fiscal policies leading to tons of money floating in the economy, and you have a recipe for disaster.
Yep.
Guided by Chancellor Geoffrey Howe and hardline monetarists like Keith Joseph and Alan Walters, Thatcher had made inflation enemy number one. To fight it, her strategy was simple. First, reduce the money supply.
Yeah, her strategy was to be a raging C word all the time. I know, I'm sorry, I'm using misogynist language, I apologize, but that was her strategy. She just was a raging C word all the time. Okay, anyway.
Thatcher's government set out to strangle money supply, cutting sterling M3 growth from 12% a year to just 6% by 1984. Second, interest rates. In June 1979, she increased rates from 12 to 14%, then again to 17%
Weird and Marvelous Blob, right?
in November,
Jesus.
the highest in the history of Britain.
Okay.
The idea was simple enough: make borrowing expensive, slow down credit, and choke off inflation.
Okay.
Although this helped stamp down inflation, a stronger pound made British exports uncompetitive abroad.
So this is clearly a this is not a working, this looks like they're talking about economics generally, about why businesses weren't doing well, which is what affected other people. That's interesting. We'll watch it. I wish they had a more, I kind of want to see a working class perspective on this crap, but this is important to know the bigger picture, okay?
While sky-high borrowing costs crippled businesses at home, manufacturers couldn't invest, couldn't expand, and in many cases, couldn't even keep the lights on. And the third thing was government spending. The Thatcher government aimed to cut public sector borrowing requirement from 4.7% of GDP in 1979 to just 1.5% by 1983. Concurrently, while
Godspeed, yeah, I know. I apologize a lot. Sorry. Forgive me, Godspeed. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize so much. Okay.
in the middle of a recession, they did the unthinkable. They raised taxes. But Britain was already in trouble. More than 2 million people were out of work, and every month, another 100,000 were joining the
Cody.
unemployment lines. It was so shocking that 364 economists signed a letter to the Times saying the policy had no basis in economic theory. So the question was, did it work? Well, yeah. Although extreme, inflation decreased from 13% in 1979 to 5% by 1983. But
Okay.
at what cost? High interest rates, a strong pound, and spending cuts crushed manufacturing towns across the United Kingdom.
Oof.
Britain's industrial base was gutted and regional inequality
Ugh.
began to take shape. Meanwhile, London was living a very different story. Predominantly a service-based economy, London, unlike much of the UK, was able to hold on. By the mid-1980s, joblessness in Northern England, Scotland, and Wales all
Jesus.
pushed past 15%, while the Southeast and London stayed
15%? Dear God. Ugh.
under 10%.
I mean, I knew it was bad. I forgot that it was like 15%. That's pretty bad unemployment right there.
But why was this the case? Enter the Big Bang re-regulation package.
Oh no, here we
Thatcher
go.
had a vision of transforming London into a financial superpower through deregulation.
Okay, guys, that is classic. The financialization of the economy, that's like late stage capitalism 101. Late stage capitalism 101. You start massively deregulating and you start financializing everything where you're not like where production doesn't matter as much. What matters is moving around money in fancy ways. Okay.
Fixed commissions and exchange controls were scrapped, the single capacity rule ended, foreign ownership welcomed, and electronic trading
Yeah, Brucey.
unleashed. The result? International banks poured in £450 million into the city. 1,500 new millionaires were minted, and London cemented itself as the world's dominant financial center. On paper, the UK looked like it had gone through a renaissance. At the end of Thatcher's first year in office,
Yeah.
GDP
But yeah, because why, guys? Don't you know that the Dow was up 50,000 points, so clearly everything is fine, right? The GDP of the United Kingdom is up, therefore all that wealth must be going to the average person from the UK, right? The average British person, right? Like if GDP go up, everyone must be doing well. It's not like all that wealth is being funneled to a small minority of millionaires and billionaires, right? Right, guys?
was around 1 trillion Great Britain pounds, but when she left in 1990, it was 1.4 trillion GBP. GDP per capita also rose from 15.5 thousand to 19.9 thousand by 1990. Britain was richer. But this data doesn't show the whole picture. During the same period of time, the Gini coefficient, a measure for inequality, increased from 25
Godspeed, I don't hate you. What do you mean? We don't hate you, Godspeed. What do you mean everyone hates you? We don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. I love you, Godspeed. I'm in love with you, Godspeed. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm not in love with you. I don't even know who the hell you are. But Godspeed, I love having you here, okay? So I don't hate you.
to 35, meaning while GDP per capita rose by 30%, inequality rose by 40. So although Britain was richer, it was becoming more unequal.
Shocking. Guys, who would have thought that all those gains only went to the top part of the country? Yes, Matt, Sagai, I love you too. Who would have thought that all those gains only went to the wealthiest people in the country? I know that's shocking revelation for Americans especially. What do you mean, Dolly Boy? What comments am I missing? Ugh, let me out. Let you out of what, Dolly Boy? You can leave whenever you want, Dolly Boy. I don't want you here. I'm just kidding, Dolly Boy. Please don't leave. I love you very much. Okay.
This was partly due to the extreme cost of Thatcher's policies on Britain's industrial base. For example, in 1979, manufacturing
Brucey, not really. So you're partially right in that wages went up a little bit, but then the amount that wages went up did not match at all the increases in productivity. So there was tons more money going into businesses, but they only slightly increased wages for people, and costs were much lower. Prices were much lower in the 80s. So it's not like much was going to the average worker. It was mainly that prices were low, if that makes sense.
accounted for nearly 30% of the UK's GDP, and by 1990 it fell to 16%.
Hello, bodies.
Concurrently, manufacturing employment fell by nearly 40% from 1979
Yeah,
to
maybe.
93. So yes, GDP rose, GDP per capita increased, but if you didn't live in London, it wasn't so obvious. The services industry grew, but other industries declined as the UK wanted to rejig its economy.
Guys, this is curious. Do we know, for the people from the UK out there, the people who are like super into Farage, are they from outside of London, I'm guessing? Are a lot of the like people who are pro reform and were pro Brexit, I'm guessing a lot of them are from these counties and such that have been neglected by these reforms and are the ones suffering under these reforms? Because, you know, that would make perfect sense. That's what typically happens, is that economic deprivation and a failure of of a government and economic system to help people will result in radicalization, and then fascists will use that to their advantage. Uh, I knew it. I knew it, Dolly Boy. That's exactly what happened in America. Okay.
Another way to examine the impact of shifting industries is the relationship between direct and indirect jobs created. Basically, if you open a factory selling widgets, you might hire 100 people directly, but to make your widgets you need steel, electricity, and distributors, and more. Your factory therefore might support an additional 300 indirect jobs, giving a ratio of 1 direct job to every 3 indirect jobs. If we look at banking, the total is around 200 indirect jobs per 100 direct jobs, a ratio of 1 to 2. But if we look at iron manufacturing, the total is over 900 indirect jobs per 100 direct jobs, a ratio of 1 to 9. In fact, if we look at the financial services industry broadly, the ratio is around 1 to 3.6, which sounds great, but when you compare it to other industries like utilities, durable manufacturing, and non-durable manufacturing, it isn't. And this is one of the reasons that service-based industries lead to higher GDP but increase inequality as earnings become more concentrated among a smaller group of individuals. But this isn't simply about job creation, it's also about wages and benefits. Manufacturing jobs tended to be characterized by formal employment agreements with strong benefits, retirement plans, paid holidays, insurance, and sick leave. Alternatives for the majority low-skilled manufacturing workforce did not have these characteristics. As such, studies show that the shift away from manufacturing led to an...
So I need to pause it so I don't get a copyright here. I'm just listening very carefully. So obviously, I need to stop apologizing, Jesus. Obviously, you start to have issues when you're not producing things anymore. This is what happened in the United States because we lost a lot of our industrial manufacturing base, and it went overseas, and we became largely a society of the service industry shit, Cody. And there you're going to start having issues at some point. Okay, let's put it that way.
Increase in inequality. And as a reminder, the UK's industrial base is deeply regionalized. So although there might be jobs and wage growth in this...
Of course, Mithril. So Mithril says, CR, the other thing that was a lot of the new jobs created under Thatcher were lower skill and lower pay. Interesting, Mithril. Interesting.
South, pockets that historically relied on out-of-favor industries became hollowed out. And today, not a single region in the UK north of London has a GDP per capita higher than the UK average. Let that sink in. That means that every region in the UK, excluding London and the southeast, is poorer than the average of the UK.
Does that include Scotland? Are they only referring to England here, or what does that include Wales? I didn't really see the map. I need to look closer at that. Is it? I'm guessing London. I mean England in general. So a lot of the wealth is flowing into London, but does that decrease in productivity and wealth and things like that go all the way up to Scotland? Yeah, that's just a curious thought there.
Real quick, over 96% of you aren't subscribed, so if you've been watching for a while, join the 4%. It's free and helps the channel. Now back to the video. As cities become poorer, people begin to move to wealthier ones in search of greener pastures. It's only natural. In fact, this phenomenon is studied the world over. As such, as London...
Oh, gee, man, I know what it means. I was just curious because I didn't, on the map, I forgot what the map showed. Does it go all the way up? Because they keep talking about like the northern part there, but like Edinburgh, is that considered? I'm just curious about the specifics.
Began to grow, many economists believe that there would be a significant migration to the big city from other parts of the United Kingdom. But they were wrong. Even though people in the UK move
Dolly boy.
between regions at a higher rate than other G7 countries, London is the exception. In fact, Britons move away from London more than they move to London. London is
Interesting.
one of the only cities in the UK with a negative internal mobility
It's really expensive, isn't it, to live in London?
rate. But how does that make any sense? Especially when you take into account that median household incomes in London are 14% higher than the UK. Isn't it obvious to move? Well, not if you take into account living cost. When you
Yeah.
factor in housing, household
So
income
London's basically becoming a rich-only city, essentially. I mean, not completely, but there's a gentrification going on, kind of like in New York City and things like that.
incomes are only 1% higher in London. So unless you are in the top quartile of earners,
Yeah.
it absolutely makes no sense to move. Housing in London is nearly 2 times greater than the UK average. And when you take into consideration what you get for your dollar, it's even more expensive. It's no surprise then that London has a major homelessness problem. But it's not like
Oh,
anything
sorry, excuse me.
seen in the Western world.
Yeah.
Homelessness advocates counted over 13,000 rough sleepers in London in 2024, a 10% increase from the year prior, and a 63% increase from a decade ago. Overall, 2% of Londoners are considered homeless. Compare that to New York at 0.8%, Toronto at 0.5%, Paris at 0.3%, Berlin at 0.3%, and Amsterdam at 0.2%. London is in a league of its own. One of the reasons for housing struggles is the right to buy scheme that Margaret Thatcher introduced in 1980. The idea was to privatize social housing by allowing tenants who lived in these homes to purchase them at a discount.
Exactly, G-Man. Welcome, by the way, G-Man. G-Man says, so she successfully turned London into a global financial stronghold like New York City, Dubai, Hong Kong, but at the same time, but then at the expense of destroying the economic viability of the UK as a whole. Yeah, okay. So she basically favored the wealthy class, all right? She basically did a great job for the wealthiest people in the UK at the expense of practically the rest of the UK population.
From the government. And these discounts were steep. Initially 33% for houses and 50% for flats,
God.
which was later raised to 70%.
Yeah, sold everyone down
Now,
the river.
many conservative-minded folks might say this sounds like a good idea, but I assure you, it is absolutely not. The government was basically allowing people to buy properties at steep discounts to market value without any promise of ensuring that housing stock would remain affordable.
But it's also kind of embarrassing, you guys know how much of a fan I am of the Labor Party, but like that was a while ago. That was what, 40 plus years ago or whatever, 40 some years ago. Where's Labor been? They've had control several times. Haven't they tried to fix this shit? Haven't they made the major reforms to get rid of some of this shit? Like, oh my God, the Labor Party drives me crazy. How have they let the British people out in the dust like this? Isn't that their job? They're the Labor Party. Labor. They're supposed to be supporting labor. Yeah, they all got co-opted by the right wing and started doing neoliberalism, right, Dolly Boy? Kind of like the Democratic Party. It's almost like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
Policy would economically benefit the current generation at the expense.
Oh my God, Mithril. See, I didn't know it was that bad, Mithril. Most of the UK has roughly the same economic growth as Mississippi. Dear God.
Of future generations. And not only that, local authorities had to offer mortgages with no deposit. So do the math. If you bought a property for 0% down at a 70% discount, then sold it for market value a few years later, untaxed might I add, you would be laughing to the bank. The problem was particularly acute in London. In 1980, London had around 715,000 of these homes, representing nearly 30% of the entire housing stock in the city. But today, only 390,000 of these homes remain, and social housing now comprises around 10% of housing stock.
Jeez.
A decrease of
Godspeed.
61%.
You're right, Godspeed.
Furthermore, across the UK, it is estimated that at least 40% of right-to-buy homes are now rented at market rates. But there are more reasons than just this for London's skyrocketing housing prices. For one, there are no legal restrictions for foreign nationals to purchase property in London, meaning millionaires and
I'm sorry, Marx was right. Marx was right. Okay, are you here, Weirdomorphous Blob? Like, have we screamed this enough? I mean, Fox Emblem, you're here, right? Like, it wasn't Marx right? Haven't we been saying? So, like, okay, clearly there is an international business class. Think Epstein. All right. Like an international business class, and what is good for them is much more important. For any of the moderators out there, just be careful about some over on Twitch. Okay, let's put it that way. All right, so uh, like this international business class, whose benefits, um, uh, there you go, Weird Mars Blob, who's the benefit, like they are more benefited than any other group. So, like, of course, any international capital owners can move into London, even if they're not. They can buy property there. It doesn't matter, right? Even if they're not English, they're not British. Okay. The same thing in the USA. We let international capital buy up shit here. It doesn't matter if they're actually American or not. All right. And it's just weird to me. It's weird how like nationalism stops mattering when it comes to international capital. I guess it's almost like they have class consciousness up there, and that class matters much more than any one nation. Okay. All right. Jesus.
Millionaires from abroad have no barrier to buying in London, and they take advantage of this. Roughly 27% of total residential property sales in London in Q1 of 24 were to foreign buyers. Now you might be asking, what does it look like in other major cities like New York? While London is at 27%, New York is at 0.3%. That's a 90 times difference. And it gets worse. Over 20% of new rental properties in London have at least one foreign shareholder, doubling from 2016.
Aren't there, for the UK people, aren't there like Russian oligarchs who control big properties in London, etc.? I've heard that like there's big properties there controlled by Russian oligarchs. Is that right?
One of the reasons for this is the UK's non-dom tax status, which has basically been abolished.
Which the UK should seize and then sell and then give the money to Ukraine, in my opinion.
This enabled UK residents who claimed their permanent home was abroad to avoid paying UK tax on foreign income and capital gains. Now, some might think this is a smart policy, but it is deeply short-sighted. Yes, these people bring money from abroad and spend it locally, but they also compete with the local population on scarce resources like housing. Now, if you have a handful of these people, it's really not an issue. But if you have 83,000 of them, you have a major problem. Countries around the world love the idea of rich people spending their money in their country, but it always leads to housing dislocations. Sydney, Melbourne, Vancouver, and others all fell trap to this. Moreover, these rich individuals don't contribute in the same way to the economy. They aren't going to take care of the sick and old. They aren't opening new businesses locally and employing people locally. They aren't working at all. They simply buy luxury homes and cars, eat out, and sleep. Yes, they contribute a little to the economy, but they are nothing more than a way to pad stats. All of this at the expense of local people. But housing is only one piece of the puzzle. The deeper issue is where Britain puts its money, and for decades the answer was simple: London. When most people visit London, they complain about the tube and the poor infrastructure. Clearly, these people haven't been to other parts.
Please mind the gap between the train and the station.
Of the country. If you look at transport investment in the UK, London takes the cake. The city gets nearly £1,200 per person. Compare that to the Northeast at just £430 and the East Midlands at £350. Even the Southeast, the closest region, barely gets half what London gets.
Isn't that what the trains say that go through London says? I've been on that train. I remember that. Please mind the gap between the train and the station. I just remember that repeating itself over and over and over again.
To put it in perspective,
okay, Cody.
If the North had been funded at the same per person rate as London, it would have seen an extra
Really? I didn't know that. There's a wiki article about Russian money in London. It's been nicknamed Londongrad or Moscow on the Thames.
140 billion pounds of investment. That's the equivalent of building 7 Elizabeth lines. To make matters worse, Britain underspends on transport compared to its peers. OECD data shows that the UK put just 0.3% of GDP a year into roads between 1995 and 2020. Compare this to Italy at 0.4%, Germany and the US at 0.5%, and France at over 0.6%. The tragedy is that this underinvestment makes Britain's cities less productive. With weak road and rail links, cities outside London have far less effective size. Fewer people can commute in, fewer jobs are connected,
Yeah,
less growth is possible. A unique data point that encapsulates the problem is that UK is pretty much the only place in Western Europe where city size does not correlate strongly to economic productivity. The
Interesting.
poor infrastructure is a critical driver of this, and it's not just transport. The same neglect shows up in R&D. R&D expenditure is heavily concentrated in higher productivity, higher income locations, ergo London. In 2016, the government spent just £21 per person on R&D in the north of England and £14 in the Midlands. In London, it was £60.
Jesus. Okay.
This creates a reinforcing loop. More R&D means London firms grow faster, which attracts more private capital, which funds even more R&D. Moreover, Britain is the outlier.
Dumb
Germany-
ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
These poorer regions, the smaller bubbles on the scrap, receive more public R&D support. In the UK, it's the opposite. The outcome is obvious. The places that need support the most are left with scraps, and Britain's R&D policy ends up deepening inequality instead of fixing it. Now, there is
Can I ask a rude question to all the Europeans out there? Okay, this is going to be a rude question. Forgive me. Okay, I'm going to be very rude and ethnocentric. Everyone ready for this? What's with the tracksuits? What's with the tracks? Not the tracksuits, like the I mean, not everywhere in Europe, but like in the UK, a lot of people like wearing the parish leather, like the tracksuit type things. It's like a style. And like also in like Russia, it's also similar, right? Like in Eastern Europe, a lot of people wear tracksuits. I'm just curious, what's with the tracksuits? What's with that? What's with that, guys? What's with that? I am not judging. No, Dolly boy, I'm not criticizing. I don't. If I sound condescending in my question, I pull it back. Well, Mithril, don't make me feel bad about it, Mithril. Fine. I'm being an asshole. Whatever. Fine. Okay, whatever. It's cheap and affordable. Okay, fine. Okay, I feel like an asshole now. I feel like an asshole. All right. If it's because it's inexpensive, then oh my God, I feel bad for saying anything. Okay. I'm just curious. Not that I was judging it. Just curious. Okay. Hey, if I could talk about America everyone wearing sweatpants in public, or how people always wear branded t-shirts everywhere and all the time, everywhere they go. But okay, then never mind, you guys. So cheap and affordable from what I can tell. It's also part of the roadman culture. I think it's fucking ugly and stupid. Roadmen are also okay. All right, you guys. Love you all very much. I'm just saying, just curious about the tracksuit thing.
merit to prioritizing government R&D investment into areas
Okay,
where
fair,
there is
Mithril.
business R&D investment.
And guys, I'm kind of it's sort of a fake. I'm sort of partially joking. I get it. There's cultural trends, there's fashion trends. It's not like there's anything wrong with it, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Okay? I'm just being an asshole cuz it's a completely subjective thing. I just don't like how they look. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it, okay?
But that isn't even what the UK is doing. In fact, areas like London receive more government R&D support relative to the amount of business R&D in the region, whilst the rest of the UK receives less. Put simply, businesses outside of London are being deprioritized in favor of those in London. Just another reason the UK revolves around London and the quality of life.
Dex Stewart, you disgust me. You disgust me for wearing sweatpants. I'm kidding. I don't care about people wearing sweatpants. I just think it's funny how a lot of people go like in Europe, in a lot of places in Europe, you'd be looked at really strangely if you like went out in sweatpants, or like if you went out in pajama pants or some shit. Okay, it's comfortable. Why dress up if you don't have to? Clumsy Mumsy, I'm an elitist. That's why, Louise. I want you all to be elitist. Okay. I want everyone to be an elitist and obey my fashion ideas, okay? You're all scum if you're not fashionably dressed, okay? You're not as human in my eyes. I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking. You guys know I'm joking. I'm just being an asshole. I don't give a shit. People can dress how they want, okay? People can dress how they want. I'm being a scumbag. I know. You all know I don't really care.
Life is deteriorating. The United Kingdom is a shell of its former self. What once was a prosperous country has become a mostly vestigial nation with a single...
Oh, you're in one of the red zones? I'm sorry. I was so busy ranting about that I'm ignoring the suffering going on in the UK. Let's go back here. Government R&D relative to business R&D. Oh my God, really? So you guys, that's right. So Mithril and Louise, you guys live over here. Doesn't Cody also live over here? Oh, look, guys, look. So Scotland isn't as bad. Interesting. Why is that? That's interesting. Why isn't the Scotland as bad off? Okay, interesting. Looks like good old Wessex, or is that Mercia? Mercia, Wessex, all those old kingdoms down here are doing pretty well. Kent, not so, or not Kent, but well, whatever. Interesting. Okay.
The United Kingdom is a shell of its former self. What once was a prosperous country has become a mostly vestigial
Oh,
nation
real. Oh, you're over on the right there. Okay, gotcha.
with a single thriving city. Tony Blair once promised that the kaleidoscope has been shaken. The pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us. But 2 decades later, the only thing reordered has been the United Kingdom around London. The tragedy is that Britain still has the ingredients for prosperity.
Yeah.
But until they can spread opportunity beyond London, that promise will remain broken. So yes, Britain still has money. They still have power.
Okay, I'm not sure I like his conclusion for this that much. Like, if maybe the billionaires shouldn't exist anymore. Maybe I mean, that the UK should seize the wealth from all those wealthy folks in London and redistribute it. That'd be nice, right?
And they still have prestige. But it is concentrated in a few square miles along the Thames.
Yeah.
For everyone else, the empire is gone. The factories are gone. And the future is shrinking.
Yeah.
London sits and eats Michelin star food, while the
Ew.
rest of the UK eats scraps in the alleyways like stray cats. Thank you for watching. Subscribe
Like stray
to 2 and
cats?
20 for more.
That's really interesting. Okay, so clearly I didn't know it was that bad in some of the places in the UK. I'm so used to thinking about America and how shitty things are here. I sometimes forget how capitalism is gutting things elsewhere. Neoliberalism is gutting things elsewhere. Of course it is. That's horrific. I also didn't realize I knew that there was a like difference between how like a lot of the resources flow towards London and how London is sort of gaining everything while everyone else is suffering, but I didn't realize that it was so bad. Interesting. Brucey, I never got the whiplash shit in like elite institutions and like food music when like everything has to be perfect for rich folks who don't give a fuck. See, I never got the whiplash shit in like elite institutions. Well, I'm sorry. What are you referring to there, Brucey? Oh no, I love the UK, guys. I've been to the UK once and I loved it. I really liked it. I still love the UK, right? I'm just saying, we need. I feel bad for our brothers and sisters and non-binary people over in the UK. We need to deal with this international capital that's screwing all of us over, and the wealth inequality and the fact that God, we have so much in common. It's crazy. Like the Labour Party is basically the Democratic Party. Okay. All right. So let's see here. That goes on in music and in music that goes on in music and restaurants. I'm sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying, Brucey. Okay, I'm tired. I know. So am I, Dolly Boy. I'm so sorry you guys are going through that. I know that we obviously going through similar stuff here. Um, you think so? That's fair. No, and that's what I'm saying. I will say, Louise, I feel like I didn't like his approach because there are ways to fix this. You can see it's almost like he doesn't want to say the way to fix it. Maybe because he's liberal and he doesn't want to go to like, well, maybe if you massively raise taxes on the rich and distribute those funds, or things like that, that would be nice. That would be nice. But he's not going to say that shit. But yeah, you got like if the Green Party were to get power and the people were to actually stop voting for Labor and conservatives and the libs, you could then start focusing on the Greens, who could then rebuild a sustainable economy. There's all these ways to fix that, but I don't think he wants to say that because I have a feeling he's not a lefty. I have a feeling he's like a liberal capitalist person. Yeah. I don't know what that was kind of weird too. The cat analogy that the English are like cats in an alley. What is that about? All right. Yeah, absolutely, Mithral, absolutely. Okay, mirrors the US in a lot of ways. I'm just really concerned that this is like such a recipe for fascism. And you guys know that. You guys definitely know that because the Reform Party. Um, okay. No, yeah, he mentioned the billionaires, but he didn't say how to fix that problem, did he, Brucey? He just said that there were lots of billionaires in London. He didn't say that maybe you should tax the hell out of those billionaires. He didn't say anything about taxation. Um, And, yeah, I like I'm really concerned about, fascism. And, like, if Labor doesn't do anything or the Greens don't take over, we've already seen a slow creep that way in the UK, and I feel like it's just gonna get worse. Um, yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, Dolly Boy. You know what's funny? There was a saying, I forget which leftist said this. Dolly Boy says, kind of like seeing the iceberg on the Titanic. There was a leftist who once famously said that the worst thing about being a leftist is that you're right before everyone else and you just have to wait for them to catch up. Like like all of us can see the iceberg coming. Um I yeah, okay. I hope that the UK is able to dodge that iceberg, and I think, if people get on board with, the Green Party or, enough pressure is put on Labor, okay? Um, alright. Limsy Mums, I've only recently turned 20, it's bad for us young people at the moment. Yeah, Cody, I would bet. Obviously, guys, I'm not from the UK, so I don't know as much as you guys probably do, but what other solutions do you guys feel are out there? Maybe I don't know enough. Also, can we just like I know this is a smaller thing. It really is in comparison, but can we get rid of the um oh, really excellent, Brucey. That's fantastic. So he does talk about taxing the rich. Great, great, great. Okay. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Um can we talk about also how we need to get rid of the monarchy? I know this is a smaller thing in the grand scheme of things, but the amount of wealth there that the taxpayer is paying for is pretty crazy. And I also just don't I don't like the monarchy. I just don't see the point in it anymore. Um, it's also kind of dehumanizing that these folks exist while so many people in the UK are suffering. But okay. The Mithra, when the Duke of Westminster died, his son, the new Duke, paid no inheritance tax. Oh my God. UK should have seized his land. Oh, I agree. I totally agree, Mithril. That's crazy. They should have seized his land. That would also be a good way. Okay. That could also be a good way to get some land back from the monarchy. Is maybe once they pass away, the land becomes nationalized and owned by the state. I don't know. We'd have to think about. I'd have to think about that. But that's interesting. Okay. There's just okay. Ugh, horrific. Okay. Well, there is hope though. There is hope, and we also have to have revolutionary optimism as always. We have to I like the people I know from the UK, including all of you, are very progressive, okay? Are very know what's going on. Actually, almost every UK person I've ever known is very much up on these things. Now obviously I don't live there, so I don't see a lot of the uh I don't see a lot of the right wingers all the time, but there is definitely hope there. Okay. All right, you guys. So let's go on here. Here is a. What was I going to do now? What was I going to do now? Okay. So here we have a video from Kyle Kalinske. Now, have you heard about blue labor? No, I haven't, G-Man. What is that? Uh, what is that, G-Man? I don't know what that is. Excellent. Oh, really? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Matt Saigai. They actually say that, and they work with you and they say that shit? Jesus. Okay. Matt Saigai, do they do the whole so the people that that vote for reform, do they do the whole, well, you're one of the good ones, Matt Saigai? Because I feel like that's what right wingers do everywhere. They're always like, oh no, we don't mean you, Matt Saigai. We you're one of the good ones. We want to keep you here. Or do they just say to your face, I'd rather you not be here, Matt Saigai? Like, oh, okay, so never mind, Matt Saigai. They're just blunt about it. Well, okay, they don't even try. That's good. Okay, that's good. Love that. All right, Blue Labour is a UK political party. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So, all right. So, guys, this is Kyle Kalinske, who I know Matt Saigai loves. And this is, did you guys hear about that biolab that was discovered in Vegas? All right, that biolab that was discovered in Vegas. We there was this illegal biolab discovered, and inside this, I know it's okay, Bruce. The only reason we're watching this because this is the he did this segment. I couldn't find another segment about this, but so this is the segment I found, and I wanted to find a good segment on it. So we're just watching him for that reason. The disturbing illegal biolab in Vegas. So they found this biolab that had a bunch of it has a bunch of, like, how do I say this? Diseases there. There was like Ebola and COVID, and it was like a secret biolab that they discovered that was full of all these disease agents and things like that. Okay. And this sounds crazy, but it's true. The It's true. Okay. Godspeed. Hello, Godspeed. Godspeed. Oh, you've been here, I guess. You say, this system served many of my indigenous ancestors very well for 10,000 years until pale faces showed up. So, Godspeed, you do know that the guy you're promoting is like what the quote unquote pale faces did on steroids, right? It's hyper capitalism, which is what the quote unquote pale faces did when they got to the United States or when they got to North America. Also, uh, it's also just not the same right now as it was when there were native groups here. There is many more people living in the United States than there were native groups. I'm an anthropologist. Most human beings for most of history lived in small hunter-gatherer groups that would travel around gathering from their environment, interacting with other hunter-gatherer groups. But as population levels rose and rose and rose, that became impossible because you would move around and you would run into another group, and then you wouldn't be able to move around. You'd get into a fight, and so people started settling down. Um, with over 300 million people living, for example, in the United States, and millions upon millions of people living in the UK in a pretty dense quarters, I don't know how you would possibly have a bunch of small, common, or whatever you said, law societies. I feel like that is extremely overly idealistic. You know what'll end up happening is that these different groups will start trying to dominate each other, and you'll end up with a state anyway. Unless there's something to prevent that, you're not going to convince human beings to universally be nice to each other and not try to dominate each other. On top of that, let's say one of these groups is living in a place where there are abundant natural resources and another group is living in a place where there isn't. What's going to stop the group living with abundant natural resources from dominating the group that requires those resources? So I don't understand. The guy that you keep mentioning is like would have been a death knell to native peoples in the United States. Okay. All right. Yep. Mm-hmm. So Godspeed, do you think then that if I'm not sure what what the pale faces did, why did they come to the New World? Godspeed. The groups that came to the new world, I shouldn't use that phrase, came to North America were mainly capitalist corporations. The Virginia Company, for example. These were capitalist enterprises that came to the New World, that came to North America, and pushed natives off their land so that they could extract resources for the sake of profit and wealth. That is the primary reason they did these things. So, do we think that? So you think that wasn't capitalism? Why did folks come here? Why did the quote unquote pale faces come to the here unless literally it was private corporations? The United States, the 13 colonies were established primarily by capitalist enterprises. All right, moving on. Okay, all right. So let's see here. This is Kyle Kalinske. So let's hear what he has to say about these biolabs. People aren't talking much about these. All right.
All right, guys. So this story right here is whoa, wild, y'all. So take a look at this. Who is Ori Solomon, property manager released ahead of trial in Las Vegas illegal biolab case? So there's this biolab that they found in Las Vegas, this illegal biolab, and this thing was a mess. So like, I think what happened was there was like a cleaning lady who showed up, and she got like deathly sick just from being in the house. And then you had the police investigator, the first one who showed up. He also got deathly sick just from being in the house. And come to find out, there's this illegal biolab that was being operated in the house. And there was also a similar one previously. I believe it was in California. This one was in Las Vegas. And the speculation is just like the previous one.
So Godspeed, real fast, guys. This is the last comment I'm going to make to Godspeed before I continue watching this, okay? Godspeed says, yeah, I know it's capitalist enterprises violating the non-aggression principle. By the way, I know exactly what that is. I know what libertarians believe. So you believe, Godspeed, that everyone will follow the non-aggression principle at all times. That without a higher enforcement agent, people will not be aggressive towards each other, even though that has never been the case at any point in human history. Never, ever, ever. Okay, not even, by the way, Godspeed, I know you mentioned the native peoples. They didn't follow a non-aggression principle. The native peoples of North America were fought with each other. And that, of course, as you all know, that doesn't excuse any kind of colonialism. My point is, I don't know why you think that people will adhere automatically to a non-aggression principle. By the way, the government also, the reason why, especially in North America, so, okay, the colonies, right? The 13 colonies. You know that the Britain tried to restrain settlement by the colonists to the west of the Appalachian Mountains. The British government actually at one point tried to restrain colonization west of the Appalachian Mountains. And that's one of the reasons that the American settlers got so pissed and had a revolution, is because they were upset that the British Crown wouldn't let them steal more land from the natives. So in that case, the government was actually preventing more colonization. That might actually be the only power that would be able to stop colonization. Okay. Yes, without a higher enforcement shielding certain guilty people. Okay, but Godspeed, all right. We'll continue here, okay, guys? No, they weren't. Okay, Godspeed, don't use that language in here, all right? They were primitives? You said you're a Native American. Why are you using the word primitive to describe? That's bullshit, Godspeed. It's kind of sus. Why are you saying they're primitives? That's disgusting. I don't like that language. All right. Okay. Godspeed, you're wrong, Godspeed, about the history. There were big empires even in North America. If you ever heard of Cahokia, Mound City and things like that, there were big empires, but because of disease and things, those collapsed, and they were violent. I'm not demonizing. They're human beings. Okay, that's what human beings do. But that's not okay. That's all right. Moving on.
You have like vials of HIV, vials of COVID, vials of malaria, vials of Ebola, like all just sitting there in this makeshift fucking lab. And then what's going on here? Well, the property manager is this Israeli guy who was arrested and then released. Oh boy, we've seen this before. More on that in a minute too, by the way. But here's the guy. Ori Solomon, the property manager, who faces charges in connection with an illegal biolab at a Las Vegas short-term rental, will be released from custody while he awaits trial. Why? Why would you release this guy? Solomon appeared in federal court on Friday afternoon and was released on his own recognizance with certain conditions. He has to surrender any passport, is not allowed to leave the country, and must notify the court if he plans to leave Clark County, and must not possess a firearm or any other weapon. Friday's hearing focused on federal firearm charges against Solomon, an Israeli citizen in the U.S. on a
Shocking. It was an Israeli citizen that was running this biolab. Let's see what we have to hear about this, right? Maybe this is why no one's talking about it.
non-immigrant visa. Solomon is not allowed to possess firearms. Prosecutors say multiple guns were seized from his home, according to an affidavit obtained by Channel 13. Solomon also faces a criminal charge in Clark County for the improper disposal of hazardous waste. He was arrested on Saturday after local and federal investigators discovered what has been called an illegal biological lab inside a home he managed near Washington Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard. Investigators have recovered suspected biological materials and lab equipment. At this point, authorities tell us testing on those materials is still underway, and it's not clear yet what exactly was found. Documents obtained by Channel 13 amid this ongoing investigation shed more light on who Solomon is. Investigators say they were tipped off by someone who worked at
This is interesting. So I guess it was an Israeli citizen. Okay. This seems weird to me, but a lot of leftists also seem so anti-Semitic by mentioning Israel as an insult and don't know if people don't know the difference between being Last Bastion, you should come into my stream more often. I always differentiate between the two, okay? This guy was an Israeli citizen, okay? And we often let Israeli citizens off in the U.S. There's a complete difference between Zionism and being Jewish. I say it like literally every single stream. But Israel is a foreign government, and it is a particularly vicious foreign government that our tax dollars support. There is a complete difference. There is a complete difference between being an Israeli and Jewish or being a Zionist and being Jewish, okay? As a matter of fact, some of my heroes, some of the most heroic anti-Zionists I know are Jewish. Norman Finkelstein, well, Noam Chomsky, unfortunately, that kind of got thrown out the window. There's a lot of very good, anti-Zionists that are, that are Jewish. But there is a trend in this country, however, of protecting Israeli citizens when they're found to be committing crimes in the U.S. because a lot of our politicians are bribed by organizations like AIPAC, which is a pro-Israel lobby. And we have a lot of Christian Zionists in the U.S. who believe that Israel is this God-ordained thing, and they think Israelis are somehow special and magical. So yeah, okay. But it is just the case, all right? Yeah, and that's true, Dolly Boy. And I want to point out too, I've said this multiple times on stream. You know what the most anti-Semitic government on earth is, in my opinion? Tell me what I'm going to say, folks. What have I said before is the most anti-Semitic government on the planet? Someone tell me in the chat. What have I said before? Israel, 100%, because the Israeli government is constantly and purposefully conflating Judaism with Israel. It is constantly saying there's no difference between the two. It is constantly saying that any criticism of its genocidal tendencies must mean you're anti-Semitic, which implies that Jewish people are somehow inherently linked to Israel. They are not. One is a government, one is a religion. They're different, okay? And I do not like Israel. I do not like Israel. I'm sorry. I don't like any genocidal regime. I don't like the Russian government. I don't like the Israeli government. I don't like a lot of different governments. All right. I have no problem with Jewish people. Zero. Okay. None. Okay. As a matter of fact, we have Jewish folks in this community. I want to point that out. Okay. But all right. Unfortunately, there's a lot being said out there that's trying to conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism or anti-Israelism. It's not the same thing. All right. Okay. Hello, Yasma Paul. Welcome, Yasma Paul. Very happy to have you here. Yeah, you're correct. Israel. All right. And I am personally sick and tired of watching my tax dollars be sent to a genocidal government who's constantly manipulating the United States. I don't want my money to be spent blowing up children in a hospital. I know, I'm sorry. And I do have a lot of issues with any government that does that. And I have a lot of issues with thank you, Dolly Boy, with a society like Israeli society where all the stats show that a majority of Israelis believe that ethnic cleansing and genocide is morally acceptable. Not all of them, okay? There is a minority that doesn't believe those things, but that is a society gone mad. It is. And I don't want to have to lie about that. I'm going to be honest about it, okay? I am so honest about it that I lost my job because of it, because it's just a fact. And I like talking about facts, okay? If that makes sense, all right? So anyway, I'm just explaining to you. You can see I get impassioned when I talk about these things, all right? Okay. So, all right, let's continue here.
The home on Sugar Springs Drive. Days later, police identified Solomon as a property manager. Quote, "We have no knowledge that he had any expertise in that area or he's somewhat of a trained biologist. No," said Chris Del Zotto, special agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas field office. Authorities say Solomon works for a Chinese citizen named Ji Beizu, who goes by the alias David He. Property records identified Zhu as the owner of the home on Sugar Springs Drive. He is jailed in California and faces charges related to a 2023 investigation into an illegal laboratory in Reedley, California, near Fresno. In a warehouse linked to Zhu, investigators found pathogens, including samples of COVID and other diseases, as well as hundreds of transgenic mice and boxes of adulterated and misbranded medical tests, which Zhu is accused of illegally
Jesus.
selling.
So it's
Investigators
interesting.
say-
I guess also China, someone linked to someone from China as well. Fascinating.
Much of what was found in the Reedley warehouse is consistent with materials found in the so-called lab in Las Vegas. They also claim Solomon manages more than 30 rental properties in the valley. It could take months to find out why the materials and equipment were there or what they were being used for. We'll continue to follow up, blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know, man. Seems kind of like a big deal to have like vials of HIV and malaria and COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what is this, Brucey? Oh, this is a, okay. Yeah, exactly, Yasma Paul. All right. Well, first, sorry, for 1 second, Yasma Paul. I'm going to answer Brucey. So, Brucey, did you not hear about this? This story hasn't been talked about much. There was a biolab, a secret biolab discovered. I think it sounds crazy. Look it up. In Las Vegas, where there was this guy that had a bunch of diseases that he was doing tests on and shit, like HIV, and I think he also had like Ebola, illegally set up biolab in Las Vegas. And this is the second one they've discovered, and it isn't being talked about much. The guy who set it up was Israeli, but apparently there was also there was some Chinese involvement in this, okay? And this story isn't being talked about much, and I think it's really weird. So Yasma Paul, hello Yasma Paul. Yasma Paul says, non-practicing Jew here, okay? Unfortunately, most people, including my 97% Ashkenazi father by DNA, don't understand the difference between Zionism and Judaism. Most of us under 40 know this. Yeah, I was honestly shocked because my dad hadn't even heard the term Zionist in many years, he said, and he's a lib. The best kind, if that's possible. Hey, no, I got you, Yasma Paul. Yeah, Yasma Paul, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's the thing, Yasm Paul. This is why I say Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic states. They are the ones who have been trying, like Israel has constantly put out this propaganda that propagandizes the notion that there is no difference between Judaism and Zionism. As you know, Yasma Paul, Zionism began as what was a secular ideology, right? It is a secular ideology that over time was then by bad actors. The Israeli government, for example, tried to integrate it into the religious beliefs. But it's separate, right? It's a secular ideology anyway. So yes, Yasma Paul, and I agree. And it's really sad because the actions of the Israeli government are like, I think, one of the biggest contributors to anti-Semitism in the world. And it's very disturbing to me. Okay. All right, moving on. I agree, Yasma Paul, and we need to constantly say that.
COVID-19 and Ebola and shit laying around. And so when people heard the property owner was Chinese, there was a lot of talk about this.
Yep, you're right. Invented by a single guy. What was his name, guys? Other people in here. Yeah, and guys, and by the way, I should also point out that a lot of Zionists are Christian. A lot of Zionists are Christian. As a matter of fact, by the way, Christian Zionism is, in fact, an anti-Semitic ideology. Christian Zionists believe that the Jews should return to Zion in order to initiate the apocalypse, in which case most Jewish folks will go straight to hell and most Christians will rise up to heaven. So it's weird that like there are Christian Zionists out there. Yeah, not joking, Brucey. Christian Zionists, it is a, yeah, thank you, Herzl. Thank you, LaQuabra. Theodore Herzl was sort of the ideological beginner of anti-Semitism, or not anti-Semitism, well, okay, Zionism, right? It just is, Brucey, it just is. So we should be clear about this, okay? Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And we have to be very clear about this, right? That Judaism is not the same as Zionism, but anti-Zionism is not the same as anti-Semitism. Not liking a genocidal state is not the same as anti-Semitism. Now, to be clear, just to be clear, no, Yasma Paul. I haven't talked about this for a while, and I'm enjoying doing it, so thank you for bringing it up. To be clear, are there anti-Semites who go after Israel because they're morons and they conflate the two things? Yes, there are, okay? Which is really frustrating. There are anti-Semites who hate Israel because it is Jewish. I am not saying that, but the vast majority of folks who don't like Israel, it's not because of the Judaism. Okay, moving on. All right. That's okay, Yasma Paul. Thank you for bringing it up. All right. Okay. Shall we continue? We shall continue.
Right? As soon as people learned the property manager was Israeli, all of a sudden everybody stopped talking about it, which is classic. Classic. How many articles have you seen calling Jeffrey Epstein part of Russian intelligence? Right?
Yeah. Oh my
and
God. It's so
none
true.
of those articles bring up the
there you
Mossad
go,
ties,
Yasma
the
Paul.
Israeli ties.
Yes. Fuentes, right? Fuentes. Exactly. He does that exactly.
It's so crazy how like consistent it is. It'll be like drop site news telling the truth and then like nobody else. Right? Same here. Everybody be, oh, Chinese owner. As soon as they realize person managing the property, Israeli, nobody talks about it. Okay? But this reminds me of this story. Remember this? Israeli official Alexandrovich skips U.S. court hearing on child sex charges.
Yeah.
Judge denies lawyers' claim that Israeli official could skip arraignment for child sex crime charges in Nevada. So there was a sting, and this Israeli guy...
Guys, this is a true story, by the way. Now, this was an Israeli citizen who did child sex trafficking and then skipped his court hearing, and he had been allowed to go back to Israel without charges. Our politicians are bribed by the Israel lobby, by both Christian Zionists and people affiliated with the Israeli regime. And it's really gross to me. Our government is deeply corrupt, all right? Okay.
Was trying to have sex with kids, and what ended up happening? He was arrested and then freed, and he fled to Israel, like, immediately. Okay? He failed to appear for scheduled court hearing in his case weeks after he returned to Israel, prompting concerns that he may have fled to avoid facing trial. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich's lawyer, David Chesnov, told the court in Nevada on Wednesday, this is from months back, by the way, that he told his client not to attend the hearing. Quote, he was instructed
I don't know, Yasmin Paul, I've said this before. I feel like the United States has like a pedophile problem. We're a pedocracy now, right? It seems like we're just full of pedophiles. Okay. I know, okay. So like it's just, I don't know. There's something wrong with pedophiles in the U.S., right? It's gross. It is so gross. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And I know that this happens everywhere, whatever, but it just seems like we have a bit of a problem in the U.S. with enabling pedophilia and all this other shit. Okay, it doesn't matter. By the way, this isn't religion specific. There are just a lot of pedos in the U.S. apparently, and apparently they run the country, and we're okay with that. Okay, whatever.
They didn't have to be here. However, Judge Barbara Shifalakwa was quick to shut down
the last bastion of Civ 5. Hello, you said I don't know. I've seen a lot of leftists say that. Oh, I'm not going to say that out loud. Who? Would you give me an example there, Bastion of Civ 5? I'm not saying that there aren't anti-Semitic people out there, but I'm curious, what leftists are you referring to?
Suggestion stressing that suspects released on bond like Alexandrovich have to make every court appearance. I'm looking at his bond document that indicate the court appearance that he ordered to appear at was today, Shifalakwa told Chesnov. And so your oral, I guess, request without anything before the court is to waive his appearance here today is hereby denied. So understand what happened here. Israeli guy gets caught in a sting trying to have sex with kids. Since he's tied to the Israeli government, hire...
Oh, gotcha. Okay, last Bastion Civ 5. Well, you probably shouldn't be friends with those people. I'm sorry. But if they're saying things like that, then yeah, that's disgusting. That's really disgusting.
Forces step in. They basically get him out. He immediately...
I don't know if you're friends with them, but that's really gross, okay?
He flees to Israel, and then they go ahead, lawyer, go say that I have the right to do this. The lawyer says that to the judge. The judge goes, the fuck you do? No, he absolutely has to be here. So you see what happened here? Why is it every time we find some Israeli committing some brazen crime out in the open, they somehow get let out, like, immediately?
Bribery.
Why is that? Why is it nobody is talking about the connections of Jeffrey Epstein to Mossad and Israel? Why is that? Now we have illegal biolabs run by Israelis, which have HIV and fucking COVID-19.
Now, he is slightly exaggerating. They're like, he did mention how there was also links to China. So yeah, there was an Israeli running the lab, and then there was weird links to China. Like, I don't know what's going on with these labs. It's weird.
And all sorts of malaria, all sorts of illnesses. And people are going, well, yeah, let him out. Like, he can get it. What? Like, no, in all seriousness, what the fuck is this? What is this?
Yeah.
And look, you can't help but talk about how we know how much Israel has infiltrated our government. Forget just the Israel lobby. I'm talking about actual infiltration. I'm talking about the president being blackmailed. He could be extorted. He could be coerced. Because we know there's videos of him with underage girls that Mossad has and other intelligence agencies around the world have, okay? Have you ever wondered why Trump has never broken with Israel?
There's actually a really funny video I'm going to show you guys right after this, since we're talking about it. Like, joking about how, like, what was I going to say here? That's a video joking about how, like, all these mainstream news outlets are saying that Jeffrey Epstein had connections to Russian intelligence, and like no one is mentioning how the vast majority of the documents they're talking about Mossad, about relations with Mossad. Almost none mention Israel. I mean, I'm sorry, Russia. So why don't we just call a spade a spade? Clearly the guy was in it with Mossad. It's very obvious. All right.
Ever on anything? Have you ever wondered? Well, that's probably fucking why, right? But that begs the question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, guys, for those who don't know, I'm a historian, right? The Jewish migrants were some of the hardest working people in the United States. Like, if you ever heard about the Triangle Waist Shirt Factory fire, it's a very famous, horrible industrial accident where a factory caught on fire. There were a bunch of women, Jewish and Eastern European women who died in that fire, who were working extremely long hours for very low wages. And historically, Jewish folks have been agricultural, and like, okay, I don't even know to go into this. Yeah, obviously, it's bullshit to say that Jewish folks are human beings. Okay, they work as hard as anyone else. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so but yeah, it's gross, right? And do we think that folks like Jeffrey Epstein have anything to do with like the average Jewish person? This is a class issue. This isn't a religion issue, right? Jeffrey Epstein was a wealthy elite. He has nothing in common with like the average Jewish person. If anything, his interests are the opposite of the average. So people who are conflating this cabal of pedophiles with Judaism are completely missing the mark, obviously. Anyway, okay, moving on. Okay.
How many other people they have dirt on? Is there somebody in Las Vegas who, hey, the person who decided to let him out, is that like, hey, we also have dirt on you. You better let this motherfucker out and let him go to Israel, right? I mean, this is true infiltration into our country. It really is. It really is. And at this point, it's not conspiratorial. I'm just giving you the information that we're learning in these different cases. It is a fact that this Israeli guy was caught in a sex sting and then was let out and went to Israel. That's a fact. And then he said, I don't have to go to the trial, and he did have to go to the trial. That's a fact, okay? It's a fact that the guy who ran the biolab, the illegal biolab, is Israeli. What are you doing with that stuff? What are you doing with that stuff?
Yeah, Sylvia.
How many times have we heard these people say, like, oh man, I guess they need another 9/11 in the U.S. to remember, right? In other words, you better attack Iran or else. You better do our bidding or else. You better launch the war with the Islamic world or else. I guess they need another 9/11 to teach them. Like, creepy. Absolutely fucking creepy. Absolutely disturbing. Jesus. And they're trying to fucking bury the conversation about this.
Yeah, so I'm just so sick of Israel. Oh my God. Can we cut all ties? Can we stop sending money to that country? Oh my God. If it were any other country, Jesus. All right. Bundism. Yeah, that's interesting. It's like the biggest threat to Zionism for a long time. Yeah, very true. Yeah, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Bundism. She means Bundism. Okay, another another billion some dollars to Israel, although we're not doing well here. Okay. So another $500 billion to one of the most anti-Semitic countries on the planet. Love that. Okay. That's stupid, Sylv. Okay. Oh my God. So you guys, I didn't want to. I don't want to say these things. Okay. I went to a Jewish graduate school. All right. It called Brandeis University. All right. Which is in Massachusetts. That's where I did my graduate studies. Okay. I know I'm like, whatever, what's the term? Doxing myself or whatever by saying that. I don't really give a shit at this point. Jewish people are human beings. All right. I know, okay, I know you all know this. I'm just saying they're people, they're human beings. Some of my greatest friends were Jewish. I lived with Jewish people as a roommate. They're human beings, okay? And a large number of them, especially younger Jewish folks, are very anti-Israel, okay? And like it's exhausting, right? It is very exhausting. Uh, and one of the things that I really don't like about Israel is that it makes me constantly have to talk about this, constantly have to remind people that Jewish people are not the same as Israel. You see what I mean? It makes me have to constantly remind people that Zionism is not the same as Judaism. And this is why I say I feel like Israel is like one of the most anti-Semitic states on the planet, because it has led Jewish folks and me to have to constantly remind people, okay, that they're not the same. Uh, and what do we think that does, guys? Israel constantly frames itself as like this guardian of Jews, right? That this state is there to guard Jewish folks from anti-Semitic attacks. So when more anti-Semitism starts spreading around, it leaves the door open for the Israeli state to propagandize to Jewish folks and convince them that that the only way to be protected is through Israel. And so it like works, okay? Um and so okay. Um Who's the girl who made the movie Israelism? You know who I'm talking about? I don't, Yasma Paul. Would you remind me? Okay. So it's very frustrating because I've all right. And guys, I don't know if I want to tell you this either. I also taught at a Jewish school. All right. I did. I taught at a Jewish school. I taught at a Jewish day school. Um, and so most of my students were Jewish at the school. Okay, like human beings, okay? They're all human beings. I want to be clear. And none of these people had connections to Epstein, right? There isn't a cabal. They're human beings, okay? Whatever. We all know that, okay? All right, okay. And by the way, when I worked at a Jewish school, I was more accepted as a gay man at that school than almost any other school I've ever worked at. All right. So anyway, moving on here. Okay. Yeah. A bright love. Yeah. Well, yes, but I don't want to go into that. A bright love, but okay. So, we got it. All right. Okay. Now you guys get why I'm rambling on about this. Um. Okay.
This biolab.
Okay. Going on here. So now let's see here. Oh, I know, Sylvie, and I know, so I'm not really addressing you, Sylvie, forgive me, but, like, it's so frustrating, Sylvie, but Israel makes it really hard. Israel makes it really hard, and it makes it easy for people to fall into that flaw, alright? Okay. So, here we have some other thing to react to, guys. Alright. So where did I put this thing? I found something else I wanted to see. Oh, I remember now. Let me show you something else in regards to Israel, okay? Uh Oops. What did I do with my face here? Shit. What happened? Did I just get out of the— oh, damn it. One second, guys. I need to reopen this. Here we go. Okay. So there was a video I saw here on X I wanted to share with all of you. Okay. This is— you guys know him, all right? You guys know Bassem Youssef. This kind of goes in with what we were just talking about. Okay, this goes exactly with what we were just talking about. I'm gonna go over here so you guys can see it. Let me put it up on the page. And we all like Bassem Youssef. I really like Bassem Youssef. I think he's super funny. Okay, so let me quickly put up his face in regards to Israel here. All right, right. So let's see what he has to say. I thought this was a great joke. Okay, This was a great joke he had here about how the media is like refusing to talk about the Mossad connections to Epstein, which are obvious and many. Okay, obvious and many. All right. So here we go. This he is on. By the way, disgusting because you know who he's on with. He's on Piers Morgan's show, and guess who he's talking with? Guess who the other guest is? Alan Dershowitz. So I guess media, Piers Morgan, being the monster he is perfectly fine with still having Alan Dershowitz on the show after all the revelations from the Epstein files. Anyway, so okay, um, yeah, right, right, Yasma Paul. So let's listen here. Let's see what he says. Okay.
I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was his at his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes. And he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel student groups. He was responsible for the Wagner's group's pro-Israel philanthropy. He supported Israel settlement projects. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security deals with Israel. And even a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy.
I just think that's so funny. Like, okay, uh, right? I just thought that was funny. Yeah, and we don't get to see Alan Dershowitz's response, but Bassem Youssef, such a funny man, right? It's so true. Yeah, oh no, he was definitely though a Russian spy, right? Oh my God. Okay. And who's Alan? Brucey, look him up. Look up Alan Dershowitz. He's a really disgusting man, okay? Really gross guy. He was Trump's lawyer for a while. Tons and tons of references to him in the Epstein files. There are direct accounts of him actually being present when Epstein was engaging in sexual acts. There's a lot of weird. Yeah, he is a very big guy in the Epstein files. Really gross guy. Like, did a lot of really disgusting things. Um, very completely amoral man. I cannot stand him. And the fact that people still let him on media, like let him on TV shows and shit like that, I just don't understand it. Yeah, that's true, Wizard. Okay, but it's just funny how I've not heard like any news sources talking about the Mossad connections, even though there are many and obvious. All right, there's even an Epstein file where he's, by the way, one of Epstein's best friends. Yeah, which is it's almost no difference, Mouse, but I'm sure you know that, right? To be like an asset is like a spy, but that could be like soft power, blackmail. One of Epstein's closest friends was Ehud Barak, who was a former Israeli prime minister. And there's one document where Epstein jokingly says to Ehud Barak, "Oh, when you go back to Israel, please remind them that I don't work for Mossad. Wink, wink, wink." He literally used a little winky figure. And Ehud Barak responded, "Oh, don't worry, I'll tell them, wink." Like, they don't even hide it very well, okay? Um, yeah, I got you, Meowsword. Okay. So anyway, it's like, all right, well, and guys, to be fair though, there's very little difference between Mossad and American intelligence. It's likely that one of the reasons that they're not talking about this shit is because American intelligence knew this, and he was probably in bed with American intelligence too. So I don't want to just say it was Israel. American intelligence almost certainly was involved in this shit too. And that might be one of the reasons why they're being so nice to all the people involved and trying to like give them less sentences and not charge anyone, because they may have been assets for American intelligence also. So, okay. Regardless, I'm just deeply annoyed that about all this crap. Okay. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Wizards. Yeah. Very true. Okay. Well, Brucey, you don't, I, hey, You can decide that for yourself, right? That it's all about promoting the interests of the countries they're from. Okay, the U.S. does it, Israel does it, every country does it. Okay, U.S. businesses, consumers bore. So, Meowsword says U.S. businesses and consumers bore 90% of the Trump tariff costs. Well, of course they did. That's how tariffs work. Isn't that disgusting? Okay. Anyway, so some other things, guys. There is more and more evidence coming out that AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is considering running for president. All right. It appears that AOC may be planning to run for president. So it appears that the people around her are pushing her to run for president. And it appears that she is so. And a New York delegation colleague said they believe Alexandria Cortez is leaning more towards a presidential bid than a run for the Senate. Okay. In 2028, when a fellow New Yorker, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, is up for re-election, Schumer has not said if he'll seek another term. Okay. Because of Ocasio-Cortez's social media following of millions of platforms such as X, Instagram, TikToks, and Twitch, her status as the party fundraising powerhouse and top campaign surrogate for Democratic candidates, the lawmaker said, she doesn't need to run for the Senate as a stepping stone for the White House. Hey, absolutely, Weird Amorphous Blob. No doubt, guys, the Democratic establishment's going to do everything they can to stop that from happening. But that would be a good choice, though, if they let her run, because she might be able to win, because at least she's an economic populist. So anyway, that's might be some good news. I would much prefer Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez run than Gavin Newsom, although we do know that the Democratic Party will probably snipe Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, and watch. They'll probably be like, well, she's a woman and she's a person of color, and that means she'll probably lose, even though they said the opposite for Kamala, because it's not about race or gender, it's about who's establishment and who's not. Oh, amazing. You know what? We should watch that sometime, Yasmin Paul. Yasmin Paul, guys, you all, if you're watching and you're new to the stream, please join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. We have a great community on there. And if you do join the Discord, there's a reactions channel, and you can put videos in there for me to watch on stream. I would love for you to do that, Yasma Paul. If you don't mind, you don't have to, but I can also look it up myself. But please do that. Please join our Discord. Also, there you go, Yasmin Paul. Okay, thank you, Yasmin Paul. Also, for those that are, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents. Now that you've reminded me, Yasmin Paul, thank you. You can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month. Okay, and then you'll get access to members only chat emojis and a jester's hat next to your name over on YouTube. Okay. Or if you're on Twitch, you can become a subscriber using Amazon Prime for free, which will help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money, which I would deeply appreciate. And then you'll no longer have to see ads over there. Okay. Yasma Paul. All right. So please feel free to do that as well. Okay. Okay. So everyone good? Everyone good on that? Also, you can send me, if you want to send me a contribution, I do this. I basically survive off donations and shit. Right next to my face here is a buy me a coffee link. If you use that QR code, if you scan that QR code, it'll send you to a buy me a coffee, and you can if you send me $5 or more, I will do a personalized video response. It's also linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. You can also send me bits. I'm sorry, I keep enabling. I keep apologizing too. You can send me bits over on Twitch or super chats. If we get to 10 super chats today, I will do a Cult of the Lamb stream where you guys get to be the followers of my cult, and I can abuse you and yell at you and stuff, and you can poop all over the place. If you don't know what I'm talking about, trust me, it'll become clear. All right. So, okay, let's all right. Okay. So Cody, what's going on with Cody? I heard people cheering on Cody. Mainstream is a good stepping stone. What are we talking about here, Cody? Oh, that'd be cool, Cody. You should do that. Okay, anyway. So, all right. I'm sorry. Okay, going back to that. Okay, again, stop apologizing, Sam. Stop apologizing. All right. So let's see here what we got here. Okay, bro is becoming a relative billionaire. Oh my God, I wish, Last Bastion. By the way, speaking of being a relative billionaire, every month, guys, I post how much money I made. Oh, that's amazing, Cody. Congrats. Okay. Good for you. Every year I post on Discord how much money I made the month before. I am not, unfortunately, a relative billionaire, Last Bastion. I wish. So you got, I'm very open. I'm a socialist. I'm very open about how much money I'm making off the streams. Okay. So if you do go to Discord, you can go back and look at the announcements. You can see how much money I'm making every month. All right. It's not much. Okay. Let's put it that way. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. Some other things. Some other stuff here. Oh. Here we have
erased about.
Here we have. I don't want to become a billionaire, Matt. It's like, are you kidding me? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't mind, but I don't think billionaires should exist. Obviously, okay. I'm not gonna lie and be like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have $1 billion? Of course it would, but that doesn't mean I think it's moral to do that. Okay. All right. So here we have. Yesterday there was a I'm not sure even who this is. Oh, okay. This is someone that was nominated to a top position in the U.S. State Department, okay? And this guy right here, and he's a white nationalist. He's not this guy. I'm sorry. This is a Democratic, I don't know, senator or something. So there was a Republican nominated to that Trump nominated to a top position in the U.S. State Department, and he's an avowed white nationalist. And Mr. Murphy was curious. Mr. Jeremy Carl, by the way, why does he have 2 first names? That's stupid. Anyway, so classic white supremacist has very white first and last name. Anyway, he is being questioned by a Democrat, and let's see what he has to say about his white nationalism. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Because these are the kind of people that our fascist regime is putting into office. Everyone ready for this? Let's see what the white nationalist has to say when questioned about his white nationalism.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that would be one.
That's not whiteness, okay? He's talking about ethnic groups. That's different from whiteness. Okay. Anyway, you know what? I'm just going to let it play.
An example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians. You could have Irish.
Yeah,
those are in many ways more.
Yeah, but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity.
By the way, on a side note here, he mentioned Italians. We all know that in the United States, Italians didn't used to be viewed as white. Neither did Irish people, which just goes to prove you, like Irish people were called ruddy-skinned. I forget what they were called, but they were not white. Okay, right, Yasmin Paul. Neither were Italians. I forget what they were called, but whiteness is a made-up concept. It's invented, guys. I know this is shocking, but race is an invented concept. It's not a real thing. Biologically, it doesn't really exist, okay? Because the only unifying factor is that we're all humans, okay? So, like, the definition of what race is what race has changed through time. So it's really funny for him to start referring to people who used to not be white. Okay, so moving on here, right?
And that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average.
You know, I agree with that. It's very boring compared to the black church. Okay, very boring. Okay, I don't actually agree with that. Right.
Food.
Also, what is the black church? Because there are black Catholics, there are black Muslims, there are black Protestants, there are black Baptists, there are black. So I didn't know every black person was in a black church or was like in a church that's like black or whatever that means. Okay. Yeah, this guy is like an ill version of Jonah Hill, right? Like kind of looks like a sick version of Jonah Hill, all right?
Ways could often be different. Yeah.
And those
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. Well, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in.
Oh my God, the music is different. Well, you know what's funny about that, guys, is we do know that a lot of music in the United States, whether it's performed by black or white people, actually originally came from black folks. Anyway, so like, all right. Um, White music. What is white music? I'm trying to think of something. Well, I guess we could say like country, I guess, even though Leadbelly, for example, was one of the founders of American folk movement music and he was black. Um, I'm not sure, like, okay, it's just weird, all right?
English this year.
So our ability to access white identity and what you think is being a ethnic identity. You don't speak.
Sorry, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English, Super Bowl halftime
I'm sorry,
could be differently. If you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English, often be different. Yeah.
And those
music,
are being
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be differently if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or white food or white music is being erased.
Oh my God, it's so true. Oh.
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think
guys, like, you can access. All right, like I don't know what this means. Like I've known, like there are, like I went to a Catholic school, right? And there were families there with Italian origin, with Irish origin, and they had different cultures, like Germans. Okay, like there was an Italian family there whose like ancestors came here a really long time ago, and they liked Italian food a lot. They were white, right, according to our concept of white. But then there was an Irish family who really heavily celebrated St. Patrick's Day and things like that. I don't know if there is such thing as a common white culture. I think what he's meaning to say is Anglo-Saxon, that he thinks that there is one good type of whiteness, and that's Anglo-Saxon Protestant. WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Because a lot of the stuff he's talking about is like English origin, or which is a racial concept that like the white Anglo-Saxons that came from England are like the most superior. It seems like that's what he thinks whiteness is, or like that all white people are Anglo-Saxons or some shit like that. Yeah, it's weird. I don't really know. And then, okay, but like that's made up also. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Yeah, so Clumsy Mumsy, he has been nominated to be to join the American State Department, okay, by the Trump administration. So he's being questioned by lawmakers. Okay, because he's been nominated and he's gonna become a part of the American State Department, no doubt. Right? So, all right.
You're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. I love that for us. Don't we all love that? That's another member of our upcoming member of our U.S. State Department. Yay! Yeah. The decline continues very quickly, right, Louise? Jesus Christ, the decline continues very quickly. Yeah. You know, hey, Mithril, that's a good point. And I should say it's a fake idea, Mithril. So Mithril does point out here, Anglo-Saxon only ruled the UK for a couple hundred years. Might as well say Tudor or Georgian. Yeah, it's a made-up term, Mithril. It's a very racialized term. Like Hitler loved this shit too. Like, oh, the Anglo-Saxons of Germanic origin. They're the, like, it's like the whole idea of Anglo-Saxonism is bullshit. Like, I don't like any of this shit, okay? If we're talking about a particular cultural group from a long time ago, sure. But to say like it's a racial group is stupid, okay? All of this shit is stupid. But a lot of white American racists connect their superiority to being Anglo-Saxon. They don't like Irish folks. They don't like Italians. They don't like, Jewish folks. They don't like anyone, who they think is white passing, but they're not Anglo-Saxon. Whatever. It's stupid. It's all made up shit, folks. It's all made up shit. But don't we love that for us, that these people are now joining the State Department? They already were. Right, Weirdemore was pee. So I'm going to go urinate, and I know you love that word, so I'm going to use it. Okay, there you go. Wizard, thank you. I am going to pee. Yasma Paul, it says reactions. It's either says reaction or reactions. That's the channel, Yasma. And if you have trouble finding it, just ask in the main chat and they'll help you out, okay? All right. Oh God, Wizard, I would love to rip a bond right now. Unfortunately, I don't have any of that. Okay. Okay. Oh my God, Mithril, it's bad. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go seize the means of production, and I'll be right back. Okay, please don't go away. Stay, all of you guys. You're also naughty. You stay here. You stay here, naughty. Okay, I'll be right back. Love you all. Hee hee.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on my brain, I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
People don't let the talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize the need and body prep for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology providing many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in effect, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. I'm trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph thing. Complex I made when I left to a red fair and square. Yeah, I.
Hello. I'm back. Aren't you excited? Aren't you all excited? Now, guys, I'm gonna need hello, Dolly Boy. Love having you here, Dolly Boy. I do need to. I'm actually gonna slutify myself a bit because I'm getting kind of hot. So I'm gonna take this shirt off and put on a shirt. Really, I should have done that before I came back on. So give me 1 second, and yes, and then I'll put on the collar too because. Oh, did I, Dolly Boy? Whoopsie. Okay. I know, whoopsie dolly boy, it's fine. I'll make sure to mute the mic next time so you guys can't hear me jingling so I can scare you all when I come back. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, 1 second. Let's give me a second here. So take off all your clothes. No, I'm not going to strip on stream, okay? Goddamn. Okay. All right. Oh. Whoa. Look, I see it's not that slutty. Look, it's not that slutty. Just showing a little bit of shoulder, guys. Just showing a little. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I put on the collar now. Guys, I think we definitely made enough to put on the collar at this point. All right. Sorry for flashing my armpits to everyone. I don't know. Some people are into that shit. You never know. All right. Okay. Scandalous, right? Hello, Soup Cheese. Soup Cheese. So glad to see you here, Soup Cheese. I'm gonna eat you up, Soup Cheese. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna eat you right up, Soup Cheese. Okay. Right. Is that like a compliment in Soup World? Like you want people to eat you? Dolly Boy, thank you so much. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I don't have to call you a dog now. That's lovely. I love that for us, Dolly Boy. I love that for you. I'm not going to need to dehumanize you now since you sent me money. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I love you very much. Really, thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You know you like fund the streams, basically. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Soup Cheese. I didn't know it was an insult. Let me, guys, I still have chicken. I still have a whole bunch of chicken here I'm eating. As you all know, I always have weird foods. I have food in weird places. I just pull it out of nowhere. Oh, there, maybe Last Bastion. Ooh, maybe. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being gross. You're shameless, Matt Saiga. You're shameless, okay? Look how attractive I am with all this chicken in my mouth, okay? Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I am willing to use sex appeal to make money because I'm shameless about that, okay? It's the most socialist thing I can do, right? I'm using my own labor, all right? Okay, I don't know. I'm making shit up. Okay, so now I'm gonna look at it. By the way, do you like how look at the size of this? This is water, by the way. Okay, look at this. This is like a giant mug full of water. All right. Now I am hydrated and ready to go. I'm gonna actually. Oh, no doubt, Alyssa. No doubt they do, Alyssa. Okay. I wish it was year 1000, man. Why? What's going on, Brucey? Something going on, Brucey? Something happened, Brucey? Something going on in your life? Okay. All right. Oh my God, amazing, Cody. That's fantastic. By the way, people, Cody has a live stream over on Twitch that people should join. All right, so what should we talk about now? Yeah, what happened, Brucey? I'm sorry. Let me read what Brucey said here. Brucey says, I'm feeling depressed AF because my professor was a bit mean to me and I fucked up the video application for my job. Brucey, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just really sorry to hear that. How do you, I'm sorry to hear that. I was going to ask, how do you know you effed up the video? Are you sure that you have to? Maybe you did. I don't know. I'm just saying, are you sure you did? Are you sure you're just not overly worried about it? I know sometimes I am, but maybe you did mess it up. I don't know. Okay. She said, I missed the class because I was sick, and also I had like conflating to, oh, I got you. Brucey 616, and she said, deal with it yourself. Okay. Oh, I got you, Brucey. Okay. I understand. Okay. I'm so sorry, Brucey. Okay, you guys. So, all right. All right. Well, what can we do now, guys? Well, I was thinking we could do this. If we get, well, no. Let's do it this way. I kind of want to play a game, but first, let's watch a couple more videos, or maybe like one more video, and then we can play a game together, right? Because it's Friday. We're supposed to have fun, right? We're supposed to have fun. It's a Friday, okay? So let's see here, even though the world is falling apart and we're descending into fascism. Okay, so what do we got here? We got some other stuff we could look at. What's this? Matt Saigai sent this. What is this about?
Are you Marsha?
I am.
Matt Saigai sent something with Dr.
I
Mike.
recently had a patient encounter that I need.
Okay, you know what? Let's watch this. This is sort of a lighter thing, I guess. I am curious, who here works in healthcare? Okay. Okay, fine, Matt Saigai. I won't watch it. I was literally pulling it up to watch it. All right, but if you're gonna be a dick about it, Matt Saigai, I will withdraw it. Okay. 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 So, yeah, Last Bastion. I am watching it now. Shame on you, Matt Saigai. Jesus. All right. So, okay. You do, Brucey? Okay. Brucey, I'm really sorry you're going through that. That was, the professor I was a teacher, Brucey. That is not a way to deal with education, is to tell the student to deal with it themselves. There are better ways to phrase that. I'm sorry that professor doesn't know how to, address a student and is very rude about it. I would not take it personally if I were you, Brucey. I know that's easier said than done. It is not reflective. No, Brucey, that's all relative. It's okay to be sad, okay? Please don't internalize it, all right? It's not reflective of you as a person. Everyone makes mistakes. If you did make a mistake, I don't know. And just because this professor said it doesn't mean, doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. I hope you know that, okay? All right. So, let's watch this. This is from, I don't even want to say who it's from now. This is from Matt Saigai. This is called Arguing with My Patient Saved Her Life. Now, so for the people here so some people here do work in healthcare. I briefly worked in a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems. There was a lot of addiction. A lot of the kids in there had been subject to abuse, and they had been removed from their homes by the state. Some of them were in this home because their parents couldn't deal with them because they were pretty, I don't know what the phrase, delinquent, or they had behavioral issues. So the state would take them and put them in this group home. And so that's not the same thing as being a doctor or being involved in medicine. But I feel like I got kind of a sense for some of the things healthcare people go through, not completely. But I'll tell you what, healthcare people deal with a lot of shit. They do, Brucey. They do. They have a lot of ego, okay? And a lot of times, Brucey, doctors, they're not good with people. A lot of doctors aren't because, they're scientists. A lot of times I don't mean to stereotype here, but a lot of times there are some scientists out there who aren't as good dealing with people because they're used to the science. Okay. Thank you. No problem, Yasma Paul. Glad to have you here, okay? Thank you very much for the subbing and things like that. Okay. So anyway, it is not easy to work in healthcare. And you have to deal with I prefer seeing NP. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Okay. What was I going to say? People can be mean. People can be rude. It's not as easy as just recommending something for someone to do that'll improve their health. You got to fight against human factors. They believe, yeah, exactly. Alyssa, I don't blame you. I have found that nurse practitioners are more personable because they have the nursing training, okay, which is more about being personable and things like that in a lot of ways. Anyway, not that every nurse is great. I had a nurse once when I was a kid. I had appendicitis and I had to get an IV in my arm. And she takes out this big needle and says to me, a 12-year-old, "Oh, don't worry. This is just going to feel like a big bee sting." And I'm like, what? She was trying her best. But anyway, regardless, so we're going to watch this video. It's not easy to work in healthcare, okay? I mean, it depends on what part of healthcare you're working in, but you got to deal with a lot of stuff. All right. So let's see what Dr. Mike says. All right.
I recently had a patient encounter that I need to tell you the story about. But this one's gonna be a little different than our usual patient encounter stories. This time, she's gonna tell you herself.
It really hit me, the whole experience. It woke me up at 4 a.m. I knew something was wrong, but I really define what was it. I could have easily passed in my sleep. When I tell you I'm lucky to be alive, I am really lucky to be alive.
So Brucey, so she is telling the story, it looks like. So I think that's how he got around the privacy laws. Is she's the one telling the story.
He is really my guardian angel.
Huge thanks to Elsevier for sponsoring this video, whose complete anatomy library of anatomical images and graphics will be used to help tell this story.
Yep, so you see here, the following story is true and fully compliant with HIPAA regulations. So there you go.
I am Rachel Denis Morisseau. In October, I woke up around 4 o'clock in the morning. My chest felt tight. I had difficulty breathing. I was nauseous. I had pain going.
That sounds like a heart problem, right? If you know, like, no, I'm not a doctor, please. If we're talking about medical stuff, you guys know not to listen to me, right? I just kind of spout what layman's knowledge I have of these things, but like having arm pain and all this other stuff, very big sign of something cardiac going on.
Down my left arm, somebody was pressing on my chest and I couldn't catch my breath. That was how I felt. I knew something was wrong, couldn't really define what was it. The chest pain lasted a few hours.
Ugh.
This was a typical
aspirin.
primary care office day for me. I see one of my usual patients on the schedule. She's coming in for a recurrent back issue. I've been seeing her for many years as a patient for all sorts of things, given that I'm her primary care physician. I walk in, we give our usual hug, say hello. I start asking her about her back issues and hip issues, and I begin to do my physical exam. But in doing my physical exam, when we start chatting, she tells me that she wants to mention an episode of something.
Well, Brucey, a family doctor would be well acquainted with heart issues because that's, as you know, that's like one of the most common issues, or cardiac issues. So even a family doctor would know the signs of a heart issue. So it's okay for her, so anyway.
That occurred a couple of days ago that was at the top of her mind.
I explained to him the symptom. It woke me up at 4 a.m.
Kind of thought something was happening in my arm. I thought maybe I slept on it weird.
Chest tightness.
Started getting a little short of breath. I didn't know if it was anxiety.
Felt nauseous.
I said, hold on a second. I think we should change the visit from focusing on your low back and to focus on this issue, because not only do the symptoms that you're talking about trigger a lot of tests and things I need to ask in my mind, you also seem to be quite emotional about these symptoms. So I said, before we move any further, I want to get an EKG right now. The CMA comes into the room, does the EKG. I look at it, and I realize I need to print out her previous EKG to compare. A lot of times when someone already has a heart attack, their EKG changes at baseline from the previous EKG that you may have gotten before the heart attack, and it does look different. There are some non-specific changes. None that are clearly showing that she had a heart attack, but ones that are pointing me in a direction of concern.
I don't think we saw any.
Not a heart attack? Interesting.
Thing that was critical at that moment, because my symptoms were non-existent by the time I saw him. He still looked at me and said, I don't like this. Let's do a cardiac consult.
She was pushing me to write it off, to say, look, we got the EKG, there's no obvious heart attack, my symptoms are gone, I think we can move on. If it comes back, maybe then I'll go. And it took a little bit of time, discussion, explanation.
You know what sucks, guys? I know this is my socialist brain thinking, but I keep thinking, how much is this going to cost her? All these tests she's going to have to run and shit. That's because we live in a stupid country that makes it expensive to deal with like a heart issue, which is vitally important. I'm worried she's going to go bankrupt or some shit. Anyway.
Which should always happen in a doctor's visit. Get her urgent referral, and I have her word that she's going to make an appointment. When she comes in the following week, I'm excited to see her, hoping that she got a a good report from the cardiologist that everything worked out. And I'm going to see her for her back pain now. I ask her, how is the cardiologist? And she smiles and she goes, look, I had no pain.
No!
I made an appointment, but it's a few months away. I said, what? I gave you an urgent referral, and you took an appointment 2 months from now?
He goes, no, I need you to be seen sooner. He picked up his phone.
I text my cardiologist friend, Dr.
Yeah, Meowser, wait, can I also say, that's not so, that's a, I mean, if she had an option for a closer appointment and she didn't take it, that's one thing. But in America, that's not uncommon, having to wait like 2 months to see a specialist. So I'm hoping that she had that's just that she didn't take sooner options. But dear God, I wouldn't be surprised if someone did have to wait 2 months to see a specialist. Regardless, okay.
Fishberg, and I tell him, hey, I really need this patient urgently in. Can we get this patient in? She has an appointment later, but I need it urgent.
I was scheduled for an echocardiogram and a regular stress test. My stress test was fine. I had problem breathing when I was doing the exercise, but...
Jesus, that is insane, Meowsord. So Kaiser will put... This is to show you... I know we're talking about healthcare now, but Kaiser said, we will push you as far back as possible. My MIL was peeing blood, and they scheduled her months away. We were like, no. Yeah. And we're always like, oh, well, socialized healthcare countries, you know, that you have to wait forever to see someone. Oh, yeah, mother-in-law. I knew that, Meowsord. It's like, well, what about here? We have to wait forever to see a specialist here. So you have to wait forever to see a specialist here. Okay, yeah, there you go. Paul's Squat, welcome, Paul's Squat. Yeah, your guts were literally spilling out of you, and you couldn't get surgery for 3 weeks. God bless America. We have such a functional healthcare system. And of course, Paul Squaw, maybe not you, but a lot of folks would end up having to then pay an arm and a leg in order to even get that treated to begin with. So, like, okay, can we do something about our stupid healthcare system? Okay, anyway, moving on. We'll get on with the story.
My heart didn't.
And it would be like $14 in China without insurance. Yeah, Meowsord, yeah. But Meowsord, of course, you know we're a barbaric country. We're a barbaric country full of barbaric corporations who want to make money off everything, including the lives and health of people. And we've decided not to do anything about it because our politicians are deeply corrupt and bribed by those companies, even though every other Western industrialized nation, yeah, exactly, Meowsord, freedom has to be as ruthless as possible. Okay. Oh, and the scary Chinese government who gives $14 treatment for people. Oh my God, so scary. Anyway, okay. Yeah, you're right. So Clumsy Mumsy here, Louise says, Weird Amorphous Blob, I hate you. You know Weird Amorphous Blob. You silly Weird Amorphous Blob. How dare you say that? Okay. Louise, medicine is geared towards men and their symptoms. Women's problems. Yeah. Guys, you have to understand, like, throughout time, it has been male bodies that lots of research and stuff has been done by male doctors. And so that we don't know that much about women's health. I'm only slightly exaggerating. Compared to how much we know about men's health, we don't know much about women's health because there has been not as much research done on it. And there's also a lot of weird cultural taboos regarding like treating women and stuff and doing research on them. It's messed up. And so a lot of like symptoms for things are, there you go, Paul Squall. Don't look into the history of women's health in America unless you're ready for a horror story. I could tell you some weird things from history, guys that would make your skin crawl about women treatment that were given to women that was basically the doctor sexually assaulting you as a way to cure things. I'm not joking. I am not joking. There was, I'll tell you, in Victorian England, for example, if a woman would come into a doctor's office who a husband thought was being overly emotional, they would often say that she was experiencing hysteria or that she was hysterical, which is exactly. And as in like she's overly emotional, she's a woman, she's having an hysterical moment. Sometimes these women were having mental health issues. Other times it was just that she was upset because she was being mistreated or something. Do you know what the treatment was? I'm not exaggerating for a lot of these things, folks. No, this was before lobotomies, guys. Do you know what the treatment was for a hysterical woman? It was that the doctor would masturbate her until climax. as a way to release the tension and calm her down. I'm not joking. You can look it up. It was literally the medical treatment was to sexually assault her. Like really disgusting stuff. Yeah. Like okay. It's weird, okay? Like I'm not look it up. I'm not lying here. I've actually seen the old medical books and stuff. Like so there's a really weird history with how women were treated medically. Like really gross too. Yeah, they're all Christian doctors, Meows. They were all Christian doctors, and it was reinforced like the power. These are all male doctors. It's almost seems is it kind of coincidental that they felt that that was the way to do it? Like, oh well, this invented issue called hysteria. I think the only way to do it is for us to touch her inappropriately. Yeah, Lacroix. Like, all right. So, all right. There may be Meowsword, okay? I know that's gross, guys. I hope I didn't just get demonetized by telling you the truth about that, but it's disgusting how women have been treated historically in medicine, okay?
Not show anything on the stress test. However, on the echo, the top part of my heart, you could see that ventricle, like the muscle was pumping very strongly, but the bottom one, it was sluggish. So he knew something was wrong, and he said, yeah, you had a heart attack.
Moderate basilar inferior hypokinesis. There's a section of her heart that is not moving normally. She gets sent for a CTA, which is basically angiography, where you're able to see dye that is shot through the arteries. And you can see it on the scan, what that
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Kincaid. I hope I didn't traumatize you when you stepped in here.
Looks like, and you could see if there's any blockages.
The result came in. One of the sentence I remember, it says over 70% occlusion.
That means blockage, right? Am I wrong?
And being in the medical field, I know, oh no, so that means I have a blockage.
The heart pumps blood.
So that, guys, means that your artery or some sort of artery or vein, I think it's artery, right? I don't know, is 70% clogged, which means you're pretty close to a heart attack or something like that, okay?
To the brain, to the muscles, upper, lower limbs, but it also needs to supply its own muscles. So when someone's having a heart attack, what essentially is happening is they're having a blockage in one of these arteries that then causes that heart muscle to die.
It was a lot. Like trying to process it. Because now I am at that phase where, oh my goodness, I really had a heart attack. Now I need to do a catheterization. At one point prior to me being taken in, I got overwhelmed. It really hit me that,
What way?
like the whole experience. And I cried for a little bit.
Jeez.
Right? No big bowler, but tear was coming down that, yes, I'm on the table. I'm lucky to be here, but yeah, I had a heart attack.
Just a reminder that a lot of people would need to start thinking about the costs of all this. I know I keep talking about this, but it's a pet peeve of mine. Can we do something about that in this country so that if you're suffering through, like, this makes me want to cry, thinking about how people go through this and then probably their first thought is, how am I going to pay for this? Okay. In Rachel's case, the catheter was used to install a stent, which is a tiny metal mesh. Okay. The mesh that holds the artery open to improve blood flow.
My blockage was over 90% on my right coronary artery.
Jesus.
Over 90%. So when
like she's like a cookie away. I'm exaggerating, but she's like a cookie away from a heart attack or something.
I am lucky to be alive. I am really lucky to be alive.
Luckily, we were able to get her in to have the stent placed, to put her on the correct medical therapy, and begin her in cardiac rehab.
During my first day of cardiac rehab, what I noticed in that room was a lot of men. I think I was the only woman at that moment. And I turned around to the nurse. I'm like, does guy have more heart attack than women? And she goes, no. I'm like, really? Why? How come I'm the only one here? She goes, the women take care of everybody else but themselves. When I was having those episodes, I wasn't taking care of myself. I needed to go to work, I needed to do this. But that was the reminder that we need to take care of ourselves. We need to listen to our body.
Yeah, guys.
If we don't do that, we may not be around the next day to take care of everybody else.
The first question that a lot of my patients and even friends have when I share this story is like, what did you hear from her? So I know.
Guys, just to be clear here, you know, I'm doing the teacher thing, but please be careful about your cholesterol. Please get regular checkups. I know it's hard, especially when we have a horrible medical system that puts people in debt. Most healthcare plans cover these basic things for free, most of them. But of course, that requires you to have one. Regardless, get mammograms if you're a woman. Men, please get prostate exams. Please get prostate exams. I know. That coming from a gay guy, it seems like I just want to see a bunch of prostate exams. Okay, I'm just kidding. I know you don't, but like you need to get your prostate examined, okay? We need to make sure our cholesterol is good. We need to make sure that, you know, all this other stuff, okay? Keep an eye out on yourself, okay? And we live in a country, you know what? Doing these things is a way of fighting back against authority figures. You know why? Because these big companies, right? The big companies that are producing all this food that is killing us, who doesn't care about you, doesn't mind if you die. Fight back against the food companies. Keep yourself healthy. Don't let their food kill you, okay? So if you were a rebel, think of it that way. Keeping yourself healthy and getting regular checkups helps fight back against the companies killing you. All right? Yeah, sort of, right? Okay.
If that thing happens to me, I know what to do. And this is where the beauty of family medicine comes in. In that moment, as she's
By the way, sorry, you do know that there's a correlation between poverty and heart disease and obesity, right? Not probably similar, but not the same. Oh, I wish they were the same, Paul. I'm just kidding. Okay. There is a yeah, exactly. Eat more fiber, folks. Eat vegetables. Eat things that have fiber in them. I know, okay, I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying. Okay. But what was I going to say here? Oh, yes, like obesity is linked to poverty. There's a reason why when people are impoverished, they have a harder time eating healthier food because it's more expensive. A lot of people in poverty live in food deserts where they can only get really cheap, crappy food. It is a form of oppression that poor folks are suffering worse medical outcomes, okay? Fight back against oppression. Keep yourself healthy. Go to the doctor. Make sure that you're not being killed by the elites who keep serving you trash. All right? Yeah, totally. And you know what's Lacroix says, if the system made sure we could get proper preventative care, we'd spend a hell of a lot less on healthcare. Yeah. And if you have a socialized healthcare system, there is an incentive for the government to focus on preventative care because then it'll cost less for them in the long term. You will be less they won't have to spend as much on treatment so they will focus on preventative care so that they don't have to spend as much on treatment later. So it's a positive incentive. That's why we need socialized universal health care like every other major industrialized Western nation, okay, and also like China and other places, because we should move into the 21st century and not be a bunch of barbarians who kill people who can't afford health care. It is stupid and it's barbaric, and we're one of the wealthiest countries in human history. I am not a rah America guy. I'm just saying we can easily do it. Hello, Tiago. Welcome to the stream.
Describing those symptoms, I saw a bit of emotion come out, a bit of fear that I normally don't see in her when she's talking about her physical symptoms. And that small perception that I had would have been easy to miss. If I was just an urgent care provider seeing her for the first time, it would have been so easy to just write it off because she herself was writing it off. If you're having MI symptoms, chest pain, radiating to the left arm, potentially going up to the jaw, dizziness, shortness of breath, it's not going away, it gets worse with activity, it came on at rest. These are all red flag symptoms that you have to go get evaluated. When I was in medical school, maybe even the decades prior to me being in medical school, the description of an MI used to be elephants sitting on your chest and you can't catch your breath. Well, that is pretty much a white
There's the demon, Meowzard. In the Middle Ages, that would be the demon sitting on your chest.
guy's definition or description of what a heart attack feels like. In our research, we haven't truly gotten good enough descriptors from women about their cardiovascular diseases, about their MIs. So for so many years, we've been missing all of these heart attacks in women, and as a result, we've been getting worse outcomes. That's why I'm so passionate in working with the American Heart Association in getting advocacy, the word out for women to take.
Okay, I'm sorry. Little note here. I know I'm being a lunatic. Little note here, but let me go back here. You see this? Why is he at the New York Stock Exchange for the sake of the heart health opening up the stock exchange, which is killing us? I know we live in a capitalist society, but if I were a doctor, I would not want to go anywhere near the US stock exchange and open it for anyone. I don't care if it's for heart shit. I can promote heart health a different way, but the companies on that stock exchange are literally killing us. Are literally making it impossible to afford healthcare. I don't know. I know I'm kind of I'm maybe overthinking this. I just don't like that. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. I'm overthinking it. I'm being woke. Whatever.
Working with the American Heart Association in getting advocacy, the word out for women to take their heart health seriously. There she is.
Hello, my
Who's
darling.
my official influencer now?
Oh, stop it.
Do you feel like you're gonna make a difference now?
I hope so.
I think you will, because like this is just an email I got from existing stuff that came in literally this morning, and I thought, what good timing. I want you.
Tiago, stop defending him. It doesn't matter. If he knows about insurance, why is he promoting them by going to the New York Stock Exchange? Okay, Jesus. I know. I don't really care. I like Dr. Mike. I'm just saying. I just really don't like the stock exchange. I got to tell you guys, I don't like American corporations. All right.
Check this out. I started watching the channel for entertainment personality that Dr. Mike has, but learned along the way as well. Recently, my mom had a heart attack, and her symptoms.
I know
did not
Matt
present the
Saigai.
way
I know he's
men
not a socialist, but I am, so I can yell about these things.
do. Instead, having some that Dr. Mike mentioned in his video. Because I watched, I was able to realize she was having a heart attack and got her to the hospital.
Paul Squall, I know I take everything he says at face value because he is handsome. I'm just kidding, Paul Squall. Yeah, okay. He is handsome. We must take everything he says sells at face value, right?
Where they could treat her, as my family was going to treat it as a panic attack if I had not known the symptoms of a heart attack being potentially different for women, which I only knew because of one of those videos.
That is amazing.
So imagine what your video is going to do.
I hope so. Because I didn't listen. If Dr. Mike did not prompt me and did not have that sense of urgency,
I like
on
that he
my
did this,
behalf,
though.
I probably would not have taken any actions. I have another condition, sleep apnea. So that's when I stop breathing in the middle of the night. With having a heart that's not getting full blood and stop breathing in the middle of the night, I could have easily passed in my sleep.
I'm so glad
free
that
Luigi.
Rochelle wanted
Free
to be a part of
Luigi.
this video, because I think the impact of it could be truly invaluable. And of course, upon sharing the story with the American Heart Association,
Agreed, Matt
they
Saigai.
said that she needs to be a VIP guest at their annual Red Dress
That's
event.
good. That is good.
I was going to be one of the statistics, but I am. I'm very happy to be here and actually celebrate and promote women's health.
Let's do it. Huge thanks again to Complete Anatomy by Elsevier for providing so much of the medical imagery in this video so we can continue educating the world to stay happy and healthy. If you'd like to learn more about anatomy and the human body yourself, click the link in the description and get Complete Anatomy today. The human heart has a...
Meowzard, what do you mean? There's nothing wrong with her going to a VIP event at an annual heart health event, okay? I don't know. What are you getting mad at me for that? Okay, how dare you? It's different. The stock. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Okay, I'm a socialist, guys. I don't like the freaking stock exchange. Okay, okay. I don't like that. I don't like going to like. By the way, that was the American Heart Association thing she went to. Yeah, it's funded by CVS or whatever. But like, okay, whatever, guys. I hate you all. I hate all of you. Meowzard, I hate you. Tiago, I hate you. I hate all of you. Okay. All right. So Okay. Anyway. Well, actually, it should be Meowser, but I don't care about that. I don't care about her going to like the event like that. It's the stock exchange specifically. Him going there. Okay. Okay. So, hello, Dolly Boy. I love you very much, Dolly Boy. Okay. TJ, you know how much I hate you, TJ. I hate you so much. I'm gonna spank you, TJ. I'm sorry. That was gross. I apologize. Okay. Thank you. I love you, Retro Asher. Okay. I love you, Drizella. All right. Okay. Okay. Hey, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Paul Squall. I should also point out that he is a DO, not an MD. I didn't even know that, Paul Squall. Okay. That's another big red flag. You can hate me too. Okay, you filthy capitals. All right. I will not shit on Mike. He does amazing work. All I said was that I would not go to a Wall Street event that promotes big healthcare companies, opens up a trading day. All right. I don't know. It's whatever. I don't care. Screw all of you. All right. But guys, be careful about your heart health. Be careful about your heart health. I'm glad he did this. This is really good at, it's really good at spreading. I do hate you, Drusilla. How about that? He's really good at spreading. I don't even know, guys, the DO MD thing. I'm not versed enough on the difference to tell you. I do know that aren't DOs also partially chiropractors? Chiropractors, guy. Well, I don't want to get into this. I'm not a medical expert. I will say though that as far as I know, chiropractors are like witch doctors. Anyway, moving on. So, okay. So anyway, moving on. I don't want to get into that. I know people will yell at me because people like chiropractors because chiropractors make you feel good. That doesn't mean they're doing anything medically. Regardless, okay. Yeah. I'm very happy he did this. I'm very happy he did this this video. It's good to spread awareness of these things. This is fantastic. Okay. I just can't help notice contradictions, folks. I just can't. That's why I pointed out the one thing, but this is great. I'm glad he did this. Okay. All right. So, okay. So, this is good. Please take care of your heart health. Get your cholesterol checked and shit like that. All right. We get it. We get it. We know. All right. Oh, look, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, my God. It's our favorite person. Yay. It's our favorite person. It's our favorite person. And, okay, this is Donald J. Trump. Fuck you, Tiago. This is Donald J. Trump, our favorite person. Apparently, this is from 11 minutes ago. It's very short. It's a very short video. Don't you love his gay little jacket, Meowsword? I agree. This is only from what? This is from 2 hours ago. I guess Donald Trump is I love that word, gaggling. Trump gaggling with the press. Let's just see what Donald Trump said to the press. It's an 11-minute bit here. Okay, it's an 11-minute bit. Everyone ready? Okay. Let's see what he said. He might not say anything interesting, but why not? We're here, right? And I'm just as a jester. So, okay. All right. Okay. Look, don't you guys love how I sexually harass all of you? Anyway, okay. Yeah, don't worry, Meowsword. It's okay, Meowsword. I know. It's okay. Don't worry. If he doesn't say much, we'll move on. But why not? Why not? It's entertaining, Meowsword. Let's watch the entertainment, shall we? Let's do it.
Said very good.
I know, Meowsword. I know. What else is there?
Numbers, very low inflation. We brought costs way down, and the numbers were surprising, except to me, they weren't surprising. So the inflation numbers that just announced, as you know, are way down, and we have it back in track. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have very modest.
That's funny, Matt Saigai. You want to play this game, Matt Saigai? Matt Saigai says purity tests are not appreciated. What'd you say about me drinking Coke, Matt Saigai? What are you always saying to me? You're constantly purity testing me, Matt Saigai, constantly. So I make one comment about him going to a Wall Street event, and suddenly, I don't appreciate purity testing. I'm sure you don't, Meow. I'm sure you don't, Matt Saigai. I'm sure you don't, right? You just do it all the time, Matt Saigai. All right.
Inflation, which is what you want to have.
Mr. President, are you anticipating? Mr. President, why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think progress has been made. Complicated case.
Mr. President, are you anticipating cutting a deal with Democrats to end the potential shutdown for DHS?
We'll see what happens. We always have to protect our law enforcement. It's very important. They've done a great job.
Oh my God, this is meaningless. Meowsor was right, of course.
Thousands of criminals out of our country.
Oh, great.
And we have the best
Also,
crime
by the
number.
way, took out a bunch of American citizens too. Isn't that fun? Also killed a few of us. That's cute. You forgot to mention that part. Don't forget, guys, he killed us. Boop, boop, boop. He killed us. Hee, hee, hee. Boop, boop, boop. All right.
Numbers we've ever had, and everywhere. Murder numbers, crime numbers of any kind. We have the best numbers. We've taken out hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country. We have to
That's damn right, Dolly Boy.
protect our law enforcement.
I'm glad you know your place, Dolly Boy. Guys, I hope you all know I love Dolly Boy. I'm disrespectful to the people I respect, okay?
Are you talking to any
Mr.
Democrats?
President, are you considering land strikes on Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela?
What about it?
Land strikes, are you planning?
Don't worry about it.
Mr. President,
Yes,
do you still have a veto on Nouri al-Maliki to become the Iraqi prime minister?
We're looking at a prime minister. We're going to see what's going to happen.
Cody, I'm mean to you all the time. Shut the hell
We've
up,
got some
okay?
ideas on it, but in the end, everybody needs the U.S. Everybody needs us.
Are you planning to hold anyone accountable for the shutdown in El Paso? The second aircraft carrier that you decided to send. Talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it.
Are you worried?
We'll need it. If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
By the way, guys, we do know that the United States is sending a second carrier over to the Middle East, right? Remember that Wizards! How dare you? Wizards, you're supposed to be on my side, Wizards. Okay? How dare you call me a catty gay? Shame on you, Wizards. Shame on you. You get a brump. Brump to Wizards, okay? By the way, the United States is sending a second carrier group over to the Middle East, okay? Isn't that cute? So we already had one carrier group in the Middle East, and now we're sending another one. It is not an exaggeration to say a carrier group is like a Death Star, okay? It is not just a carrier; it is a whole bunch of support ships that can like raise a country with missiles and aircraft if they wanted to. So why is the United States sending 2 aircraft carriers over to the Middle East? Might it be that we're planning to attack Iran? Which, by the way, you know what happened, why there was a carrier group in the Caribbean was because we were using it to intimidate Venezuela and we ended up overthrowing their government. And now it's heading over to the Iran area. So it's likely that Trump is trying to intimidate Iran. And if he doesn't get his way, he'll probably do something similar that he did in Venezuela. Although in this case, it'll likely be that we bomb the hell out of Iran and kill a bunch of people. So great. The American empire strikes again. Are we all happy about this? Yay. Yay. I love that. I love that for us. Let's go murder a bunch of people in an imperialist war overseas because, you know, Iran doesn't obey the empire. Okay? That's exactly why we'd be doing it. Iran is not obeying the empire. And by the way, it has to do with Israel too. Israel has been begging us to attack Iran for ages. You know why? You know why? Because Iran is a challenge to Israeli domination of the Middle East. Israel wants to be the sole major power of the Middle East. And Iran challenges that. So they want us to destroy Iran for them so they can have a greater Israeli empire. You think I'm exaggerating? I'm not. It has nothing to do with any of the other shit you hear, okay? Iran is a challenge to Israeli domination of the Middle East. It just is, okay? So they want us to take out. Yeah, absolutely. Iran wants to dominate the Middle East too. They are not like a peace, you know, they're also a power player. Okay? But that's why Israel views them as such a threat, is because they're both competing to control the Middle East, all right? And Iran stands in the way of Israeli domination, okay? So it's funny that we're picking one over the other. Yeah, they do, because they want to be the one that dominates. Okay, anyway. Maybe this is more about us, why don't we then stop Israel from dominating the Middle East? Well, because, they're our great friends and they're our greatest ally, even though they keep bombing all the countries around them and they're very powerful. They have nuclear weapons. Iran doesn't, By the way, can we see why maybe Iran wants nuclear weapons? Maybe they're upset because they know that they have no deterrence against Israel or the United States. Both Israel and the United States keep talking about attacking Iran, which I don't know about you, but if I were a country constantly being threatened by 2 nuclear powers, I might want nukes also to protect myself, because it's less likely you're going to get invaded or bombed if you have nukes too. So maybe if we want them to not have nuclear weapons, we should first of all get rid of Israeli weapons, Israeli nukes, okay? And then second of all, stop threatening Iran, all right? And maybe get rid of our own nukes. I don't know, just a thought. Just a thought. I know, that's crazy, you know, they're scary Muslims. I'm just saying, if we want to think rationally about this, okay? Yep, we don't mess with North Korea much anymore, do we? I mean, we do. We still do embargoes and stuff, but we're not really talking about invading there anymore. Okay, yeah, I hate seeing supposed American leaders having their entire commentary here being their right to criticize Iran. I know, it's so stupid, weird, amorphous blob. I know. Okay, but like, okay. I mean, I could criticize Iran. I don't see a need to. They don't have power, or they don't have nearly as much power as these other groups. And if we want to get along with them, maybe we should stop being douches. All right. Yeah, they certainly don't build any while being able to, right? Right, Loisa, right? Okay. Okay. There you go, weird amorphous blob. Correct. All right. All right.
Progress in Ukraine negotiations. Do you still demand Zelensky has to hold elections before summer?
Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Otherwise, he's going to miss a great...
Right, guys. Zelensky is the problem here, as always. Zelensky is the problem with what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. Now, I get it. Yeah. There's some... This is complicated, but yeah, okay. Whatever. I don't want to even get into this.
Opportunity. He has to move.
Mr. President, are you going to hold
Mr. President, are you personally involved in these negotiations over DHS funding, and where do you see room
there
for
you go,
compromise?
Wizards.
Well, but you have to remember, if you look at Homeland Security, if you look at what they've done, if you look at what ICE has done at Border Patrol.
Yeah, right, Lois. So isn't it weird how the right wing is so obsessed with Zelensky? All right.
We have to say.
I mean, I think he's really hot, but that doesn't mean I'm obsessed with him. I'm not always talking about him. Maybe all these right-wingers are gay for Zelensky. I wouldn't blame them. I mean, he's attractive.
This border in the history of our country, nobody comes in other than if they come in legally. If you remember, just a little while ago, a year and a half ago, for a 4-year period, they allowed 25 million people in our country. Many of these people are murderers and drug dealers, a horrible thing. We've gotten a lot of them out. We now have...
I sexualize everyone, Tiago. I have a problem. You know this. I'm always objectifying men. It's a problem. I know. I need to work on it. Whatever.
The best records in the history of our country on crime. It was just announced our crime numbers are the best in 125 years. So I am here to protect law enforcement. And
of course, the crime numbers are down because no one charges anyone in the White House or Congress with anything. I'm sure we'd be way over the top with the crime numbers if people were actually charged who were in power for committing crimes, right? Anyway, if they didn't want to be called a thought leader, they wouldn't be thought leader. There, you know it, Wizards. You know it. Okay. Yeah.
Look, our great police and ICE and Border Patrol and everybody. I'm here to protect them because they're protecting us. And the job they've done is incredible.
Do you believe Prime Minister Netanyahu will receive a pardon?
I do think so, yes.
Of course, guys. Like, we live in one of the most criminal countries on the planet. You know what, Paul, you're 100% right. I love your phrasing there. All the stuff that should be crime in this country is perfectly legal. We're one of the most criminal countries on the planet. Unfortunately, we've legalized the criminality, right? We've legalized the bribery and the corruption. And then we excuse illegality when we find it, especially only if it's amongst the elites, though, by the way. We will get punished. They won't. All right. Hello, Virtual Violence. So glad to see you here again, Virtual Violence. I was sad. I don't know where you went. You abandoned me, Virtual Violence. Anyway.
You have confidence in Kristi Noem, Mr. President, despite the reports of chaos.
Are you? We have low crime numbers. The answer is.
He's handling a
Of course, Alyssa.
Closure over El Paso. Are you pleased with Sean Duffy's handling of the airspace closure over El Paso?
The way it happened. People learn, people learn.
Can you touch on Greenland, on European leaders' hypocrisy? Greenland doesn't want Europe controlling them anymore. What's your message to them, to those European leaders' hypocrisy?
Greenland's going to want us, but we get along very well.
Oh, we're still talking about Greenland. Oh my God, can we stop talking about Greenland? I thought, I was happy to hear that, like, that was no longer something that I thought he was really talking much about. Maybe I just haven't seen it in the media. He's still talking about goddamn Greenland. Oh my God, why is everything so I mean, we all know it's fascist. We all know it's a fascist. Hello, Overdur. Welcome. Hello, Overdur. Welcome. Yeah, she must be with Newsmax. She's like, "What? We need Greenland. We need Greenland. Why did you stop talking about Greenland?" Don't remind him. Don't remind him. I don't want Greenland to become the next Sudetenland or the next Austria, the next Czechoslovakia. God, Jesus. Yeah, you're right. Journalist, right, Loy? So, God, Putin would be happy with her and his press corps, huh? Anyway, like, that's the kind of... Anyway.
Well, with Europe, we'll see how it all works out. We're negotiating right now for Greenland.
Mr. President, do you think the cartels are at all involved in Nancy Guthrie's case or another nation state, potentially?
Can't say that yet. It's a little bit early, but it's... somebody either knew what they were doing very well or they were rank amateurs. Either way, it's not a good situation.
What is your message to European leaders in Munich Security Conference?
Great relationship with them. If it wasn't for me, they'd be paying 2% and not paying.
Oh, no, virtual violence. He's been charged, but he's never going to be, like, held accountable. Yeah, Netanyahu, wasn't he found guilty? Like, he's supposed to be in The Hague or some shit. But yeah, he's never going to be held accountable, right?
Instead, they're paying 5%.
It is Weird Amorphous Blob.
We have a very good relationship
Yeah, right,
with
Weird
NATO.
Amorphous Blob, it's kind of comedic, right?
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
What are you talking about? Czechoslovakia was an attractive man? What do you mean Yugoslavia wasn't attractive? What are you talking about, you lunatics?
Are you actively talking with Democrats right now about a DHS shutdown? How painful do you expect that to be?
But, we have to protect law enforcement. ICE has done a phenomenal job. Border Patrol, we have a closed border for the first time in history. We have to protect law enforcement.
Oh, God.
Our Border Patrol, ICE, and others.
Yeah, we need to protect them. They're the ones that need the protection. It's not that we need protection from them since they keep killing us and deporting us. That's fine. It's them that are under threat. Right, guys? Don't you all know that all these heavily armed men are very under threat, even though they have all the weapons and they're the ones killing people and putting them into concentration camps? It's like Himmler being like, oh, our SS soldiers guarding the concentration camps are constantly under threat. We need to protect them. They're constantly under threat from the inmates.
In law enforcement, and I'm very much, look, I know what they want. I know what they can live with. The Democrats have gone crazy. They're radical left lunatics. That's why the cities are so unsafe. The blue cities are the cities that are unsafe. So we have to protect our law enforcement.
Mr. President, you just lifted sanctions on Venezuelan oil. What are the next steps and when are you going to host Delcy
Well, we
Rodriguez?
have a very good relationship with the president of Venezuela. As you know, we're working together very closely. We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela is going to get a big part of that money.
Oh my God, that's insane, Weird Amorphous Blob. It's a natural conclusion of America's police state logic. I've had welts on my face from bear mace and tear gas, and I've been told I just need to put myself in the cop's shoe. Yeah, I've gotten tear gas before, and God, it's very unpleasant. But yes, that's yeah. But of course, you have to put yourself in the cop's shoes because they're the victims in that situation. Yeah, you're right, Paul Squall. Creepy, abusive grandpa afraid of the radical left, right?
And the relationship we have right now with Venezuela is, I would say, a 10.
A 10.
The biggest beneficiary will be the people of Venezuela.
On Venezuela, will you be recognizing Delcy Rodriguez's government as the official government of Venezuela?
Well, right now we have done that. We're dealing with them. And really, right now, they've done a great job. She's done.
She's been an obedient lapdog. Now, I really want more news to come out about this. Was this primed in advance? Did she already pledge loyalty? before all this happened? I would bet she did. Okay, I need to look more into what's happening in Venezuela, okay?
He's done a very, very good job, and the relationship is strong. The
I know,
oil
right?
is
Virtual
coming out,
violence?
and
Jesus,
a lot
I
of
wish.
money is being paid for oil by other nations, and we're taking care of it. We're refining it, and we're the only one that has the capability to refine it. Right now, the relationship with Venezuela is as good as it can be.
Is that true, Weird Amorphous Ball? I didn't know that about her.
Venezuela. When are you planning to visit Venezuela, sir? I'm going to make a visit to Venezuela. Well, we haven't decided. Are you from Venezuela? From Colombia, sir. We share a border with Venezuela.
I like how, did you hear that? The guy from Colombia had to explain to Trump that Venezuela shares a border with Colombia. I don't blame the guy. He's like, oh, yes, I'm from Colombia, which, by the way, did you know, Mr. President, that shares a border with Venezuela? Because we all know Trump doesn't know. So this reporter has to, like, be like, so the reason it's relevant that I'm asking this question is because Venezuela shares a border with Colombia. So it is relevant that I'm asking, right? Because I appreciate the guy. I appreciate that guy for doing it, all right? Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Aren't you happy to walk in and see the orange, the mango Mussolini on the screen?
Just had a good meeting with you.
With the President of Colombia.
Mr.
President, on the Munich Security Conference, what is your message to Europe and to the leaders?
The only message is we have a great relationship with NATO. We're a very powerful part of NATO. The people that are the heads of the countries, the various countries that we're talking about.
My message to NATO is that Greenland should be part of the United States. It is part of the greater American empire. There are ethnic Americans there that must be annexed and added to the Reich. That's what he wants to say, okay? That's what he wants to say. He wants to start screaming about Greenland as, as an essential part of the American empire that should be annexed to the Reich of the American, okay, and then he's like, I'm sorry, Paul Squall. I was trying to show you how similar Donald Trump is to another man in history whose name was Adolf Hitler, and how he screams about wanting to annex territories to the United States that he views as rightfully. Thank you, Virtual Violence. So that's what he wants. All right. He's, it's a part of the greater American Reich. We must have Greenland. Okay. That's really what he wants to do. Okay. Venezuela should be. Okay. You get it. All right. How dare all of you say I'm good at sounding like Hitler? How dare all of you say that? All right. How dare all of you? Okay? Shame on you. Shame.
They're all
Meowzord, shame on you, Meowzord. Shame on you.
friends of mine. Mr. President, you just mentioned the meeting.
No, that's it. We're gonna get, okay, that's it. We're getting a bunch of bonks. Meowzord gets a bonk. Bonk. Tiago gets a bonk. Bonk. Weird Amorphous Blob is innocent. I'm not gonna do it to Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a bop. Boop. Boop. Loiso gets a bonk. Bonk. Okay, anyone else need a bonk? Matt Saigai gets a bonk. Bonk. We all good now? That's what you get. That's what you get for saying such horrific things about me. All right? Shame on you. Okay? Pizza that giant gets a boop. Boop. Okay? Loiso gets a bonk. I already did that. Okay, Virtual Violence. Virtual Violence gets a bonk. Bonk. Okay, Dex Stewart gets a boop. Boop. All right. We continue with Donald Trump now.
With the President of Colombia, Mr. President. We have Congress back in town. Meet with the North.
Wizards! Wizards gets a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you, Wizards. Shame on you. Yeah, that's better. Pizza that giant, I'll give you a boop because you get a second boop, okay? Boop. There you go. LaCroix, do you get a boop? No, you don't. You get nothing, LaCroix, because you're laughing at Wizard's Bread Book, okay?
Korean Kim Jong-un is here.
Mr. President, do you have a deadline for Iran, Mr. President? Do you have a deadline for Iran? Do you have any deadline for Iran?
Mind I do, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, Rwanda just violated the peace agreement. What are you going to do about it? You told me last time that there will be consequences.
Oh my God, Meowsworth, you're not wrong. I'm shocked I wonder if he will ask her, where are you from, right? If whenever it's someone who's a person of color or has an accent, he's always like, well, where are you from? That's for sure.
They continue to kill a lot of Congolese people in DRC.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, that's one of the things he said. He did, Meowser. I didn't hear that. That's one of the that's one of the peace agreements. Remember how he's like, I've created peace in 11 wars. I've ended 11 wars. I've called peace in 11 wars, and then like next week he'll be like 12 wars. That's one of the wars he claims to have ended, but it's of course just started all over again because it was never really ended. Okay, like okay.
The current situation in Syria after the deal that you brokered?
The president of Syria is doing a very good job. He's unifying the country. We're very happy with the job he's doing. He's doing a great job for the people of Syria. He's unifying the country. Thank you.
I want to show you the evidence.
Come on, Brian, let's go.
Look what they're doing. Hey, step back. First of all, pretty strong economic numbers going into 26. Stock market, 50,000.
Yeah, weird amorphous blob. He's good at it, unfortunately. He's currently economically strangling Cuba and Iran, and like, oof. I'm really worried about Cuba.
That it could go to 100,000 plus
numbers today on inflation.
Cody, right, Cody? It's like, don't you know the Dow is 50K right now? Okay.
I was just going to say, what's the outlook for the remainder of 26? Do you think?
I think we're going to have 100,000 by the time I leave off.
Oh my God! Of course, here he goes, the Fox News circle jerk. Everyone, get on their splash glasses. Jesus, I hope you all have spermicide handy. Good God, I don't like. It's going to be spraying everywhere. Can we okay, this is just so gross. Why, do they have to do this on camera? Fox News is always doing such dirty things to Trump on camera. It really should be saved for a bedroom. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see what Newsmax wants to do to Trump on camera. It's just like, oh my God, can we fillet him behind closed doors? Gross.
At the end of my term, I think we're going to be at 100,000, the Dow. And if you remember, when I was first elected, everybody said, if I got it to 50,000, the Dow, or 7,000 with the S&P, if I got it to 50,000 with the Dow, that would be amazing. That would be in 4 years.
Oh my God, shut up. Shut up.
I got it at 50,000 the last day of my first year. So I'm pretty early. I think we have a great chance of doing very substantially higher numbers. The country is doing well. We have the hottest country.
Guys, also, can we understand here? Can we also understand here that, isn't it funny how when the Dow goes up, he's like, this was all me. This was the Dow. I did the Dow. It's up 50. If as soon as it goes down, it's like, well, Biden, it was Biden. Biden left me with a bad economy. This is the Democrats' fault. This started with Obama. Okay, as soon, but when I came in, now we have the hottest country. The Dow is fit. So whenever stock market go up, it's me. I did it. Whenever stock market go down, it was Biden. It was Kamala. It was, okay. Do we see the trend there? It's pretty obvious. He just, okay, whatever. It's fine. It's kind of a minor thing compared with other things, but it's just annoying to me. Okay.
Anywhere in the world, by far. And the inflation numbers that just came out moments ago were actually incredible.
Yeah,
prices are way down. Inflation is way down. Far lower than anyone thought could have happened in a period of 1 year.
Mr. President,
oh my God.
Mr. President,
It kind of sounds like RFK's brainworm is now in his brain. He was always bad, but as he's aged, it's gotten worse. It's like, Jesus, I didn't know that thing could go from one brain to another.
I have a lot to show you.
Are there any concessions you're willing to make with ICE, about ICE or about immigration enforcement?
It's in favor of our law enforcement. ICE has done an amazing job. We've taken up hundreds of thousands of horrible criminals, including murders. We had 11,888 murders. A lot of them have been found and removed from our country. We have the lowest crime number. We have the best crime numbers we've had. You won't believe this one, 120.
We have the best crime numbers. We're committing so many crimes, and we're not being charged for them. This White House has the best crime numbers. We've committed thousands of crimes, the most crimes of any administration. We're the hottest at committing crimes. That's what he really should be saying.
5 years. From the year 1900, we have the best crime numbers that we've had. in 125 years. I have a great loyalty to ICE, to Border Patrol, to our police, to frankly, our firemen, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, Wizards, highest ICE kill to death ratio of any president. Yeah, we have the highest KD ratio of. He can't say that. He doesn't know that. We've killed more protesters than any president. That's actually probably not true. Regardless, okay. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I just had to watch that, guys. I just need to be reminded of. I'm a sadist. I have to be. Sorry, masochist. Excuse me. I get. I love. I love suffering with all of you. Okay. Okay. Let's do this, guys. Before I get off, let's play a game, right? Let's play a game. It's Friday. Yay! Okay, so for those who have been around for a while, by the way, guys, please join our. How dare you, Malzor? Please, I only learned what that was yesterday, Tiago. I didn't even know what that was until yesterday. Okay, Wizard. How dare you, Wizard? You don't know me, Wizard. You don't know me. I don't know. Did I yell at you? Malzord? If I did, I apologize, but you probably deserved it. Okay, Lois, so how dare you? I'm not, okay, screw you. So, so here we go. Let's do this. So, folks, please join our Discord if you haven't already. For those that are in here who are new, we really do have a really good community on Discord, and people are always talking on there. We have over 200 members. It is honestly one of the best Discord communities I've ever been in, and it's not because I'm not trying to do advertising there. It really is very nice, okay? And if you can put things in the reacts channel for me to react to, so please join our Discord, okay? Now, let's play a game. So for those who haven't been here before, we often at the end of a stream will play a game. I'm in the mood for the food game. And so this is how it works, okay? We're going to play Food Guesser. Okay? Now, thank you. Thank you so much. I do need to hydrate. Thank you very much, Louise, really. It's been a while since I've taken a drink. Okay. All right. Tiago, if it's bad when you're drunk and talk a lot, then that would mean it's always bad. So I don't think that's true, Tiago. I'm just kidding, Tiago. You know I love you very much. Okay. So here we have let's play Food Guesser. So this is how this works, guys. We're gonna play a game called Food Guesser together, and I'm gonna need your help because I will accept nothing less than getting gastronomical genius. If we get below gastronomical genius, I will take my rage out on the chat, whether it's justified or not. And you know why? You know why I will take my rage out on the chat? Because I'm trying to teach you about scapegoating, right? I'm all about anti-authoritarianism. So I teach you about scapegoating by scapegoating all of you when I fail, all right? That's why I do it, not for any selfish reasons. Okay. Are you Wizards? I swear to God, Wizards. Okay. Okay. So, oh, Matt Saiga, I'm sorry, Matt Saiga. I didn't know. Matt Saiga, I didn't know you had a monopoly over what I do on the stream. I should have listened to you, Matt Saiga. I'm sorry. And by the way, Matt Saiga, I never saw you say that. I never saw you say that. Regardless, I'm going to play Food Guesser because I'm hungry. Sam Hungy, okay? You're a pig, Matt Saiga. Quiet, piggy. Quiet. All right? All right, so I'm going to need some help, guys, guessing. Here's how this game goes. There will be a food image on the screen. I will read to you the ingredients, and we have to decide what country it comes from. It could be multiple countries. So you're going to have to help me here, okay? So you're going to put guesses in the chat. Now, if you get your guess wrong, I will punish you harshly, okay? If you get right, you get a boop. If you get it wrong, you might get a bonk, and I'll probably yell at you, all right? So you better do your best. And because I want to get gastronomical genius, I do not accept anything less than the highest score in this game. Here we go. So the first food item we have here, okay, kashk, I don't know what that is, onions, walnuts, garlic, turmeric, mint, water, salt, pepper, oil, bread, butter, dried herbs. This dish is a warm, comforting stew made from lamb or beef broth, enriched with dry mint and seasoned with aromatic spices. You think India, Matt Saigai? You think India. You think Russian? You think, okay, do you think India or Bangladesh? Turkey, oh my God, we're getting all kinds of names here. Afghanistan. Do we think it's like Kazakhstani? Afghanistan, really? You guys, you think Iran? Wow, you guys are all over the place. Okay, let's try this. Bread, oil, turmeric, mint, water. Should we try? It has a middle. Okay, I'll try Iran. I'll go for Iran first. We get 5 guesses. Once we guess a country, guys, it'll tell us how close we are to that country. Okay. Okay, you know what? You know what, guys? I'm sorry if I was rude to you. The possible correct answers were Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Iran, Turkmenistan, and Turkey. Okay, many of you were right. Many of you were right. So Meowsword gets a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Cody doesn't get anything. Okay, Matt Sai guy doesn't get anything because he made multiple guesses. Wizard's Bread doesn't get a damn thing. Okay. Who else we get here? LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Right? Yes, LaCroix gets a boop. Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. Good job, guys. We got it. Next one. Let's try to do just as well on the next one. Ooh, okay. Is this just bread? Okay. So this is flour, sugar, lard, sesame oil, egg, salt, water. What message is being flagged? Oh, there we go. That's weird. That is weird, Lois. So why did that get flagged? Okay. So flour, sugar, lard, sesame oil, egg, salt, water, baking powder, red bean paste, lotus seed paste. Okay, this might actually be China or Japan. Lotus, ox ton pastry, China. Oh yeah, okay. You know what, Meowsword? I'll believe you. Okay, I think Meowsword is right. Meowsword is typically right about these things when it's China, so we'll try China. Yeah, red bean paste. So we'll try China. Yep, okay. You know what, Meowsword? You get 3 boops. Meowsword gets a boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, there we go. It was definitely China. Yeah, China. This is from China. Okay, anyway. China. All right, so thank you, Alex. Okay, so that's good. That looks good. Next round. Good. We still have 100%. This is dates, water, baking soda, butter, sugar, eggs, flour, baking powder, vanilla extract, walnuts, coconut, cream, brown sugar. This is German chocolate cake, is it not? Am I right about that? Wait, no. There's no... Wait, no, it isn't. There's no chocolate in this. Dates. Okay, butter, sugar. What do we think this is? Yeah, you're right. No chocolate. What do we think it's from then? Is this from the UK? Sticky toffee pudding? It's not sticky toffee pudding. Okay. I don't know where this is from. Hint of warm spices. Guys, it really sounds like it sounds like something from the UK. I got to tell you. Is it not from the UK? It doesn't got chocolate. I was wrong. Spain? Go German? Really? Okay. We could go German, I guess. It might be. You think Spain or Portugal? Fuck it. Okay, you know what? You guys think, man, okay, how about this? We'll go, I'm going to go for, I'll go, really? Okay, could be. Walnuts is throwing you guys. Okay, let's try Spain. I'll try Spain. All right, the coconut and stuff is throwing me. Spain. No, we're cold. It's northwest of Spain and we're cold. So we're not close. Is it Canada? That might be too far. It could be the UK though. Try Brazil, but it's northwest of Spain. Let's see here. Oh, Barry T, trust us. We know I'm an atheist. The title of this stream is not because we like the Bible, okay? We don't acknowledge that it's real, all right? At least I don't. Okay? All right. Yeah, you're right. Elevator lady is here. Elevator lady's my favorite. Elevator lady gets an automatic boop. Boop for elevator lady. Okay. We think Iceland. I'm going to try Canada though. I'm going to try Canada. And if it's not Canada, we'll try the UK. Yep, it was Canada. All right. So this is Queen Elizabeth cake. Okay, interesting. Queen Elizabeth cake is a Canadian dessert with a history that dates back to the mid-20th century. Okay. You know what? None of you get a boop for that. None of you get a boop for that. Shame on all of you. I was the first one who said, this is why you watch me. My brilliance really is, it just outshines all of you. And this is why I am essential. I am essential to the stream, okay? None of you would survive without me. I hope you know. You are dependent on me. All right? Me. All right? No, you're all worthless compared to me. Okay, we'd all lose. We'd all lose if it wasn't for me. Anyway. Okay, don't worry. Everything's fine. All right. You all failed me the first time, though. All right. How dare you, Tiago? Okay. How about this one, guys? How about this one? We got rice noodles. Okay. Oh, sure. Gluteal myalgia. You get a boop. Boop. You get 2 boops. Boop. How about 3 gluteal? Boop. I always love you, ass pain. All right. So what about this one? This is rice noodles, pork, shrimp, coriander, shallots, minced pork lard, bean sprouts, shrimp paste, boiled egg, fish sauce, garlic chives, fried shallots. What do we think? What do we think about this? Oh, there's other pictures. There's other pictures. Ooh, that looks good. Ooh, that looks really good. Oh. Okay, look. Okay, is it China? Look at these symbols over here. That looks like Chinese to me. Looks like Mandarin or something. Do we think it's China? We think China? Okay. I would say China. Let's try China. Let's try China, shall we? Okay. Ha ha, right, gluteal myalgia. All right, that's good. Let's try China. We'll try China. It does sound, it looks like Chinese language there. Nope. You have You have all really disappointed me. Okay, it's to the southeast of China. Now, here's the weird thing, guys. They don't include Hong Kong as part of China. So it could be that it is literally Hong Kong or Taiwan. So do we want to try Taiwan or Hong Kong? Do you want to try Hong Kong maybe? Okay, let's try Hong Kong. Yeah, but like I understand why they don't include Taiwan, but not including Hong Kong. You know what, Loiso? Excuse you. I know. You all think I pronounce Hong Kong really strangely. All right? I don't know what's wrong with all of you. I don't know how I mispronounce it. I'm from Ohio, okay? Shame on you, okay? Hong Kong. Like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? It's Hong Kong. What do I do? Hong Kong? Is that the way to do it? Hong? How do you pronounce it, right? Okay, screw all of you. All right. Here we go. Yeah, oh, okay. It's to the northeast of Hong Kong. We're going to say, Ying, you're not supposed to say the G's in Ying, Yang either. Yeah, you're damn right, elevator lady. See, this is why elevator lady is my favorite. Okay, let's try Taiwan. Tanami? All right, let's try Hong Kong. Let's try Taiwan. Oops. Yep, okay, it was Taiwan. How dare all of you? You all failed me? How dare... You know what? I'm going to be merciful, and I'm not going to hand out a bunch of bonks. Or brumps. By the way, for those that don't know, you know what? I'm going to take it out on someone. LaCroix, brump, I just removed your last bop. Your last boop. I'm sorry, your last boop, LaCroix. Okay? I just removed your last boop. That's what you get. So that's called scapegoating. That's called scapegoating. I love this cannon, Meowsword. I love this cannon. I think this is great canon. This boops and bromps and bops. Okay. Here we have whole duck, soy sauce, uh, honey, 5-spice powder, Shaoxing wine, Maltoise sugar, ginger, and green onion. Okay. What do we think? China, Peking duck? Okay, so we think China. We'll try China. God, they have a China bias today, don't they? God. What did Xi Jinping write this quiz? Okay, let's try China. China, as Trump would say. Okay, yeah. Oh my God. Wow. This is a bit Sino-centric, I guess. Okay. We need more American food. This is like, I don't like this. I'm just kidding. Okay, Peking duck. Okay, we got good on that one. We did good on this. Okay, our final score. If we did not get a gastronomical genius, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna take it out on at least one of you. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. All right, you're all forgiven. I forgive all of you for your many, many sins against the community. And you know what? Why not? I'm gonna hand out boops. Meowzord, who loves this tradition, gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets a third boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Loiso gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix, you get 2 boops to return the one I took from you because I like you, LaCroix. Boop, boop. Tiago, you get a brump. Brump! Just because I don't like you. Cody gets a boop. Boop. There we go. Okay. There you go, Matt Saiga. I'll give you a boop. Boop. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Weirdomorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Barry gets a boop. Boop. Welcome, Barry. You get a boop. Everyone else? Anyone else want a boop? We happy with the boops? Okay. Let's try now. Mouser, what are you saying to me? Are you telling me you're going to attack Taiwan next week or something? Like, what are you saying? All right. You want to throw Uyghurs in a concentration camp? What is that? What does that mean? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being a complete asshole. I'm not a racist. I promise. Okay. I'm just. Anyway. Okay. It probably just means I love you or something. I don't know, because Mouseword loves me. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go on to you want to play it one more time? Let's play it one more time. Or we could do GeoGuessr. You know what? No. Let's do Time Guesser. For our next game, we're going to play Time Guesser, and this will be the last game we play. Time Guesser. For those who haven't played Time Guesser before, right? For those who haven't played Time Guesser before, Time Guesser is a game where you're shown an image and you have to guess where the image was taken and the year it was taken. Okay. Okay. All right. Play. It means often uses humor to criticize. What does that mean? You mean often uses humor to criticize? Is that actually a Chinese phrase? That's really cool. Okay. So here we go, guys. All right. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So here we have this is, where do we think this is, guys? This is a I don't know, where do we think this is? What is this flag here? Is this Ulster? Oh, well, that's easy. This is Northern Ireland, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I should have noticed that. Okay, so this is Northern Ireland. What date do we think this is? What time period do we think this is? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Well, that doesn't help us much. Do we have a date somewhere? Okay, what do we think, guys? Do we have an idea here about the date here? Yeah, like I'm trying to see like this could be like I don't know. Do you want to see like 2000? I feel like it's recent, 2020, 1980s. Really, you think it's the 1980s? Uh, we can do 1980s. Do we really think it's the 1980s? Oops, I need to go over back to Ulster. Let's go to Ulster. So I'm going to go over here so we can go to Ulster. Go over here. Ulster, Ulster, Ulster. Right here. Do you think it's like Belfast or some shit? Well, where is actually? I know that it's We'll just go right. Is Ulster? Which province is Ulster? I always forget. Or which of these is Ulster? Ulster is up here, right? This is the Ulster area. Okay. 2010. Okay. Oh, that's right, Mouse. Okay, we'll just go Belfast. Let's just say 2010. Okay. Hey, okay, you know what, guys? You know what? Okay, all right. So, all right. So, an Italian procession during a St. Patrick's Day parade in Downpatrick, Northern Ireland. So this we did really well. We got the date exactly. We had the date exactly correct. Okay. And we were only 35 kilometers out from the right location. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? I love that for us. Okay. Okay. So, all right. All right, all right, all right. So Godspeed, welcome back, Godspeed. I think Hope would say that it's wrong. Godspeed, you got to look at some. Do you know any other theorists? Because he is a laughing stock amongst academics and political theorists. I don't mean to be mean when I say that. Have you looked at other theorists too? The guy you keep referencing is not taken seriously by anyone. Like, there's a very fringe group of people in this world that believe anything he has to say. Do you think that a bunch of small societies without any enforcement mechanism will not do aggression against each other? Okay. Do you think a bunch of societies that are not, exactly. Do you think who will enforce the non-aggression principle? Godspeed. All right. Anyway, next round. Okay. Where do we think we are here? And how will they enforce it there? How will they enforce it, Godspeed? How will arbitrators enforce it? All right. And which group will the arbitrators come from? Oh, real okay. That makes zero sense, Godspeed, but okay, that's fair. All right. All right. So here we have, by the way, governments arised partially out of the need to have people arbitrate disputes. So what you're basically saying, Godspeed, is that if we have a bunch of independent groups, a government will need to arise to arbitrate between them, which proves the point that a government will end up rising up to arbitrate because there'll be disputes. All right. Anyway, so all right. So here we have where is it? Campiar. We think this is Italy. Yeah, this is definitely Italy, but where in Italy? Roma. It says Roma on the back of this car. Okay. So we think that this is Italy, 1965. What makes you think 1965, Cody? I'm literally asking because of the clothing. The clothing might do it, actually. Okay, we'll do not. We think Nick's 1965. We'll try 1965. Okay, we'll try 1965. We'll try Roma. We'll try Rome. Why not? Okay. Guess. Oh, God damn it. That's okay. It was 1979. It was 1979. And it was actually way up at like in the ass crack of the Alps in a place called Compart. Whatever. Screw it. It was fine. We got close enough. It's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's fine. I don't care. It's fine. So okay, I should have. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Moving on. Your gluteomyalgia. Forgive me. I think gluteomyalgia was correct. Thank you, gluteomyalgia. Gluteomyalgia gets a boop. Boop. All right. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, we're not doing well, folks. We got to do better. We got to do better. Okay, we got to do better. This is a shame. Okay, you know what? RL, you also get a boop. Boop. All right. Oh, I wonder where this is. Well, I don't know about you. This looks like DC. There's that big phallic shape in the middle of the city. I'm guessing this is DC. And let's look here. This looks like what, the 1950s? Look at these cars. Is these the 50s or is this the 50s? I think it's the 50s. We'll say 50s. DC 50s. All right. Yeah, I think it's 1950s. All right. Okay. All right. So here we go. This is DC, the 1950s. You know, we can pretty much get exactly where this is because the Washington Monument's right here. We're right down here near the Lincoln Memorial. So we'll go like right there and we'll say 1950s. All right. So 1950, should we say 55? Show the cars again, guys. Do you guys know what, like these cars, what year are these from? I don't know much about vehicles. I got to tell you. Okay. '40s, '20s. I don't think it's the '20s. You think '40s, Loiso? '40s? Okay, I could be wrong. So it must be the '40s. All right, let's look. So we'll do the '40s here. 1940. We'll say 1948. Okay, let's try 1948. Right there. Make a guess. Okay, you know what? We were 1 year off, and we were only 200 meters away from the right spot. We did great, guys. That is fantastic. Okay, everyone ready? Let's go on to the next round. Next round here is I don't know. This is I think this is our second to last round here. We're actually not doing that badly, guys. We're not doing that badly at all. All right. So, I get it. So Godspeed. He wants the world controlled by corporate entities, is what you're saying. That is, if everything is decided by a international commerce department, that means you think that he thinks that the world should be governed by corporations, which is literally like a cyberpunk world, essentially. Okay, so the guy you like is saying that we need to have a dystopian cyberpunk world where corporations rule everything and make decisions for people. And what will keep them from being biased? Do you think that they're going to favor the interest of corporations or the interest of the average person? You see what I mean? That's craziness, Godspeed. It's craziness. I'm sorry to say those ideas are absolutely insane. Okay, there's no way to inform. Okay. Anyway, so where do we think we are here, guys? This looks okay. Oh, really, Loiso? Okay, that's fair. Show us the shoes. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Ooh. San Fran, you think San Francisco in the 40s? Okay, interesting. All right. You really guys think San Fran here? Okay, how about this? We'll do San Fran. I'll say San Francisco. I don't know. I have no idea where this is. I got to tell you, I don't know where this is. We'll say 19. Target. The shop behind the bus is Target. Oh, okay. So it probably is. Okay, you know what? We'll do San Francisco. We'll do 1949. Actually, this kind of looks like the 19. Okay, well, I'm gonna do 1950. Make a guess. So, Matt Sai guy. No. No, you were wrong. You were wrong. It was Stockholm. It was Stockholm, Sweden. Now, we were only 5 years off, but shame on you, Matt Sai guy. Bromp on Matt Sai guy. Shame on the rest of you, too. Shame on the rest of you. Shame on all of you, okay? I am enraged. I am unbelievably enraged. Okay, you know what? You're all worthless. You're all worthless. I hate all of you. Gluteomyalgia. Okay. I swear to God, who should I take it out on? You know what? I'm not gonna do it. 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 I'm a nice guy. I'm a very kind and friendly guy. I would never take it out on chat. Meowsword, I didn't see what you have to say, Meowsword. Maybe you should have been louder about it, okay? I didn't see it. All right. Oh, dear God. All right, let's go on here. Okay. Let's go on here. So next round, this is, I believe, is the last round. Yes, it is. Everyone ready? Oh, did you, Matt Saigai? Did you? Here we got this. Where do we think we are here? Where do we think we are here? Oh, is this Regent Carlo Ano? Is this Spain? This could be Spain. Is this Spain? Diego Acala Libres. This looks like Spain, right? This is Spain. This is totally Spain. This is totally Spain. Okay. Gluteomyalgia, don't make me ban you. This is Spain. Okay, this is very Spain. I don't know. Why are you here, Drusilla? Dear God, okay? Why are you here? Aren't you from Sweden, Drusilla? Why don't you... You're from Sweden, right, Drusilla? Shouldn't you have known the answer to the last question since you're Swedish, Drusilla? Sorry, sometimes I mix all you Scandinavians up. Are you Swedish? Are you what? Are you Danish? I feel like, oh, that's right, you're Danish, right? I know there's not much of a difference between all those countries, so sometimes I get them mixed up. Maybe you should have known, Drusilla, that we were in Stockholm, okay? Jesus Christ. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Where do we think we are? Spain, right? You wish it was Spain. It's not Spain. It's Madrid, is it? Okay. By the way, Drusilla, I'm sorry for taking out my rage on you as you entered chat. Now, what year do we think this is? This looks like the 70s to me. Do we think it's the 70s, or is it like the, or it could be the 60s, actually. Do we think it's the 60s? Okay. 1970s? Okay. Madrid, early 60s, 70s. How about this? I'm going to go to Madrid here. You think 70s? We'll go Madrid. And should we go 70s? We want to say 70s? Damn it, Drusilla. I tried, Drusilla. I try. Okay. 1970s. Okay. You might be... Godspeed. All right, Godspeed. Right. Godspeed, you do know that, like, blindly adhering to someone's ideology, which is what you're doing, is dogmatism, right? You seem pretty dogmatic, which I'm pretty sure Satan wouldn't agree with. You are dogmatic and obedient to the corporate interests. I know you're a Satanist. Isn't that against the principles of Satanism? You've decided to bow and kneel to corporate interest if you follow Hope's ideas, okay? You believe, and completely ignoring realistic interpretations of human nature. You think corporations should rule everything. Seems kind of against Satanism and against okay. That's okay. I mean, you can treat me as a Christian. That's fair. I know that, by the way, disagreeing with you doesn't mean I am like a Christian, right? I'm not promoting my ideology. I'm saying yours is wrong. Okay, but that's okay. Whatever. So we do Madrid, 1970. Okay. Um, okay, we were only 2 years off, but we were only 700 meters away from the correct location. Okay. All right. So I was 2 years off here. We're 2 years off, only 700 meters away. That's not bad. Okay. Okay, you know what, guys? We did pretty badly. We did pretty badly. Okay, we did pretty badly. Okay. So, okay, we did pretty badly. I'm ashamed in all of you. We got to do better. Oh, we got to do better. Okay, we got to do better. All right, guys. Thank you for playing. That was fun. Okay, Godspeed says here. So I don't have a problem with a myriad of private entities arbitrating justice for a profit, because I think justice is a technology, not some sacred cow or transcendental thing. That is a Godspeed. Forgive me. That is a meaningless phrase. What do you mean? Justice is a technology. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? How is that relevant at all? Okay. Who decides what is just? In your calculation, Godspeed, corporations would decide what is just. Corporations are made up of people, are they not, who have a particular interest. Their interest is profit. So do you think that the justice they would met out, whose interest would it be in line with? It would be in the interest of their profit. And most people under corporations do not don't actually get the profit of the corporation. So their interests are not in line with the people who work for them. So what you're advocating for is that you have a bunch of private tyrants who advocate for things in their personal profit at the expense of the vast majority of people who are workers. So I really don't know what you're referring to, Godspeed, but I do like that you're in here. I hope you stay around. Okay, but what you say literally is meaningless. I don't know what you're saying. It doesn't seem, I don't mean this to be offensive to you, Godspeed, but it doesn't seem very well thought through. It kind of seems like you're parroting what you read from him without really thinking too much about what he was saying. Because if that's what he's saying, it does not make sense. Okay, it does not make sense. All right. Okay. So, all right. And it also goes against, I ask you, Godspeed, I do appreciate you, right? I ask you, Godspeed, to consider the contradictions between with what you believe. Your Satanism is not lining up with what you're saying politically, nor is what you're saying lining up with your promotion of indigenous thought systems. Okay. Yeah, I know, Godspeed, and I have, you can believe what you want in that way, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm an atheist, Godspeed, so I don't believe in what you believe in. But how can you justify those beliefs? Do you just blindly believe them? Because Satan was about contradicting authority figures. Bye-bye, Cody. Satan was about contradicting authority figures, not blindly listening to them. So maybe LaVey wasn't really what he thought he was if he thought that you should blindly believe corporate interest or private tyrants. I don't believe that. But hey, you're free to believe what you want. I hope you see that there's a lot of contradictions in the things you believe. Okay. All right. All right, guys. So, really, Godspeed, I don't know. From how, if he believed what you believe, then he believed in tyranny. Because you're saying that you want private tyrants to rule and make decisions over people. That is against Satanist principles. And LaVey, unfortunately, let me put my face up, guys. LaVey, unfortunately, was a product of a capitalist system. He did not think much outside of capitalism, okay? So, unfortunately, his ideas were limited by the fact that he grew up under capitalism, all right? And he obviously didn't question that system. Yeah, glutamyalgia, right? So Godspeed says, not really, no. I think you want to neither be a contradiction, so you can easily reinforce that my belief system is wrong because it's not yours. Okay, Godspeed. I have found, Godspeed, that when people get annoyed with me like that, it's because they don't have a response for the contradictions I've pointed out in their belief system. You have not contradicted anything I've said, all right? I'm saying that you're advocating for private tyranny. You don't have to believe in socialism. I'm saying there are contradictions in the things you are saying, all right? But when why can't you just say, yeah, sure, I believe in private power. I believe in corporate rule. That's what you're saying. But then when I point that out, you're like, no, I don't. But that's what you're saying. So it makes me think you don't believe in private power, but you are advocating for it, which is a contradiction. Okay. Okay, Godspeed. But you like the devil, right? So then maybe that is what you believe, okay? But you just keep saying that that's not true. All right. Anyway, so guys, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for watching. I had a great time today. I will come back on tomorrow. Tomorrow's a Saturday. Thank you all for coming. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. Thank you for everyone who contributed today. I will almost certainly end up doing a lamb stream tomorrow, a Cult of the Land stream tomorrow, because I feel like we got a lot done, okay, and things like that, okay? We got a lot of money, etc. So I'll probably do it, all right? Yeah. So okay. Okay, Godspeed, I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm literally just that's okay, Godspeed. I understand, all right? I'm not able to argue with you because you're dogmatic. Sorry. All right. So everyone ready? Which, by the way, I think is against Satanism. I don't think Satanism is about dogmatism, but maybe I'm not a Satanist, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to contradict your beliefs. If that's what you believe in dogmatism, good for you. Okay. So everyone ready for this? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and to question authority figures. The easiest way to resist is to question authority figures and to think for yourselves, all right? That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. On a side note here, all right? Fascism, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith. People have lost faith in their democratic institutions, and so they've turned to more radical means. That includes fascism, all right? We need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you, okay? The fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Fight them, resist them, fight back. We need major reforms. I'm calling for revolutionary change, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Okay, fascism. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, 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 do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. Okay. So, okay. Fight fascism. Don't forget Chainbreaker. Don't forget Chainbreaker. All right. All right, you guys. So, okay. So, Godspeed, we can talk more about this. I don't want to get into too much of an argument here. So we can talk more about it a different time, all right? You should join the Discord, though. We could debate it more on there. I would actually have a debate with you on there if you want to. Okay? All right. Okay. So everyone ready? I love you all. Have a great rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow. Okay, okay. Sure, Retro Rasher. Sure. Right, guys. See ya. Bye-bye. Bye.